Standing in complete despair, the boy heard voices in his head that literally begged him to do everything to save them. He was called a hero. Only he could save them from the end of the world. But all the boy wanted at that moment was to talk a little with his mother, who always helped him find a solution to any problem. He literally didn't understand why he had to be a hero. The guy wanted to end all this torment, but he had no idea how he would manage it. It was very difficult. In response to this, his mother decided to remind him that he was the only hope of this world, and after that, she pushed him. And she was forced to freeze the guy because she asked him not to be weak and die like a real hero. The next thing the guy felt was raindrops falling on him, so he had to open his eyes. This guy's name was Kim Sun-in, and he was one of the awakened ones who appeared after the world was plunged into darkness. He just wanted to rest a little, but besides the rain, there were other problems that prevented him from sleeping. After a while, Kim got used to this life, and it made him smile a little, which was reinforced by the tiredness. His day started unusually. Some monsters came running in the few hours while he was unconscious. At the moment, the guy's magic coefficient was around 97, and his rank was 9th, which was enough to deal with all these monsters. Although even with so many different skills, it was still very difficult for Kim to defeat so many monsters. But it wasn't even the monsters that were the guy's main problem, but something more terrible, a huge monster with 2 horns, which was known for never losing. This monster's name was Fafnir, and he was literally going to destroy the only true hero on this planet. He repeated to Kim several times that the guy was a worthy opponent with a lot of inner strength, which after defeating Kim would become his strength. Considering Kim's condition, these words rang true and most likely will be. Kim's level of fatigue and helplessness at that moment reached almost 100%, so he himself began to think that this was really the end. He was not afraid of death. The only thing he thought at that moment was that he could not become the hero he was asked to be. His life will end with the fact that he will never achieve anything, and that will mean that he was nobody. After being hit by Fafnir, Kim opened his eyes and felt that he was still alive. It was true that it was strange for him to see some guys in front of him yelling at him and telling him that he should never faint so suddenly again because the first thing they thought was that he was dead. He didn't fully understand what was happening. But first he decided to at least get up, and he did so in a rather frightening way. Kim looked up at the sky and realized she was probably in a completely different world. The guy was 100% sure that Fafnir destroyed him, and now he's somewhere else. Is this really some kind of dream? But he rejected that option when one of the guys standing next to him grabbed him by the clothes and started saying that since Kim woke up, it was a great time to hit him. At that moment, Kim's entire life flashed before his eyes, and he realized that this was definitely not a dream. It was life. Then his thoughts were interrupted when he noticed a fist flying towards him. Thanks to the fact that his strength from his previous life was preserved, he was able to block the blow. But the attacker did not stop there and continued to attack, but all his blows were unsuccessful, as it was not difficult for Kim to block all his blows. After that, he decided it was time to break up, and he retaliated in the guy's face. Because of this, he flew away from them. He didn't land as softly as he wanted. It was obvious from the faces of this hooligan's friends that they clearly did not expect such a turn of events. Kim decided to apologize for what he did. According to him, it was not his intention to hit him so hard. But apparently this bully wasn't going to leave everything to chance. But when he decided to attack Kim again, his friend suddenly shouted that the police had arrived there, so they had to flee. Kim didn't know what to do next, because he actually didn't even understand what body he was in, because he heard those guys and heard them call him by a completely different name. Then he tried to get up carefully and then figure out where he was going next. Almost immediately, he noticed a cell phone not far from him. When he picked up the phone, he saw his image there, which shocked him no less, because he saw in it a person he didn't know. In 2042, the world came to an end. After dungeons began to appear in different parts of the earth, monsters began to emerge from dungeons that had not been cleared and began to invade the real world. This event became known as the Outbreak and mercilessly destroyed world peace. But on the other hand, there were people who were born with a strength that aimed to combat this catastrophe. People all over the world started calling these people awakened, and one of those people was Kim. Even after all the people died, he was the last one left alive and continued to fight the monsters. Roughly speaking, Kim became the last representative of humanity and consequently the most powerful awakened one. Kim, after distancing himself a bit from what happened, decided to first go to the police so they could help him find at least some clue about who he really was. He introduced himself as Kim Soo-hyun. He remembered the name of the owner of this body, so he decided to use it. The patrolman then decided to ask the boy how old he was, and there were obvious problems with answering that question. Kim had to think a bit to accurately give the correct answer. Suddenly, he noticed a calendar hanging not far from the policeman's desk, on which was indicated the year 2022. The guy thought that if his memory serves him correctly, then time had gone back 20 years. These thoughts made him say he was 19, but the man who accepted his application was surprised for another reason, namely, that the boy knows nothing about himself other than his name and age. The guy couldn't answer because at that moment he was literally sure that he had died from Fafnir, and it still seemed to him that it was just a dream that started due to the effect of Fafnir's magic on him. But on the other hand, he was sure that those sensations were real, and apparently he had really returned to the past. In that case, he was quite interested in knowing what happened to the real Kim Sang-jin and what he needs to do to return to his body. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a police officer who said there was no point in talking to the boy, so he called his mother, who said she would be there soon so they could just wait. He also decided to tell Kim that after leaving this place, it is better for him not to wander around but just stay quiet at home. Especially, he asked him to avoid construction sites, as those are some of the most dangerous places where this can happen. Although Kim didn't quite understand what he was talking about. But he didn't have time to explain it because the boy's mother arrived too quickly and immediately grabbed Kim by the head and started asking what happened and why he was at the police station. It was clear to the woman that she was very worried about her son, so she wanted to know if he was okay. Kim at that moment thought he was seeing this woman for the first time, but quickly realized that she was apparently the mother of the owner of the body he was in. After the guy was released from the department, they decided to take a short walk and talk about how it happened that Kim suddenly forgot her home address. According to the guy, he was nervous, and besides, they had just moved recently, so you shouldn't be so surprised. It was also strange for her to see Kim use formal speech, even though the guy usually doesn't use it. Did Kim at that moment not really understand what she should do, and should she apologize for the situation that happened? At one point, his thoughts were interrupted by his mother, who asked him to wipe away his tears, after which she added that she heard that the kids who constantly bullied him at school did this today, and therefore, she wanted to know when they would stop doing this. But without waiting for the boy's response, she added that if they did that to him again, she asked him not to be afraid and to tell her everything. Kim was a little surprised by these words, so it was difficult for him to respond, and he simply agreed with the woman. They continued walking until at one point they both discovered that the park was very quiet. Kim looked around and realized that there was literally not a single living soul here, and this silence made him think. But it was so quiet for a reason, and there was actually a reason why this park was so quiet. The boy's mother asked him not to stand still and to leave immediately, as she didn't like the situation. Kim completely agreed with her, and he didn't mind leaving, but suddenly he heard someone behind him running very quickly towards him. When he turned around, he saw a wolf in front of him, ready to eat them alive. At one point, it seemed like this was going to happen, but Kim still managed to pull himself together and repel the monster's attack, after which he took a closer look and realized that it was clearly not an ordinary wolf. And after a few more seconds of looking into this monster's eyes, Kim realized it was probably a werewolf. And thinking about it, Kim realized that apparently the police officer had warned him about exactly that. And that's how the outbreak started. If memory serves you right, then already in 2022 outbreaks occurred much more frequently, and therefore it is quite possible that monsters could appear in the city center. But now this is not the main problem, but the fact that Kim urgently needs to find a way to deal with this monster. And for this, he will need weapons. He decided to use an umbrella, which no one had needed for a long time. The guy's mother at that moment was shocked that they were seeing these monsters in front of them, as the news definitely reported that they had already been taken care of, but now that is not so important, and Kim asked her to not move and wait until he dealt with them. The guy understood that he was not attached to this body, but it seemed to him that given the abilities he possessed, he could try to cope with them. The first attack went in Kim's favor. He was able to dodge the attack and launch his own rather strong counterattack. But that was just the beginning, as the monsters continued to attack him, and it was noticeable how difficult it was for him to resist them. At one point, the wolf's strength significantly surpassed the man's, and in his head he was thinking that he couldn't do anything to a monster of that level, and that was why he was so offended. If it were in his body, he would probably face it. This attack is easy. Considering the strength of these monsters, he came to the conclusion that to defeat these monsters, he needed to be awakened. It looked like the second werewolf was going to finish the guy off right now, but unexpectedly his mother came to his aid and pushed one of the werewolves away. Although after such a blow she herself flew back, and her landing left much to be desired. Anyway, thanks to this, Kim managed to free himself from the monster that attacked him. After that, he immediately ran to his mother to find out why she did this, because it was very dangerous. In response to these words, she told him that everything was fine with her, and she also wanted him to understand that above all else now, she wants the guy to get out of here alive. These words forced Kim to organize her thoughts and do everything possible to protect the woman. After he was finally ready for this fight, Kim turned to these monsters to ask if they had one last wish. The werewolves suddenly decided to retreat and started running away, but apparently this was one of those mistakes that shouldn't have been made. Kim immediately started yelling that she would do everything she could to stop them from leaving, but apparently he overestimated his body, which immediately after these words literally lost all its remaining strength, and he fell to the ground from impotence. After a few wishes, Kim finally decided it was time for them to go home, so he carefully picked up his mother. And as soon as he decided to raise his mother, he realized how weak his body was, that it clearly needed training. But the main problem at the moment was that he had no idea where his home was. After some time, he was home, and all thanks to the fact that the woman's wallet had an address, so they would have to walk down the street. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by his mother, who began talking in her sleep that she would save him and that he shouldn't worry about it. For Kim, it was difficult to understand the fact that the woman was willing to expose herself to such danger, as she really could have died. Is this all just to protect you? Anyway, to begin with, he decided that he first needed to find out the reason why this body was so weak. It was very strange for him to understand the fact that this body was so weak that it couldn't even fight back against some monsters. So he was understandably worried about being reborn into something so weak. At that moment, he realized that he needed to calm down immediately, because in those moments it was clear that he had to remain calm. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted when he heard a robot's voice, which informed him that Kim had been confirmed as a user. And now it was time to start the test, and after that the gates opened immediately. Although Kim didn't fully understand what was happening, he decided that an abyss had opened up before him at that moment. This means that most likely this body also has some kind of awakened talent, and if so, then in other words, he can start his life from the beginning. And if you think so, then in 2022 he was an ordinary person, and if you remember correctly, then he entered the abyss much earlier than in his past life. Therefore, he decided there was no reason to hesitate, so he entered the indicated gate, where the system congratulated him on entering the test tower. The Tower of Trials in this world meant the same thing as the abyss. This is the void where demons live and are condemned to eternal suffering. Once the awakened one is able to clear the first floor, only then will he gain the right to be awakened, and with each subsequent floor cleared, the power will gradually increase. That's why most people try to climb higher, but even then there's a system in their head that's much more important than the floors, but Kim should think about that later, because right now he's going to be tested on the first floor. To begin with, the system asked him to select a difficulty level, and he could choose from the first minimum level to the maximum level, that is, the 10th, which Kim chose without thinking. Levels are a system that exists in parallel with floors, although it is the same first floor. The higher the level, the stronger the enemies, but the reward for completing it is also much greater. When the level Kim had chosen finally loaded, the guy realized that perhaps he had made a mistake, as in a past life he could only pass the 8th level at most, and given how weak his body was, he was far from sure that he could pass this level. Although, on the other hand, he simply has no other choice as he must increase his strength as quickly as possible. After all, if he follows the same path as in the past, he will most likely meet the same sad end. The next step was for Kim to choose the weapon with which he would pass the test. After several hours of passing this test, Kim finally found the ones he wanted to destroy the most. It was the same wolves that attacked him and his mother, who at the time was threatening to kill someone else, but Kim intervened just in time. By this time, he was already strong enough to destroy one monster after another. By his actions, he indeed proved to them and to himself that he would never let them go. After some time, the news began to report that recently the number of dungeons opened had increased compared to how many dungeons first appeared in 2019. There were now about 3 times as many. The sudden appearance of dungeons had a huge impact, causing a lot of discussion. The Challenge Tower and dungeons are similar but have different formats. As people found more and more uses for the energy of the resources they found, their price logically shot up quite a bit. The rewards found in dungeons not only affected daily life, but also had a huge effect on the world economy. The awakened naturally received material rewards for conquering dungeons. A long time has passed since Kim was in the test tower. The Tower of Tests. This place is often referred to as the Abyss, and in its past life it was a huge world in which countless awakened people could gather exploring the floors. Each floor is a separate world with its own habitat, climate, and even its own culture. Be that as it may, they all have something in common. Before ascending to the next floor, the awakened must pass an experimental test. At this time, all the awakened are on the second floor. Compared to other floors, all kinds of resources are easy to find here. But to enjoy these amenities, people must collect the required amount of achievement points on the first floor. Kim still managed to pass the first floor test, although he understood that without the memories of his past life, he wouldn't have been able to handle it. Fortunately for him, the more he fought, the more feelings from the past came flooding back to him, so he was pretty sure that at this rate he could make it to the end. After passing the first floor of the 10th level, the system decided to reward Kim generously, so his characteristics grew much faster than in the past. With so many points, you can move on to the next floor with peace of mind. Plus, with such a large number of points, he could easily go to the store and buy something for himself. And as soon as he thought about it, he realized he really needed something. So he went to the first store that had it. As soon as he walked in, he was immediately greeted by a girl who was happy to see him. It was the store owner that Kim walked in on, and she immediately realized that the guy was here for the first time, and so she was ready to help him. And for that, she asked Kim to tell her everything he needed here. Her name was Wally, and she was essentially a dark elf. Kim knew that this was the same seller of various products, and as was clear, his way of enticing customers into thoughtless purchases had not changed. But he immediately decided for himself that this time it would not work for him, because he had already decided what he wanted to buy. According to him, he needs the jumping skill, and he wouldn't mind acquiring the transformation skill, which confused the girl a little, so she thought someone had given her some advice. But the worst part is that it costs a lot. For the jumping skill, he will have to pay 150 points, and for the transformation skill up to 1,000 points. Kim didn't think twice and simply paid the amount Wally asked for these 2 skills. She was so surprised that at one point she simply started screaming at him and saying that this was simply impossible because he looked like a person who had clearly just begun his path of awakening. According to her, no one has yet scored more than 1,000 points on the first floor, and so I would like to ask again, or did he definitely reach the second floor from the first floor? Without thinking much, Kim made it clear to her that there was no need to doubt it, and besides, according to him, he was just an ordinary buyer. After these words, he left the Valley store and began to think about taking a look. And for this, he took out his space bag, which people usually call inventory. Where were all the guy's purchases? He bought a sword, a spear, bandages, and medicine, and he also bought food. After that, he decided to analyze each skill that has the level of mana necessary to master it. The skills that a person masters will become stronger, but some of them have levels for which mastery alone is not enough. Such skills are called growth level. and they are very difficult to obtain, and there is only one skill with growth level that an awakened person can buy in the shop, and that is transformation. And to use skills, you need to have a mana catalyst. It will increase the mana level and regulate it accordingly. Kim could purchase it from a normal reward shop once her trials were over as an item that would increase her magic power to the desired level without climbing the tower or conquering the dungeon. The guy thought it was very easy to miss because almost everyone is focused on getting to the next floor. But if you look closely, you can find many hidden treasures. Among them, one can easily find this low-level mana catalyst. This could be a useful item as it can easily increase magical abilities at an early stage. The only downside is the taste, which was actually just disgusting. Kim didn't know how useful it was to have memories of his past life. The transformation and the magical catalyst were a very good thing, and it was really good that he had this information in the early stages. At one point, Kim's thoughts were interrupted by a guy who wanted to ask him for some attention. First, Kim was surprised that he couldn't sense his presence for a full 3 seconds, which clearly confused him. This guy immediately realized that he had surprised Kim quite a bit, so he asked her to forgive him for showing up so unexpectedly. As soon as Kim saw the guy's face in front of him, he immediately remembered some photos from his past life. He couldn't believe his eyes, because it was Han Hak-jun. Han Hak-jun. He was a genius among all those who awakened in the abyss, but in the near future, he became the main culprit for the death of a great guild. And now he's right in front of Kim. But this way it's hard to say he's such a dangerous person. At one point, Kim's thoughts were interrupted by Han, who was embarrassed that his interlocutor was looking at him so intently, so he decided to find out from him the reason for so much attention. Kim immediately told him that he was actually just a little surprised, although in his mind he thought that in the past he had a much more bloodthirsty aura, but now he was quite interested in finding out what Choi wanted to talk to him about. Han told him that he had been following him since he was still in the store, and all because it seemed to him that Kim was buying a lot of different items, and therefore he thought he had a good eye for buying equipment. After these words, Kim became even more upset, and all because he was surprised that Choi was watching him, and he didn't even notice. But the guy kept surprising him as the next thing he offered Kim was to join his team, so he had to ask the guy several times if he understood him correctly. The second floor of the test was that Kim would have to act out a story in which he, as the main character, stole the treasure of the Charles clan, and the evil members of this clan would soon come after him to take theirs. Kim had to use all her strength to escape with these treasures in this forest. He knew that Charles's clan were monsters and hunters who tracked their prey perfectly, so Kim understood perfectly that this would be extremely difficult to do. The guy started to think because the mission was so difficult, what would be the reward in this case? After examining this treasure, he realized that it was absolutely useless to him, except for the fact that at that moment he had to protect it. There were many different thoughts running through his head, but he had to pull himself together and come up with a plan in which he could protect this treasure and not be caught by this clan. But suddenly he realized that one of the conditions of this task was that he survive in this forest. So without thinking much, he jumped to where one of the clan members was, which surprised him a little. And that was his biggest mistake, because before he had time to come to his senses, Kim attacked him with his sword. The fact is, Kim realized one important thing. Surviving in the forest meant he needed to destroy all the monsters around. So when other monsters started attacking him, Kim didn't run away. On the contrary, he was happy that they were coming to him. His skills were more than enough to destroy one monster after another. He understood that since they were now moving in groups, there was a fairly high probability that the battle would be long, so it would be much more profitable to come here with a team. But he remembered that due to the fact that the difficulty increases from the 5th level onwards, it would be quite difficult to recruit people for the team. In this conversation, Choi asked Kim to accompany him to pass the 8th level, and according to him, he had reasons to pass such a high level, but it seemed to him that he could not do it alone, and Kim actually had his reasons for this. But unfortunately, the 8th level is too low for his purpose. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted after he saw in front of him only a huge monster with some creature standing on top of it. Kim didn't run away because he understood perfectly what it was. It was the boss who finally showed up, and now he had the chance to complete this test much sooner. He was confident that he could defeat such a ferocious monster with just one blow, and after a few minutes he actually confirmed his words. After finishing off this monster, the system notified him that he had received a unique item, and this was the treasure of the Charles clan, which could heal all damage and restore characteristics that affect the player, although it could only be used 5 times. In fact, Kim didn't even expect there to be such a useful reward, so he was glad he thought it would be better to destroy the monsters instead of hiding from them. Because of this, his abilities grow much faster than in the past. With the help of the transformation, Kim was able to understand that the clan head's unique ability is that he possesses an ability that is able to enhance physical abilities for a time in proportion to fatigue and vitality. In the end, although it was incredibly tiring, Kim still benefited greatly from this battle, and if he can continue to grow at this rate, then maybe this time he can rewrite history. When he finally returned home, he noticed that there was a lot of delicious food on the table, which his mother had prepared to please the boy a little. She added that this was all she could do as a token of her gratitude for saving her, but Kim felt ashamed that she was probably very tired, because she even went to work yesterday with these injuries, but assured him that she would prepare food, as it was not difficult for her to find a child. Kim finally sat down at the table and began to try everything his mother had prepared for him. And after a few minutes, he literally destroyed everything on the table, so his mother suggested that he was very hungry. After Kim ate, he went to his room where he had a computer, and when he opened the news forum, he noticed that his name and the number of his points were flashing in all the news. Many couldn't believe that after the first floor he could earn up to 2,000 points. Others believed it was some kind of new type of deception. In fact, this was quite troublesome for him, because in this case the guilds would definitely start looking for him. Meanwhile, at headquarters in Seoul, Han heard people talking about Kim, who currently holds the top spot in the rankings. Guild boss Aries informed the guy Han that apparently this Kim woke up with him at the same time. So the man would like to know, or does the guy know something about him? Without much thought, Khan decided to say that he actually had no idea who this guy was and had definitely never met him. At this point, the boss decided to postpone the question about Kim and offered to talk to him about the fall to the 3rd floor. The boss understood that he was at level 8, but if you leave everything for later, many problems will probably appear, and now this Kim Soo-yun has appeared. According to Choi, he is currently looking for people to go there with him, and due to the level of the floor, it is quite difficult to find volunteers. He added that if this continues, he will most likely go there alone. The principal was happy that his student was so responsible, so he told him that he would try to help with that. Since he was short of people, he would try to find them for him and asked Choi to think of nothing else but climbing the tower. After which the dialogue ended, and before leaving the office, Choi heard a request from the boss in which the man would like the guy to try to beat this Kim. Either way, Choi underestimated this Kim because he understood that he clearly got so many points for a reason. Furthermore, he believed that even if this were the case, there was nothing wrong with it. He decided that the best thing he could do now was to simply focus on his own path. Meanwhile, Kim heard a system notification that he had successfully completed the 3rd floor, after which he heard the same for the 4th floor, and then for the 5th and 6th, after which his mother suggested that he take a rest, because she perfectly understood that he had been working hard all this time, so he needs to rest. By this time, Kim had successfully passed the 9th floor of the test tower. A whole year passed, and after such a productive year, Kim decided she needed to take a short vacation. So before leaving, the guy told his mother that he would be back soon. The first thing he did was go to the station, where he thought a whole year had already passed, and it always seemed to him that he could do it much faster. Kim was worried after passing his final exams, but he was still happy that he managed to get past the 9th floor. He understood that the 10th was coming, which would take much longer, and since he didn't know how long it would take to release it, he decided that an excellent option would be to go on vacation away from home. For the awakened challengers of the tower, the 10th floor is a barrier that must be overcome. The difficulty of the challenge increases incredibly every 10 floors, so much so that it is more difficult than the 11th and 12th floors. Therefore, most awakened people usually choose a lower level than they usually pass, but if you lower the level like this, other floors will become more difficult. And in this story, it was quite obvious that to overcome this difficulty, he simply had to become stronger. The green dungeon that will appear in Anyang in a year will be called a large-scale outbreak. This will be the first time humanity will be under threat. And sometime later, the incident in Kegido on New Year's Day, all of this is a very terrible story of humanity, which Kim very much wanted to change. The guy was more than sure he would eventually make it, because they didn't just give him one more chance. After some time, he finally reached the entrance to the 10th floor of the test tower. On the way, he met a man who immediately assumed that the guy was going to the 10th floor of the tower. After that, he added that of course he wasn't trying to stop him. He was just there to ask Kim for a coin before the guy came in, and that man was the doorman on the 10th floor. Kim was thinking at that moment that most people, upon seeing this beggar, simply pass by, but this person's role is actually extremely important. And then the guy, without much thought, gave this man up to 5,000 achievement points. The man was incredibly surprised by this because almost everyone ignores him and just walks away, and Kim is quite generous to an ordinary beggar like him. In response to this, Kim immediately said that this is not surprising because the man is a valuable person. He was very pleased to hear such words, so he was happy to tell Kim everything she wanted to know. Kim didn't think for long, as he knew that above all else he wanted to know information about the 10th floor, which surprised the man a little. After all, according to him, she is quite valuable, but he cannot refuse, having received so many points from Kim. So he finally made up his mind and said that the guy, first of all, needs to be careful with the village chief. After that, he fell silent. Kim clearly expected to hear more, but apparently the man ended there. He understood that this was somewhat ambiguous. But on the other hand, Kim knew that the gatekeeper's information was always correct, so he had no doubt that this would be more than enough, and with these thoughts, he entered those gates. And as soon as Kim chose the difficulty he wanted to complete this level on, he was immediately transported to the forest. The girl, sitting on a tree branch, thought she would never be able to collect a full basket, and today she was very lucky to collect a whole basket of berries. Therefore, she believed that since she had so many fruits, there would be no harm if she ate one. But her wish was suddenly interrupted by a monster who did not allow her to do what the girl wanted so much. She immediately started running away from this huge lizard with all her might, but apparently she should have chosen a different tactic because the monster would quickly catch up to her at this pace. At a certain point, it became clear to her that this would be the end of her escape, as the monster was already very close. She began to say goodbye to her life when suddenly, at the last moment, someone picked her up and helped her dodge the lizard's blow. It was Kim who at the last moment managed to save the girl and also launch a counterattack against this huge lizard. After a few more seconds, Kim managed to deal enough damage to finally defeat the massive salamander. After that, he finally managed to ask the girl how she was feeling and if everything was okay with her, to which all he heard in response was a scream. The girl was very scared and ran away, and Kim was only able to prove that he was not a kidnapper and that in general he wanted to help. But apparently those words didn't work, even when he said he was an ordinary stranger who was lucky enough to save a child. This child's mother chimed in and started yelling that she was sure that even if the guy was telling the truth, she still saw ulterior motives in his words. After that, she assured him that there was simply no point in trying to hold the child hostage, because there was simply nothing to steal in this village, so they better get out of here now. No matter how much Kim tried to explain that they misunderstood him, they still wouldn't listen to him. It was very strange for Kim to understand that he was considered a kidnapper. He basically did nothing wrong, other than that he helped this little girl, and instead of thanks, he got this response. In addition to this monotonous environment, the locals were also hostile towards him, so Kim already understood at that moment that this floor was clearly different from the previous one. But on the other hand, he was haunted by the idea that not only did he need to save the village and survive, but he was also sure that there was something else hidden behind it, and he essentially had no information as such. And it seemed very difficult for him to find out anything from people because they saw him as an enemy, The people within the challenge are also known as in-game entities, similar in nature to the real player. The way they look and think is eerily similar to real people. At one point, Kim even seemed like they weren't part of the show. On this floor, the game's entities avoid people like the plague, and the village seems alarmed and desperate, much like the time Kim lived in. And then it was called the end of the world. The world was approaching the end. For people who hadn't experienced it, it would clearly be a new thing. So Kim wanted to know what all these people were doing. He decided that he first needs to meet someone who has information so that there can be at least some progress. But he doesn't even see ants. What can we say about people? When suddenly her thoughts were interrupted by a child's voice, which made Kim immediately wake up. It was the little girl he had recently saved, and Kim immediately remembered her. Instead of words, she unexpectedly ran up to the guy and put in his hands some fruits that she managed to collect in the forest. After that, she returned again to the same tree behind which she was hiding, and a few seconds later, in her calm voice, she carefully thanked Kim for saving her. Kim was very pleased that she had decided to thank him in this way, so he suddenly asked her to come to him for a while. Kim opened his inventory and took out a large amount of food. He understood that the girl would definitely like such a gift. She ate with joy, and it was clear from her face that she was doing it with incredible pleasure. Kim immediately realized that there was not enough food in this village, and the girl herself confirmed this assumption, adding that this was all due to the fact that everyone was indifferent to each other. They were afraid that the remains of their food would be stolen. The guy realized that now is a rather difficult time for ordinary villagers. The girl replied that in fact they are still holding on only thanks to the village chief. Furthermore, the girl assured Kim that the chief of her village was literally a hero who wouldn't let them starve to death, which confused the boy a bit, considering what he'd heard before entering those gates. According to the girl, her father thinks so, who says that the chief works hard to protect the village and that they should trust and help him. After that, Kim realized who really has all the information, and at the moment he is just talking to himself with you. The girl suddenly decided to ask Kim why he came here, and in response to this question, the guy said that in fact he was just wondering how his head was, and besides, it seemed to him that he could help them deal with the monsters near this village. His interlocutor assured the boy that the monsters simply cannot enter the village, and this is all thanks to the chief who protects them. And as soon as Kim decided to ask the girl to tell him more about it, the dialogue was suddenly interrupted by two men, one of whom wanted to find out if Kim was the same stranger who came to his village. Before the guy could say a word, this man introduced himself as the chief of this village. At that moment, Kim immediately remembered the words of the henchman, who asked him to be careful around the leader. The chief interrupted his thoughts by beginning to say that at the moment there was a clear shortage of food in his village, and he was very sorry to have started his dialogue this way, but he saw how Kim gave food to the girl, and so he believed, which could cause confusion among other villagers. And then he expected Kim to stop handing out food to anyone, especially when he does it without the boss's permission. Kim wasn't very happy to hear this, but first he decided to clarify once again whether the head was really standing in front of him, because he really wanted to meet him. The guy started telling them that he was actually just a passerby who accidentally came across this village, and now he would like to ask to stay in this village for a few days. The chief immediately told him that it was actually a bad idea, because the townspeople were afraid of strangers. Kim, talking to this boss, immediately realized that the man did not relax his vigilance for a second. And while the guy was thinking about this, the boss began to scold the poor girl who was guilty of taking food without permission. She immediately lowered her head and began to cry, and at the same time asked him for forgiveness. But she was suddenly interrupted by Kim, who put her hand on the girl's head and asked her to calm down, because in fact nothing terrible had happened, and there was no point in crying. After that, she began to stand up and tell the chief that he shared his food with her of his own free will, and that he would not cause any harm to the village. And to prove this, he is ready to help in the form of food, which, according to Kim, is enough for absolutely anyone, and his words were clearly true. Even the chef's assistant confirmed this when he looked directly at Kim's inventory. All Kim asks in return is that they provide him with housing, after which he will share food while he is here. And if that wasn't enough, then the guy was ready to offer something else, but was interrupted by the boss, who assured the guy that this was actually more than enough. He then asked Kim to follow him so he could show Kim various housing options in the village. They walked with him through the center of the village, where most of the people Kim had not seen before gathered. All these people continued to pray, and this made Kim think that a religious ceremony is a completely normal phenomenon, and it is quite natural that they would trust in the gods. Moreover, this is not surprising for Kim. He has seen this more than once. But unfortunately, this happens more often on the verge of death of the world. People literally start to go crazy. Some, in such situations, hide behind the face of faith. Others deny reality and begin to do terrible things. But the worst part is that in the end, there is literally nothing left. Looking at these people, he understood that this is exactly how it all begins. But at least so far, they are not throwing themselves at each other. But apparently, Kim will have to take back her words, because she heard one of them suddenly start shouting that today they were sacrificing this unbelieving and spoiled soul. And a few seconds later, he completely cut the rope, and one of the residents of this village began to fall into the pit with terrible screams. Seeing this, Kim thought hard about what he had just seen. He decided that this place is the same, and all people are the same, and no one changes no matter where he goes. People even in such a world said that they were doing all this just for the good of their village. They believed that all this was only thanks to the chief, because he borrowed the power of the earth god to protect their village, and they most likely would have left long ago if it weren't for him. So they needed to sacrifice another person in 3 days. And each of them believed that at that moment, each of them was safe, because they had a candidate who would be perfect for that role. The chief's assistant came to the chief after some time to inform him that the ceremony was a success, but they had not yet found a victim for the next one. After this sentence, the man decided to check with the assistant how his new walker was doing, and, according to the man, so far he had not done anything that could punish him. Out of fear, did the assistant decide to clarify again, or did the boss really want to use him as a victim? The man replied without hesitation that God had actually sent him here for this purpose, and he also added that they would give him this hypnotic drug and then throw him into that underground thing. He believed that this village was becoming more and more dangerous, so a small sacrifice was needed to save the entire village. A monster snake appeared under the village and only eats people. Fortunately, this snake prevents the rest of the monsters from invading the village, so the village remains safe. Right now, the whole village is in panic because they don't know when the monsters will attack them. And there is only one thing the chief can do: cost the villagers dearly, so he has no regrets. 4 days later, Kim's body was carefully placed where the hatch would open. The head was at the center of this madness, and it was he who approached the wanderer to ask for forgiveness for what they wanted to do to him. After that, he cut the rope and Kim fell quickly. It was not an easy grave. In this place sat a huge snake that devoured all the people who were thrown here under the pretext of sacrifice. Exactly 1 day had passed since Kim was thrown into this hole, so the boss decided to go there and check if everything was okay. The man believed the snake was digesting the guy, so he would soon have to spit him out. But as he got closer, he saw something he clearly didn't expect to see. In the center was Kim, who was literally cutting this huge snake into little pieces, and when he noticed the head, he simply greeted it. His head immediately began to shake with fear, because he simply did not understand what was happening here and how was this possible. A man in such a state just wanted to know how he destroyed this monster and how something so impossible could happen. Kim responded with a smile that gave the impression that the boss believed this monster shouldn't have died. The man immediately understood what the guy meant, so he immediately began to yell at him and say that all of this was just for the good of the village, and if this snake hadn't marked this territory, then other monsters in the area would have started attacking them. Did all these words force Kim to clarify, or is the boss sure this wasn't for his own benefit? After that, the guy added that he knows something about this monster. According to him, it is called a predatory snake, and it spends most of its time eating and sleeping, like a lazy bastard. It also nests and marks its territory until it leaves it, because of which weaker monsters do not dare to touch it. And finally, he added one more very important feature. Whoever feeds this monster will not become its prey. This is just an assumption. But it seems that, knowing these nuances, Kim could safely say that the leader was pretending to be a hero, feeding this monster to the local residents. But his hypocrisy has clearly come to an end. As soon as Kim got out of this snake's nest, along with its head, he immediately went to the villagers to talk about what was really happening all this time, but most of them didn't want to believe it, even looking at this monster's head. They believed they were performing a religious ceremony in honor of the god of the land, but some still began to think about it. Because if Kim was right, then they did not understand why some people from this village were given as sacrifices. After some time, after thinking a little, they began to think that most likely the head was actually deceiving them and simply trying to feed this monster. But now they believed that this was not entirely important, because now they wanted above all to know what Kim would do next. Kim remained silent for a while and finally replied that he would help them, but first he would show them something. And that something was the snake eggs that were laid by this monster. He understood perfectly how it all looked, but first he asked them to listen to him and only then make a decision. Kim reminded them that this predatory snake has a feature by which its feeder remains unharmed, and with the help of this feature, they can raise these baby snakes. After that, he immediately said that they should not worry, as they would no longer have to sacrifice people, as he believed that in the future they would feed them to monsters. According to him, at first Kim will catch the monsters, and he will help them feed them to the snakes. But he asked them to remember that he is just a wanderer who will soon leave this village, after which they will have to fend for themselves. One of them immediately started yelling at Kim and telling him not to talk nonsense. He wanted to remind the guy that all they had were farming tools, and therefore he had no idea how they could catch monsters. And Kim, in response to these words, reminded this man that this is just their village, and if they themselves cannot protect it, then someone else cannot do it for them. But even in this case, they tried to argue with him and say that they couldn't do it, so Kim couldn't take it anymore and stopped crying, asking them to give up, because they always have the option to give up on everything and continue sacrificing people to survive. Kim was sure that the unwillingness to defend oneself and the constant dependence on others, all these things give rise to so-called heroes. But did he still hope that his hope for the people who had lost their will was false? He realized that perhaps he was speaking too harshly to people and should find another way to persuade them. But suddenly he heard a little girl's voice shouting that they would get through this together, after which she hid behind her mother again. Kim realized this was the same girl he saved and was happy to see that she supported him. After that, she added that of course she doesn't know how useful she can be, but she also wants to become as strong as Kim to protect her loved ones. The guy was very pleased to hear this, so he simply couldn't help but praise the girl for such words. Anyway, he decided to tell her that if they all join forces, he will literally be sure that they will succeed and be able to defend their village on their own. And as soon as she replied that she would do anything to protect her village, Kim turned to the other villagers again and said that even a small child is ready to defend his home, but they do not want to do it. These words still had an effect, and someone in the crowd began to shout that he too was in favor of trying to do this, because he too believed that this was somehow better than being destroyed by inaction. And as soon as he said this, other residents also decided to support him and started shouting that they would do the same. One of the residents even decided to say that the residents here are weak and very cowardly and only took advantage of what he did for them. And he told him all this to finally ask him to teach them to fight while he was still here. At this time, the system sent Kim a notification that the villagers had gained willpower, and thus the progress had reached about 60%. The boss, however, went down to his secret room, on the way thinking about how Kim still dared to humiliate him so, without knowing the situation. In any case, he believed that this was not all and he still had a trump card, which he would use to get revenge. The man would destroy the entire village with the help of his pet and show who they are without him. The villagers, however, will place the baby monsters under the village, and if the villagers start feeding them, they will not eat them. And on the way, they looked at the wanderer, who, in their opinion, was amazing in every way. He destroyed the monsters one by one, and he did it with just one or at most 2 hits. At one point, the villagers interrupted him to suggest that he finish this, as the sun would soon set, and then it would be better not to be in the forest, to which Kim agreed. so he said he would return as soon as he was finished with this monster. At this stage, Kim had completed 90% of his task, but what bothered him most was the fact that no matter how hard he tried, that progress bar still remained in place, and therefore, he began to suspect that it was all because of the village chief's absence. At that moment, he most wanted to reach 100% and complete this mission, but at least he didn't understand what he needed to do so, when suddenly, in a moment, his thoughts were interrupted by feeling a small earthquake under his feet. But as I found out later, that wasn't the biggest problem yet, because a few seconds later, someone landed a pretty strong blow right in front of him. And as soon as Kim raised his head, he noticed a huge blue bird, which apparently tried to hurt him. Unfortunately, the guy knew what kind of bird it was. It was the only predator that could attack a snake, that is. It was a divine bird of blue fire. Kim immediately realized that all of this was just because of that man who couldn't just retreat and came back again, taking such a strong monster with him. The former village chief was confident that with something like this, the villagers would accept him as a hero again, and then he would once again become the chief who could control the monster. The man was so happy to own a bird so strong that it was capable of destroying everything under his orders. At least that's how it seemed to him until this divine bird struck him. She literally burned him to ashes, and he didn't even have time to understand why she did it. In fact, Kim was not surprised by this decision, because this bird is free and does not listen to absolutely anyone. But the worst thing is that he is flying to the village at this moment. Therefore, he immediately decided to follow her and use all his strength to stop her. He used all his strength and even jumped, but still he couldn't reach the bird. But she, in turn, easily caught up with Kim and delivered a counterattack. Because of this, Kim suffered serious injuries, while he only thought that he would finally be able to convince the townspeople that he was right, and now they were in danger of being destroyed by another monster. The two men Kim was hiking with were already halfway to the village when they suddenly heard some very strange sounds that made them think that perhaps the hiker was continuing to hunt instead of returning home with them. For them, it was incredible, because it's important to note that Kim has been in this condition for a whole day, and even for such a young body, not sleeping for a whole day is a lot. One of them was sure that if he were his age, he would also fight him, because back then he could also destroy all simple monsters. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by a huge bird that flew straight towards the men. So as expected, they became scared and started screaming like crazy. A little more, and this divine creature would simply destroy them. But at the last moment, he tied his pasture with a rope. It was Kim who decided that since he couldn't reach this bird, he would just have to bring it down, and to do so, he used a rope and his sword. He then used the transformation skill, with which he managed to take the bird's ability and then use it against himself. Kim's mother, in turn, was convinced that her son wanted to take a vacation after the final exam, so now he left town, so she didn't even worry about him. Furthermore, she believed that she should give her son more freedom, as it seemed to her that he had matured a lot. And at that moment, the guy continued to fight with the crazy bird, which gradually began to lose its position. At one point during the fight, Kim remembered that there is a limit to the abilities he can use in the transformation, and that could only mean one thing, that he would have to use all his power to defeat this monster. And it was very difficult to do this, because during all this time they were both under the influence of the flame. At some point, fear took hold of Kim, and he clearly began to worry about the possibility of dying. This stressful situation made him realize that the talisman he was supposed to protect was not so useless and could clearly be used. He tried to convince himself that he could still fight and that he just needed to gather all his remaining strength into a fist. And in this he was helped by Charles's treasure, which the guy used for the first time and thus managed to restore all the damage to his body. After such good news, all that was left for Kim to do was destroy this huge bird. So without much thought, he struck the bird with his sword. And this really bore fruit, because this blow was so strong that it was enough to destroy the divine bird. Although Kim himself didn't feel well after that fight. Kimu's friend was the first to run to the boy's body. After some time, Kim came to, although looking at him it was obvious that his condition left much to be desired. In any case, everyone who was with him at that moment was extremely happy that he had come to his senses, because in a moment they already started to worry about him. First of all, Kim wanted to know what happened to him, as he remembers practically nothing and, according to the two men who were with him, he was attacked by a huge bird, which he managed to defeat, and they, in turn, had already managed to shoot it down. They also immediately added that he had several bruises from the fall, but other than that they didn't see any other more serious injuries, which was a bit surprising to them. They believed this was more than enough to call him a hero, although he considered himself simply an incredibly lucky man. At this time, the system notified Kim that he had completed the task 100%, and now he had nothing to worry about anymore. Now these villagers could live in peace. The system also reminded him that today the performance ranking will be calculated, and no matter what it looks like, it is quite obvious that Kim will take first place in this ranking. In the meantime, he heard the villagers tell him that they were immensely grateful to him for saving them. They promised him that they would never forget it, and that every villager would remember his kindness to them. It was still unusual for Kim to hear the word hero, but he didn't deny that it was a rather pleasant feeling. After some more time, Kim was healed and was about to return to his world, when he was suddenly stopped by a child's voice who wanted to know if Kim was definitely leaving. This was the same little girl who even scared the guy a little and wanted to know why Kim was leaving without telling anyone. She assumed he was leaving to save another village, and Kim had no choice but to confirm this theory, because in fact he was lost because he wanted to leave quietly. In any case, the girl came to him not to cry, but to give him a farewell gift in the form of a little bag, inside which were some fruits she had picked. And she also wanted to say that her name was Mally, and she wanted to thank him again for saving her village. Kim was very pleased to hear this, so he said goodbye to Mally with a smile. Meanwhile, Choi was driving the car to reevaluate his achievements, and it was clear on his face that the guy was a little worried about his success. And this was noticed by the guild boss, who was with him at that moment, so he asked the guy about it. Choi immediately started denying this, and the man was happy that the guy was behaving this way. Because how could Choi Hak-jun, the best among the newcomers, care? Also, if the boss remembers correctly, then the guy has already reached the 15th floor and now he has at least a B rank, and in view of this, the boss wanted the guy to try to become an A rank. And since they started talking about newcomers, the man wanted to say that Kim Soo-yeon's ranking would also be evaluated soon. And upon hearing that, Choi immediately wanted to ask how he knew that. The boss, without much thought, said that it was actually a common intuition, as Kim had recently passed through the 10th floor and now it seemed like it was time for an evaluation. The man also wanted to say one more thing just in case. He believed that it didn't matter if it was the tower or the examination room. If he knew Kim Soo-yeon, then he believed that Choi was literally obligated to bring him to his guild. After all, if this happened suddenly, maybe then he'll be able to let Choi go, which clearly interested the guy. Finally, it was time for the Awakened Certification Committee, which Choi arrived at without delay. In his head at that moment there was a conversation with the boss, who told him that as soon as Choi finished the work, he would prepare everything so he could climb to the top of the abyss. Therefore, the man asked him to do everything he could to finish the exam as quickly as possible. Choi wasn't very happy about this, and the thought crossed his mind that he was an incredible idiot for agreeing to something like that. Immediately after Choi, Kim arrived for the appointment, who also arrived on time. The guy was in a great mood, as it had actually been a while since he confirmed his classification. The Awakened Certification Commission is a government-run commission where awakened people can find out their ranking. Whether they are newcomers or awakened foreigners, they have to deal with everyone. One might think that this is a place frequented by a certain group of people. Many awakened people often visit this place. To enter the dungeon, you need to get an A rank, and you need to enter them, because this is the only way to make money. Although Kim actually came here just to visit the dungeon and not to make money. Those who have confirmed their rank become active awakened people, and if a person has a good physique and unique abilities, then in this case he is recognized as awakened. Therefore, guilds often come here to recruit promising awakened people. One of these people also approached Kim to tell the boy that when everything was ready, they would call his name and tell him everything. But their dialogue was interrupted at a certain point by the scream of one of the workers or guinea pigs that Kim still did not understand. Anyway, the man was shouting loudly that they should look at his results again because he's sure he already has the 3rd level of mana and should get at least a C rank, but for some reason they're talking about that he had D rank, even though the employee tried to tell him that the requirements had changed. But he clearly didn't care about that because he kept saying that it was their problem, that the requirements had changed, because it seemed to him that they had done it on purpose to lower his rating. Kim wasn't surprised by the man's reaction, as the income he receives from the dungeons depends on his rank, but he still believed that he shouldn't behave like this, even if he wasn't satisfied with the rank he received, because there are many scouts here. This magician was going to continue attacking the employees, and that's what happened, but he was stopped in time by Choi, who was tired of watching this. As this magician tried to escape from Choi's clutches, Kim watched this carefully. Then he immediately noticed the artifact that was in the magician's hand. This thing, if he is not mistaken, temporarily increases magical power. And this was noticed not only by Kim but also by Choi, who immediately realized that this was a rather rare item and that it was not available in ordinary stores. He could not even guess where the magician got it from, because it clearly costs a lot of money. The magician wasn't going to tell where he got this thing. On the contrary, he kept cursing Choi, so the guy had to remind him that people here aren't stupid and don't just look at skills. He said this too, at a certain point, invite the magician to pass the test again, only this time without the bracelet. In response, he heard silence, and this was obvious, as Choi understood that in this case he wouldn't even receive a D rank. At this point, the scene ended, and the next thing that awaited this guy was the exit where the guards would take him. Choi, after this situation, thought that he was actually not in a good mood because he was worried, and yet he believed that he should calm down as soon as possible, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a very familiar voice, which made Choi freeze. It was Kim who greeted him and added that she first saw him on the 2nd floor. Kim hoped Choi would remember him, and apparently he did. Then they started talking about how these were their first tests, but it was still clear that Kim wasn't that nervous. Choi decided to say that the A-rank test was usually taken a month after waking up, although Kim assured his new friend that he was a special case. Although Kim wants to mentally avoid situations where everyone looks at him, he cannot allow his mother to suffer any further. Choi, in response to Kim's words, assured him that he had personal circumstances for which he had not yet received an A rating. Kim immediately noticed this rather strange look, which literally radiated anger. Choi interrupted his thoughts, saying that if you think about it, then they don't even know each other's names, but they didn't have time to get to know each other because Choi was called in for an audition. He immediately ran off and told Kim on the way that he would like to meet him again. Kim also heard that this guy is from the Ares Guild, and remembered this guild as it was the one that Choi would destroy in the near future, and now it seems that was the moment he just came into contact with it. Now it's even more interesting to find out why Choi did this. What was the main reason for such an act? After a few minutes of testing, the result of Choi Hakjun of Ares was announced, who reached the 4th level and managed to reach rank B, which surprised many, as the guy was still very young. As soon as Choi returned to his seat, Kim immediately congratulated him on his achievement. But looking at Choi, the guy realized that his new friend was not particularly happy, despite having received such a high rating. Before Choi could answer Kim's questions, Kim Soo-hyun was invited into the testing room. And what was Choi's surprise when he realized that the guy who scored the most points on the table was his new friend. At that moment, he immediately remembered what the boss had told him, that if he met Kim Soo-hyun in the tower or the testing room, he would need to bring him to the guild. Sometime later, Kim walked out of the audition room thinking she had messed up. A moment earlier, one of the employees asked the guy to send his mana to the meter, and as soon as Kim did that, literally the room at that very moment filled with a purple glow. Not only was it enormous energy, but it was also unclear what was wrong with this guy's mana. But the most interesting part came next, which clearly surprised Choi a lot, because according to one of the main staff members in the testing room, Kim only received a C grade, which Choi obviously had little faith in, because he was sure that an energy of this magnitude must be at least A rank or even higher. Han understood that it was unlikely that anyone else in the room would feel this energy. But even in this case, Kim only received a C rating, and the person conducting the test said he would soon receive a recording of the awakening and its results. But for now, he was free. Everyone in the room was sure that Kim simply had the same name as the guy who ranked first, but Choi, seeing that burst of energy, was sure that this was the same Kim Soo-hyun, although on the other hand, he was still plagued by doubts, as the gauge clearly showed that he was C-ranked, so he could easily make a mistake, although it was known that no one could carefully control his rank and the level of power acquired. He understood that even if Kim is a genius, only those who are awakened on a national level can do such things. Kim at that moment walked with the hope that everyone in the hall, including Choi, would believe that he was indeed very weak. Though only for a moment it felt like he was losing control of his mana. But fortunately, he managed to control it. Otherwise, everything could have ended very badly, and it seemed to him that all this was due to the sudden increase in his abilities. Although on the one hand it could be said that this is absolutely normal, since his characteristics increased significantly after passing the 10th floor, and the rewards were quite good. And the skill obtained after defeating the sacred bird is a fairly strong growth skill and is especially effective against demonic monsters, so it is very useful. He also noticed that his characteristics have increased a bit. And besides, what he likes the most is the store. The items in the store are impressive, as he completed the 10th floor on the 10th difficulty level. But he still believed that the main problem was that among all these delicious items, he bought this egg from an unidentified sacred creature, and the problem was that no one knew who might be born from it. He ended up buying it because it was the only item he didn't know how to get, but he was confused because he didn't know what would come of it. However, there was a case where some lucky awakened person took an egg and became a ranker with the help of a divine being's power from this egg. In fact, the guy has had this egg for a long time, but nothing seems to be happening, so he started to accept the fact that it might be an empty egg. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Choi, who asked Kim to give him a few minutes so they could talk. First, Choi wanted to know from Kim how everything went, and Kim, without thinking much, told him that everything went very well and he received a C grade. After that, Choi wanted to ask Kim a question and immediately warned him that it was of a rather personal nature, but he didn't have time to do so because at one point he was interrupted by someone else's crying. This was the same magician who was still angry about the situation that happened between them, and apparently he had been waiting here all this time to get revenge on Choi. This guy was screaming that he worked so hard to get a C rank, and they just destroyed him. These words made Kim think that this guy is probably one of those people. Choi immediately stood in front of Kim and apparently wanted to teach this guy a lesson. Kim was happy that Choi had done just that because he had always been interested in finding out how strong Choi was, and now apparently was a great chance to test him. But suddenly the conversation was interrupted by another person who came up behind this magician and put his hand on his back, which is why he literally immediately started shaking. Was it the boss who came here to find out why Choi was suddenly late? Kim immediately wanted to find out from Choi who this guy was, and the guy immediately said he was the guild boss. But the strangest thing happened next, when the guild boss released his hand from the mage's body, and he literally lost consciousness immediately and started falling. In fact, Kim knew this man very well from a past life, the head of the Ares Guild, Jen Donyan, who had instilled fear in more than one awakened person. But looking at how he treats Choi, you can tell he's not that scary. Suddenly, Kim's thoughts were interrupted when he heard the guild boss tell Choi that he had apparently made a new friend. Choi immediately started making excuses, saying he simply met him at the training center and wanted to invite him to join the guild if his ranking was high enough. The guild head immediately started saying that since Choi was interested in him, then there was definitely something about him, so he decided he would check this guy out himself. As the man introduced himself to Kim, Choi tried to show something and desperately tried to convey something to his new friend. After a few seconds, it became clear that Choi didn't want Kim to reveal his identity. And at first, it seemed like he understood him, but then Kim told him with great pleasure that her name was Kim Soo-hyun. Clearly, this was not expected by Khan, who had written on his face that there was no need to say this. But the boss, on the contrary, was very happy that the guy admitted everything himself, because it actually made his job much easier. Choi immediately started telling his head that this is not the same Kim Soo-hyun because this guy is only C rank and he is sure of it because he evaluated him himself. But the man immediately made it clear that he would not listen to him and asked Choi to shut his mouth, after which he once again reminded him that he was the one who decided everything here. Choi was displeased to hear such phrases, but apparently he really will have to remain silent while Kim shows his awakened card to prove that he really is C rank. Looking at his card, the man actually saw a C rank there, which confused him a bit as he saw the achievements board, where the guy scored an indecently large number of points. After that, he returned the identity to the guy and asked him to forgive him for the trouble. But apparently he was not the one the man was looking for, and this made him very sad. Because if only he had been the one he needed, the man would immediately call him to his guild. Then he simply turned around and said that it wasn't appropriate for the guild boss of his kind to invite an ordinary C rank to him, so all he could say was apologize for bothering him. Although on the other hand, if the guy was still interested, then the man wasn't against him going to the guild for a test. And Kim's response was not long in coming, and the guy responded quite sternly, saying that such a guild would never interest him. After that, he confidently said that even if he was Kim Soo-hyun because of the rumors, even in that case he wouldn't have joined him. He believed that he would join a guild where the boss didn't know the value of people's lives, so he simply wouldn't know what would happen to him in the future. These words caused laughter in his head, so he began to say that since there was already such a person who challenged his guild members, they all deservedly received their punishments. So he asked Kim to stop until he got mine. Kim didn't stop, plus he knew who he was talking about, so he decided to point out that the guy was only D rank, so it definitely didn't look like an accident. But, oddly enough, this made the man laugh even more, after which he said that apparently the two thought differently. Then he decided to remind the guy that there is an unspoken rule that no one can enter the battle between the awakened, even if one of them dies in the process. The boss believed that the more awake he was, the greater his chances of getting away with it. A guild where the boss is so strong, a guild where nothing will happen even if they carry out a massacre. And taking that into consideration, Aries' boss believed that everyone just wanted to join this guild. Kim didn't fall for these provocations and simply told the man that they really thought differently than him. At that point, the boss decided it was time to end the conversation, so he said they had nothing more to talk about and started to leave, calling Choi after him. Choi, before leaving, discreetly asked Kim for forgiveness, although he did not want to respond. Instead, he reached out to him and handed him a small piece of paper, inside which was a message for the guy. Kim also told him with a smile that if Choi suddenly needed help, he could call him at any time. Jun Dong-yang, the head of the Intermediate Aries Guild and an A rank, has awakened. He used to be a common criminal and was known for throwing his fists into battle before waking up, and after waking up he stopped crime and founded his own guild. But services, loans at interest, human and drug trafficking, all these are remnants of his past life. Aries is a dirty guild, or so they say. And indeed, today Kim was once again convinced of this, because today the head of this guild simply destroyed a man without batting an eye. Kim could describe this whole situation in a few words. That a leopard would never change its spots, so the guy was sure that Aries' head was clearly hiding something. And considering the knowledge of his past life, Choi Hak-jun also has something against him. But no matter how much Kim thought about it, nothing came to mind yet. Did he try to find at least some information that would allow him to understand what really happened to Choi Hak-jun and the Aries Guild? And since he can't find the reason for this, he'll have to find out on his own in the near future. Suddenly, Kim realized that it was snowing outside, and at the same moment she remembered the proverb, "When the end comes, the world will be at peace. There will be no snow or rain." The situation was getting worse every day. At that time, Kim didn't know that peace and quiet is also a luxury, but anyway, at the moment there is still some time at this moment, and for now he wanted to relax a little. But apparently it won't be today, because at that moment, the guy suddenly remembered something important. Because of the meeting with Hak-jun and the test, he has another reason to go to the tower. The reason Kim stopped climbing was not because of the position, but because he needed to obtain an awakening certificate from the Awakening Commission in order to participate in attacks. That's why he had to take the test, and he actually wasn't in a hurry, but unfortunately he couldn't wait any longer. After all, he knows very well that the incident will happen very soon, and he needs to arrive early to avoid the tragedy. But he was very worried that he wouldn't succeed even if he did fit in. Although after Kim looked at the Awaken's application, he realized that he wasn't the only C rank there, but there was another problem that according to the database, Kim had no experience in dungeons, so he doubted he could be selected. These thoughts made him have an idea in which he thought of deceiving everyone and making Ares work for him. A man and a woman sitting in a restaurant were considering applications from several awakened people for the raid, and among them were many C-rank people, although most of them already had experience clearing dungeons. The woman selected several candidates, among whom Kim was not, and assured her colleague that these guys should work well together and give them a good result. The man, without thinking much, assured her that in fact all these people were just mediocre loners. These words angered the girl, as she was one of the participants in the attack. This anger made her realize the fact that they really shouldn't care who is in the squad when a man goes with them on a raid. Sitting at the table with her was Lee Juho, a B-rank awakened whom the woman tried to calm down, but he clearly didn't like something on this list. Therefore, at a certain point, he even said that even in this case he wouldn't go, and in his opinion they needed at least one more participant, but then they would receive less money, and apparently that was the girl's main problem. Furthermore, she simply didn't understand what the man was afraid of, as he was already a B-rank awakened. But Lee didn't explain anything to her. He just said that in their case, safety comes first. And besides, the death percentage in the dungeons has increased now. He also added that he stopped climbing the tower because he didn't want to waste his life, and he also didn't understand what the point was if he could die in one of the dungeons, even though the girl assured him multiple times that this was just an orange dungeon and there was clearly nothing to worry about. But on the other hand, she agreed with him, because he is the leader of the group and therefore can do whatever he wants. And if he really wants another member, then she is ready to help him. And as Lee looked through the applications of various awakened people, he didn't notice anyone intelligent, and just at that moment a woman interrupted him and said that a guy had just applied, and his name was Kim Soo-hyun. The easiest way to show the difference in dungeon difficulty is through the colors. The closer the color is to purple, the harder the dungeon becomes. The orange dungeon is the second easiest dungeon in the rankings, and there is an opinion that if there is a B-rank awakened in the group, then such a dungeon will be quite easy to clear. But this orange dungeon is a little different from the others, and only Kim Soo-hyun knew about it, who had already experienced it in her past life. It was with these thoughts that he arrived at this dungeon, where a detachment of people was already waiting for him, including Lee. Kim noticed that he was apparently the last one to arrive here, but Lee assured him that there was nothing wrong with that, and besides, they themselves had just arrived. The man decided to officially introduce himself again. His name was Lee Juho, and he would be the leader of this squad in this attack. One of the cast, upon learning that Kim Soo-hyun would be on the same team as them, literally exploded with happiness, as he thought that Kim was the same guy who was currently #1 on the list of achievements. Lee immediately denied this information, saying that they actually just have the same names, and that Kim Soo-hyun is C-ranked, and this is usually his first time searching the dungeon. To be honest, at first I also thought it was the same guy who was now in first place. Kim was very happy that he still falsified his position. Now he will be happy that everyone believes it. The guy believed that now it was better for him not to show his skill level, because it could cause a lot of new problems for him. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by a woman's voice, which broke into the dialogue with the phrase that she wanted to see Kim Soo-hyun, but apparently her wish would not come true. After that, the girl immediately went to Kim to find out if he was too young for this. Kim didn't waste any time with her, and immediately replied that it seemed to him that he shouldn't hear that from the same C-rank hunter. This caused an immediate reaction, and the girl immediately started yelling at him and saying that they were nothing alike, and she believed that her skills were much better than his. Another girl intervened in this dialogue, suggesting that they calm down as they would soon be moving forward, and she believed that it was not worth wasting energy on such trifles. But apparently the girl just couldn't leave it at that, So before entering, she decided to say that she would be very interested to see what Kim would be like inside this dungeon, and the guy thought that was a typical answer for such a third-rate bitch like her. The girl who assembled this squad thought that this woman was Kim Baroon, Lee Ju-ho's friend and the leader's assistant, yet even with such merits, she still behaved so badly. Meanwhile, another participant approached Kim, who first introduced herself as Kim Yun, and if you believe her words, then in this attack she will be a healer. Yun approached him to tell him that he shouldn't worry about what just happened, because some of them like to brag to other awakened ones, which Kim had no doubts about. But now Kim was interested in something else, that is, he wanted to know who this person was on the sidelines. Yun said that she doesn't really know this guy. All she knows is that Lee and Baroon don't know him either, so Kim just didn't understand what the point was. Why take a stranger with him to the dungeon? The girl said that this guy told them that he would not show his face or name for personal reasons. But the most important thing is that they make sure of his position, so she is more than sure that everything will be fine. Kim believed that this was clearly not as good as everyone thought, and this guy was probably hiding something. In fact, there's a reason he stopped climbing the tower and came to the Orange Dungeon, all because Kim knew that soon everyone here would die. On January 1st, 2024, all the members of the squad were destroyed in a dungeon. A strange incident that occurred in a dungeon with a not very high difficulty level. The reason why it attracted so much attention was that out of 6 people in the squad, 5 people died. And that could only mean one thing, that the real culprit for the deaths was among them. But this time, everything will be different, because due to Kim's participation, there are 7, but this only means that now the culprit of the crime will have one more victim, unless suddenly Kim manages to change fate and find the real criminal. As he thought about all this, he lost all the rules Lee had told him and the others. After convincing them that he understood everything, Lee finally decided to open the dungeon and enter first. And when they started to enter, he immediately decided to convince himself that in fact this was just an orange dungeon and that it was unlikely that anything would happen to them here. He also wanted to assure them that there probably wouldn't be many monsters here, and even if there were, they would probably be in the form of small wolves, which they could easily deal with. But apparently, he was very wrong. After all, as soon as he finished speaking, they were immediately attacked by a huge Cyclops. Even Kim, who had seen a lot in his past life, didn't understand what Cyclops was doing here. They managed to dodge the blow of this big guy and thus remained unharmed. Kim couldn't help but think that since the Cyclopes were in the Orange Dungeon, something was obviously wrong. After all, he knew that they only appear in yellow-level dungeons and above. And given this knowledge, he quickly came to the conclusion that this was probably a level-up dungeon. Just as transformation is a growing skill, there are also dungeons that gradually increase in level. This means that the reason for conquering this dungeon is an unexpected level increase. But on the other hand, he understood that in fact, this reason was clearly not enough for him to take such thoughtless actions. And moreover, it was clear from Lee's face that he was also surprised. Furthermore, even though they are criminals, they still cannot change the dungeon's level, although on the other hand, if they just wanted to kill everyone, then such a situation would be ideal. Kim tried to figure out who this person is, who among the surprised faces actually feels good. Baroon couldn't take it anymore and started yelling that they are all crazy here and she thinks they need to run away from here immediately because this is a yellow-level dungeon. She just didn't understand how they were going to destroy such a monster, so she immediately decided that she was leaving. But Kim immediately tried to stop her by asking her a question in which he wanted to know what would happen to the others if she decided to leave. Before she had time to respond, suddenly Cyclops started attacking them again and some more, and Kim would have had a hard time, but she still managed to dodge the attack at the last moment. The guy understood that he was lucky. And as for his team, they are not busy at the moment and he needs to help them, as they will die quickly. And if it weren't for Lee, who blocked Cyclops' blow at the last moment, several people would probably have died on the spot. Looking at how he took the blow, one can conclude that Lee was definitely not lying, that he was rank B. However, even at this rank, he is still no match for the Cyclopes. After the Cyclops successfully attacked Lee, the others immediately began to panic, because if an awakened B rank couldn't defeat this monster, then they would definitely die here. Lee himself thought so, and had already begun to say goodbye to life until at the last moment Cyclops' blow was blocked by Kim. Other squad members immediately began running towards them to help. Kim, looking at Lee, thought that it seemed like he wasn't hurt, and that was good news. But now he was clearly thinking about the wrong things, because Cyclops wasn't just going to let the guy go and decided to strike back. Kim reacted in time and managed to dodge the blow, using the skills he had acquired. The other members of the group were quite surprised that the guy had managed to dodge Cyclops' attack so easily. Their thoughts were interrupted by Kim, who, looking at them, rudely asked how long they were going to stand. He asked them to compose themselves immediately and understand that even if they wanted to run away, they still could not do so. They didn't quite understand what the problem was and why they couldn't just leave, and at that moment the same stranger entered into dialogue, who told them that the whole problem was that the path was blocked and they had no other way out. Kim added that from the yellow level onwards, entry and exit work differently, and once you enter, you simply cannot exit until you find a way out. Lee agreed with the boys, saying that he himself was surprised that the dungeon level had changed so suddenly. Their stories were interrupted by a sudden earthquake, which frightened the children even more. But unfortunately, it wasn't an earthquake. It was a bunch of monsters that came running when they smelled them, and at that exact moment, Kim realized they would have to fight for their lives. Lee immediately assured them that they could leave Cyclops to him, and they could fight the rest of the monsters themselves. But before he could finish speaking, Kim went into battle. Kim understood that there was no time to hesitate, as they were currently attacked by more than 30 monsters that could destroy them at any moment. But on the other hand, he understood that although the number of monsters was large, fortunately for them, only Cyclops was so dangerous, so Kim decided to deal with him first. Although he wasn't used to trusting others, he used one of his skills, which allowed him to defeat such a large number of monsters with just one blow. After that, he again focused on Cyclops and entrusted the rest of the guys to fight the rest of the monsters. Kim knew that Cyclops' weak point was usually his huge eye, but it wasn't the eye on his head. His true weakness was his hidden eye. That the guy would destroy him first, and to do that, he needed to get as close to him as possible. And he managed to do it quickly, and from what Kim remembered correctly, that same faint eye was located on the Cyclops in his left hand. The reason he holds the club so tightly is because at this point Cyclops is not only attacking but also defending. Therefore, when Kim completed his plan, he immediately heard Cyclops' incredibly loud scream, which sounded throughout the dungeon. At this stage, the guy was confident that he had finally managed to destroy this monster. At this point, the rest of the guys were still fighting the remains of the monsters, and it seemed like they weren't in any danger at the moment. At least that was the case until one moment, when Kim heard the other guys yelling at him to be careful, but it was too late. Because when he came to his senses, the Cyclops had already grabbed him by the paw. Kim didn't quite understand how this was possible, and why this Cyclops didn't die, because he was sure that he had dealt him a strong enough blow, thanks to which it was possible to destroy him. At that moment, it occurred to him that this was apparently not the hand in which he held the gun. And as soon as he realized this, Cyclops immediately clenched his fists, and it looked like he literally crushed Kim. The boys stopped immediately as they understood perfectly what was happening and what had just happened. Each of them did not want to believe it. But apparently it was so. Kim was no longer with them. These were the thoughts that visited each of them. At some point, they had already started saying that it was absolutely useless to fight anymore, and that the best thing they could do was run away. But they changed their minds as soon as they saw that Kim had escaped from Cyclops' hands, which with all his appearance showed that he was clearly not rank C, and his abilities allowed him to do such things. The guy himself was glad that he managed to get out, because such an unexpected capture could really end badly. What saved him was that he borrowed this guy's skills in advance using the transformation skill, and the monster's skill was regeneration, which was quite useful to him. Now, considering the situation that had developed, Kim was happy that he had increased his skill level. Until now, he could only superficially copy his target's abilities, but now he can copy their full power. Kim was happy that she had gotten a little stronger than she expected, so she decided she should see how far she could go with this. Lee ran up to the guy to talk to him, but didn't have time because Kim again literally took off and went into battle. He was not afraid at all and went straight towards the monsters, who could clearly destroy him. But unfortunately for them, they will only be destroyed today because in just a few seconds, Kim was able to deliver thousands of blows at once and thus destroyed dozens of monsters. He clearly shouldn't stop there because Cyclops continued to attack him without slowing down. Kim dodged all the blows quite easily and did it so quickly that Cyclops didn't even have time to track his enemy. Lee, looking at all this, couldn't help but think that his speed was incredible and his technique was also simply wonderful. Watching Kim's movements, the man began to think that the guy clearly had a much higher position than he was trying to show to everyone else. But on the other hand, he remembered that at the moment this is not so important, because first they must face all the monsters and only then think about other things. He decided that at this point he had to literally fulfill his duties. So he asked his assistant to cover the boys while he took the front position. After such words, they clearly started working together, and this was noticed by Kim, who couldn't help but be pleased. But for now, he shouldn't be distracted by these moments because Cyclops still continues to attack him, and that's definitely not good. At one point, Kim decided it was time to finish off this monster once and for all, so he gathered his strength and started delivering one blow after another, which is why, after a few minutes, there was absolutely nothing left of Cyclops. The guys also finished fighting the monsters and were finally able to rest a bit. Most of them thought they would simply die during the battle, but they still managed to win, although now they simply didn't know what to do next. After all, even having defeated these monsters, they still don't know where the exit is, and the realization that there will be even more monsters of this kind ahead haunts them. Some of them started suggesting to immediately request support from superiors and, according to Lee, this is also the first time in such a situation, but it still seems to him that there are no recommendations for such situations. So, to begin with, he decided to offer them some rest, since they were safe for the moment, to which the boys quickly agreed. After that, Lee approached Kim to ask how he was feeling and if he was hurt, to which the guy immediately replied that everything was fine and there was no need to worry. Suddenly, he realized that he was a C-rank awakened and clearly shouldn't be that strong at that rank. Even though it was an emergency, he was clearly overreacting, so he decided to say that he felt like his whole body was shaking. Hearing this, Lee immediately asked Yunshi to fix the guy, and while she was doing that, he decided to discuss with Barun what they should do next. Yunshi first asked the man what specifically hurt him, and only then applied magic to a specific spot to alleviate some of the pain. Also, at one point, she decided to add that Kim actually fought very well. She couldn't even think that he would be able to destroy the Cyclopes alone, because even B-rank awakened find it difficult to deal with them. In response to this, Kim said that he was lucky. Yunshi smiled at first, and then Kim noticed the fear on her face and realized that she was very worried. And the guy perfectly understood that she was probably worried about the difficulty of the dungeon. The girl confirmed her guesses and added that she was worried about these people. According to her, Min-seok is afraid of dying and can't fight normally, while his girlfriend keeps complaining about everything. But what scares her the most is this man about whom they literally know nothing. She also added a few words about the two leaders of the group, about whom unpleasant rumors are circulating on the Abyss network. There are rumors that they are not distributing dungeon rewards properly and are making low-level excuses for their squad. Therefore, Yunsi was worried that even if they somehow ended the attack, they still wouldn't be able to receive the corresponding rewards. Listening to the girl, Kim began to understand what was really going on there, and it made him smile. With the same smile, he asked the girl not to worry about it because, according to him, he has everything under control. And as soon as he told her about it, Lee immediately approached him, who wanted to talk to Kim a little and asked him to step away with him for a while. Kim immediately agreed to this proposal, which made Yunshi a little cautious. But suddenly he said that he actually wanted to ask something himself, which Lee clearly didn't expect. After some time, they continued on their way again, and Yunshi realized that fortunately she no longer sees any other monsters here, to which Kim replied that they had already dealt with all the monsters, so there was nothing to worry about. According to him, they will certainly be safe until the next zone. Barun approached Lee to quietly ask the man how his conversation with Kim went. Or rather, she wanted to know how their plan went. The man, without thinking much, told her that the plan had been canceled and that they would not do anything like that. And according to him, the main reason for this decision was that something much bigger awaited them ahead. Kim walked all this time with a smile, because only he understood that very soon the true color of this dungeon would be known. Very smoothly they moved on to the next stage where all the fun begins. At some point they reached the center of the dungeon, and from that moment on, things seemed to get more interesting. The girl noticed strange doors inside this room and thought she had finally found a way out. So without much concern, she went in that direction to finally get out, although Lee tried with all his might to stop her. But she didn't listen to him and continued walking until a system board appeared in front of them, on which it was written that the dungeon system was on. After that, the system itself greeted those who had come all this way and also informed them that the dungeon test would begin soon. Kim knew very well that from the yellow level onwards, the attack does not end after the monsters are destroyed. Just like the tower trials, the raid could only be completed when certain requirements were met, and at that time, the system asked them to choose an awakening method, the first of which was to destroy the monsters within 30 minutes. The second way was to open the door in front of them, and then run away from the monsters for 30 minutes. They had to choose within 30 minutes, and if they didn't open the doors themselves, then the path would be chosen randomly. Barun and Lee simply couldn't believe what they just heard. Yunsi decided that they wouldn't leave until they had finished with one of the options. Yunmi immediately started shouting to everyone that they definitely needed to choose the second option, because in her opinion the difficulty was too high and they wouldn't be able to fight them. The guy in the yellow jacket suddenly suggested that maybe they still needed to fight, because then the reward would be much greater, and besides, before that, they seemed to be doing a great job. His girlfriend immediately started yelling at him and telling him that he literally has no right to say such things because he is useless, and if it weren't for Barun, they would have obviously fought with each other. After that, she turned to Lee to know what they should do next, but he couldn't give an answer so easily. He needed to think a little. And after some time, he added that the reason they were able to defeat Cyclops and get here was Kim Soo-hyun. So taking that into consideration, Lee decided that they first needed to ask the guy himself for an opinion. Yunmi clearly didn't like this idea, because then some C rank would be the leader of the attack, which clearly didn't suit her, and she simply didn't want to take into account the fact that he was the one who fought for everyone. Kim didn't think for long and immediately stated that he thought it would be better if they fought. This obviously caused Yunmi to scream and rage, and she began to tell him that he believed in himself too much after destroying Cyclops, and now his greed is just showing. He didn't answer and simply added that he would like to receive better rewards. Besides, they simply have no other option, either run away or keep fighting. And at first glance, of course, it seems that it is much easier to run. But on the other hand, he asked them to think about it from the other side. It is possible that they will be chased by the very monsters that they cannot defeat. And the most unpleasant thing is that they don't know what's behind that door, and it might be more profitable to take positions and fight here. Lee, hearing all this, added that if you think about it that way, this is probably actually the best option. And on this he made a decision, and if no one objects, then they will agree to it. The next step was to get into formation, which they thought would help them protect each other. The system realized that they had chosen the first option and announced to them that in 30 seconds the battle would begin, and finally the system itself wished them good luck. And after the promised 30 seconds, various types of monsters began to emerge from the gates that the boys would have to fight. But none of them expected these monsters to be so fast and strong. Lee was the first to suffer, and if Kim hadn't helped, he would have been caught off guard again. Kim began actively destroying the monsters one by one, sparing no one. Every time he blew another monster's head off, he thought about how much time had passed. And though his friends fought well, still only a minute passed. But the most interesting thing awaited them ahead, and fortunately, only Kim knew about it. He was very interested to know what they would do next. Would they show their real faces, or would they wait and see how it all went? And at some point during the battle, everyone froze, looking at the door, inside which something terrible was visible. This same stranger tried to pass through these doors and was met with thorns sticking straight out of the ground. This shocked the boys and added even more panic to each of them. Lee asked them to concentrate and not pay attention to all this for now, as they could still die. He was right. The wave of monsters had not ended yet, but suddenly their battle was interrupted by another strange phenomenon, namely that the monsters at some point began to literally disappear, after which the system notified them that the first route was forcibly closed, and also, according to the system, they would restart the second route in 10 minutes, during which time the system advised them to pass through the gate and reach the exit safely. They didn't understand what was happening here and why the entrance suddenly opened. They only had 5 minutes before the end of the test. Yun-shi at that moment was sitting and just crying, after which, through her tears, she was still able to tell that this stranger simply opened the door and ran out. Barun and Lee looked at each other with the understanding that they would hardly be able to defeat all these monsters, because it was clear that they were probably stronger than the ones they were currently fighting. And since they've already been in combat, they don't have enough health and mana to deal with them. But Barun also wanted them to take into account the fact that if they run, there will be traps. Although Kim at one point interrupted the dialogue and said that there was actually no need to worry about it and that they could move on calmly. Yunmi immediately started yelling at him that apparently he was blind and couldn't see all those bodies, and she was very interested to know where he was going now. Kim had to explain that what the system said about the second route means that the summoned monsters will chase them, and does not say that you need to avoid traps. But he doesn't say they won't be able to see the traps. All he can say for sure is that the system doesn't lie, and maybe they are only activated for those who refuse the chosen route. After that, Kim realized that everyone here had already climbed the tower and explored the dungeons, so he asked them to just think and not panic. Kim believed that everyone would die in 3 minutes anyway, and so it seemed to him that it would be best to try to do at least something before then. These words made Lee come to his senses and tell the others that they must do everything to get out of here alive. He didn't argue with anyone in the group. He just said that if anyone had objections, they could stay here, and he in turn believed it would be better to leave. Yunmi nodded at these words, not understanding what was happening at all, but knowing for sure that it would be better if they were together. After that, they immediately started to leave this hall, when suddenly Yun-shi noticed that Kim was still standing in place and decided to check with him, or would he go with them. In response to her question, the guy said he would stay here and try to buy them some time. They didn't understand the guy's decision. Everyone except Yun-mi, who simply thought the guy was crazy if he wanted to fight those monsters alone. Kim confirmed this theory and also added that he actually wouldn't be here alone and should take someone with him. And he first turned to Yun-shi, who told her to go with him, but she didn't want to stay here and immediately told him about it. But before he had time to finish, he suddenly realized that Lee was closing the doors. Barut didn't understand what was going on here and why he suddenly started closing the doors in response. He just said that he would tell her everything a little later. Yun-shi tried to shout at him and say that she also wanted to get out of here, but apparently no one heard her at that moment. Finally, Kim simply asked Lee if he hadn't forgotten the agreement, and before completely closing the doors, the man made it clear that he remembered everything. Yun-shi did not give up hope that they would take her with them, but the doors simply closed before her eyes, and with them she lost all hope of salvation. She immediately fell to the ground and started asking Kim why he was doing this to her, because they would both die if they stayed here, and she wanted to live so badly. In response to his lamentations, Kim simply told him to shut his mouth and said the same words after taking the dagger from his hands. After that, he brandished his sword and told her that she was very stupid if she thought he wouldn't guess who she really was. He cut off her clothes and said he immediately realized she was from the Scavenger Guild, and her signet on her shoulder once again proves it. This guild is just a terrible bunch of criminals. The Scavengers are a hotbed of all kinds of crimes, a crazy group of exterminators, and in the future they will spread even more evil throughout the world. The name Scavengers isn't particularly well known in society right now, but in a few years, they'll become a group that threatens humanity to the point of doomsday. They'll also be responsible for the terrorist attack. If Kim wants to save the world, He must get rid of them as quickly as possible and get started. I decided on this girl. After all, according to him, she was going to destroy the entire group to get an achievement corresponding to her guild, but she miscalculated a little because Yun-mi was less sociable and she was very worried about her life, so she was constantly thinking about how to escape the battlefield. Min Seok wanted to clear the dungeon to get a bigger reward, but his skills were clearly not enough to destroy the entire squad, and this mysterious man, by hiding his identity, seemed the most suspicious. It was for this reason that the girl chose him as her first victim, and Kim also did not forget to mention how the girl deliberately told him the story of Lee and Baron, which is why they began to suspect them after this incident. However, all of this made it clear to Kim that it was Yun-shi who was to blame for all the deaths. In response to this whole story, the girl started laughing and saying that she realized this when he destroyed Cyclops, but now she is sure that he is the same Kim Soo-yeon from the ranking. But in this case, she simply didn't understand the point of what he was doing because he would die in a matter of seconds, and she, in turn, when he died, would open the door and run away. And she was so sure of this because she has the ability of invisibility, and the fact that she is a healer is actually a lie. All her abilities are designed for destruction. According to her, she used her ability to hide from him and open the gate. As soon as they finished speaking, the system notified them that the second test route had opened, and as soon as that happened, all Yun-shi could do was wish the guy good luck. But Kim answered her, or will her ability be able to hide the smell of blood that will come from her body? She couldn't believe what happened, and when the guy managed to cast that spell on her. After that, Kim only heard the girl's screams as monsters tore her into small pieces. But no matter how happy he was, Kim still had to deal with the large number of monsters that had just come out of the gate. The guy didn't run away. As was the case in the task, he simply went into battle and quite successfully destroyed the monsters one by one. He immediately told them that they could not count on getting out of here alive. Kim didn't stop for a second and continued to destroy all the monsters, even the ones in the air. As expected, there were still a large number of monsters in front of Kim that he still needed to destroy with no end in sight. But maybe this is a good thing, because this is exactly the right time for that very technology. The guy slowly put his hand in front of him and said just one sentence, that he was going to end everything in one go. Meanwhile, the other members of the group continued to flee and said that they needed to get out of this tunnel as quickly as possible. Otherwise, the monsters would definitely catch up to them. During the escape, Barut listened attentively as Lee told her that Yun-shi had destroyed that guy with a trap, and she couldn't believe it. According to Lee, this was information he received in advance when he spoke with Kim. Before the man knew this, he asked the guy, or is he really rank C? After all, he and Barut decided that the guy was clearly much stronger, since he managed to destroy Cyclops single-handedly. Therefore, the two decided that he was Kim Soo-hyun because of the rumors, and if that was true, then Lee immediately asked Kim to become the leader of this attack. After all, first and foremost, he wanted the other guys to survive and get out of this dungeon alive. And because of such a dangerous situation, he thinks Kim is better suited for this role than he is. At this point, Kim had no choice but to tell Lee the truth. Therefore, he revealed that he is actually the same Kim Soo-hyun who was rumored. According to the man, he guessed this from the beginning, and now he just wanted to know if the guy was deliberately hiding it, and according to Kim, he had personal reasons for doing this and does not want to talk about them. But Kim decided that Lee seemed like someone he could trust, so he decided not to lie to him. After that, Kim said he was refusing his request and believed Lee should be the leader of the detachment. According to Kim, he became convinced of this after trying to style himself as a leader. But then he saw that when everyone was in danger, he could control them, and was also ready to sacrifice himself for the good of others. Thus, he believes that Lee is a true leader, much better suited for this role than Kim. After that, Kim asked the man to simply listen to her request. The guy decided to talk briefly about everything, and started by saying that a criminal case would be opened against their group. Lee clearly didn't understand what they were talking about, but Kim simply didn't interrupt him, after which he added that he would explain everything now, but before that, he asked Lee to promise that he would take everyone out except him, because he wants to stay behind because I came here to catch a criminal. And now, when Lee fled with everyone, he thought that Kim was actually the strongest newcomer who had disappeared into the abyss. But still, even in this case, the man was not sure that thanks to his strength, he would be able to get out of such impasse situations. On the other hand, even if he can do this, what about the countless monsters that came out of the dungeon? But at some point, he decided that it was time to stop thinking about it. Although he was worried, he couldn't do anything. In any case, he will simply get in his way. But at some point, he just stopped and decided he couldn't do it. No matter how much he thinks about it, he just can't stop himself and walk away. Therefore, he immediately started back thinking that he could not fulfill his promise and bring all the people out. But imagine his surprise when he returned to that room and saw what had happened there. He captured the moment when Kim, using the Mad Flame skill, was able to destroy all the monsters that came out of the dungeon. The real problem was that there were still monsters left and the battle was not over. As Lee returned, Kim had to speed up and destroy all the monsters much faster so they couldn't reach Lee. After that, the guy turned to the man to ask a question in which he wanted to know why he came back, because he immediately told them to get out of here. The man lowered his head in front of him and said he was sorry, but he just couldn't leave Kim alone with so many monsters. According to the man, he ran here like crazy to help with the monsters, but apparently he did so in vain, because when he got here, he found only the bodies of the monsters that Kim had destroyed. But as it turns out, that wasn't entirely true. And according to Kim, Lee can still help him, because a yellow portal opened in front of them, which could only mean one thing, that everything was just beginning. And Kim was absolutely right, because at one point some strange creature began to emerge from this portal who didn't look like someone who would show them the way home. Lee was shocked to see such a creature, which could not be said of Kim, because he understood that this was the final boss. Lee immediately wanted to know what the hell this was, but Kim didn't understand why he was asking this again, because he had already said that this was the final boss of this dungeon. The man was shocked because he didn't even know that there were bosses that looked like skeletons, but he was immediately interrupted by the same boss who asked the man not to call him a skeleton because he found it very rude. But this shocked the man even more, because he did not expect this skeleton to be able to speak. The boss added that he would prefer to be treated properly, rather than called by such a derogatory word as skeleton. Kim then asked him to imagine what they should call him, and he finally waited for that question to proudly say that his name was the Dark Priest Lich. But he was immediately interrupted by a guy who asked him not to try to look cool, as it was clear he was only half lich, which surprised the boss. The guy explained that this thing was definitely not a lich, and in fact almost became a lich, as a real lich is completely different in terms of mana and concentration. The boss thought everything the guy said was nonsense, and it was funny to him that the guy thought such a petty joke would work. But Kim didn't stop and continued to call this monster different words like underdeveloped, mistake, carbon copy. It was clear that all these words really made the monster very angry, and he literally cowered in rage. After that, his patience ran out and he started screaming that he was going to rip off all his limbs and feed them to the monsters. A few seconds later, monsters began to crawl out of the ground, which in all their appearance looked like ordinary monsters. But Lee and Kim understood that they were zombies, which were much stronger. The guy at that moment was thinking that this is still a lich, albeit half. But even in that case, he has the ability for necromancy, which makes his life quite difficult. Now Kim understood why the dungeon was painted yellow. Lee interrupted his thoughts with a question about why the guy teases him, because it definitely won't lead to anything good, but according to Kim, he does it on purpose. The guy tried to convey to the man that this was the only way to provoke him into attacking them. After that, he combined the power of his sword and divine fire to have a weapon that could destroy any monster. And as soon as the guy did that, he turned directly to Lee to say that, at the moment, he was not strong enough to fight these monsters, and it would be difficult for him to fight and protect him at the same time. Lee himself understood this very well, so he didn't argue with Kim. The guy stepped out of the magic circle he had just created and said that the monsters would not be able to cross this circle, so he simply asked the man to divert the monster's attention to himself without going beyond it. Meanwhile, Kim will make every effort to destroy the lich that has appeared in front of them. But apparently it won't be that easy, because as soon as Kim struck his first blow, the lich managed to dodge very easily, which the guy definitely didn't expect. It seemed to him that his speed was much greater than that of this lich. Although the Lich himself certainly didn't think so, he finally managed to mock the guy in response, telling him that he was a rather fast person, although even in this case, he couldn't catch up to him. Considering how quickly the Lich had managed to change position, Kim realized that he must have used teleportation, as Liches normally lack physical combat skills, use undead to avoid attacks, and do all of this just to hide their fatal weakness. Kim knew very well that their weak point was the life crystal on their forehead, the mana crystal, which serves as their source of vitality. And Liches must keep their distance from the enemy to protect this crystal. Their teleportation ability was also developed due to this feature. And either way, this also means that just picking it up is enough to destroy it. Which is what Kim wanted to do, but to his regret, his blow missed its target again, and the Lich was once again able to dodge the blow. But this time not everything was so useless, as Kim noticed an interesting fact. The Lich uses the cloak to create a blind spot in which the guy is constantly caught. In any case, he should have first repelled this monster's attacks to use this information in the future. And as he repelled the Lich's blow, he created a divine flame and directed it at the Lich. But even after such a huge explosion, when Kim thought he would be able to destroy this Lich, he heard the monster's laughter, and then saw it. The Lich laughed and said that the guy was able to surprise him. According to him, the divine flame was a very good ability and he could destroy it, but he also believed that it was useless because Kim didn't hit. Until recently, the guy thought he could still hit. But now he understands that it seems difficult to hit a moving enemy and he needs to urgently change tactics. Otherwise, he will definitely lose the battle. At this point, Leech continued to say that it was actually quite funny for him to see Kim hanging and at the same time try to talk about how he could win. But on the other hand, he still thought it was good that the guy was at least thinking. But first, the Lich advised him to look at his sword. According to the Lich, his magic can destroy absolutely anything it touches and is slowly corroding his sword, so Kim only has about 5 minutes before he loses his weapon. In that case, Kim immediately told him that this would definitely not happen, since in 5 minutes they would finish the battle, and with such words, he flew to attack the Lich. Lee, however, looked at all those monsters and thought that he didn't come to this dungeon to be protected by anyone. But on the other hand, he understood perfectly well that if he tried to do something, it would interfere with Kim Soo-hyun, and then they would get into even more trouble. He understood that if he simply left this circle, he would probably die instantly. But even these thoughts didn't stop him from picking up his sword and leaving this circle to start the battle. He believed that standing still wasn't his style. Kim immediately realized that Lee had gone beyond the divine flame, and to be honest, the guy didn't like it. Although then he noticed that the man had significantly changed his fighting style, as now he doesn't just use his sword, he uses the divine flame to destroy monsters and thus always remains safe. Additionally, Kim noticed that her mana level had increased since entering the dungeon. Kim couldn't believe the man had gotten stronger in such a short time. But even if this is so, then in any case, this is only for Kim's benefit. Now he can slightly change his plan and strategy for the battle. And after thinking for a bit, Kim flew past the Lich, ignoring him, and went into battle against the monsters. The Lich clearly didn't expect such a turn of events that the guy would suddenly decide to flee the field of pain. But apparently he didn't quite understand what Kim was doing and how he would act. Kim destroyed several dozen monsters, and when he was already next to Lee, he replied to the Lich that he was not running away, because in fact, they had just started the battle. To begin with, Lee wanted to know why Kim approached him, because now he had to fight the Lich. Kim, quite unexpectedly for the man, said that first of all he wanted to apologize to him for saying that Lee was weak, because in the end, that was not the case. After that, he suggested that we first deal with all the monsters, and only then could the two of them take down this skeleton. The Lich, upon hearing this, apparently began to laugh and shout that Kim was so self-confident when he thought the two of them could handle him. Instead of answering the monster, Kim approached the man and began whispering something in his ear. Lee was far from sure that Kim's plan could work, but he trusted him, and if the guy said it was possible, he would have no problem trying to do it. The Lich, however, gathered his forces and was going to show these two idiots what he was truly capable of. But the guys seemed to have been expecting this, so they immediately engaged in battle with the monsters, which they managed to destroy one by one. After that, Lee came out of the shadows, who unexpectedly attacked the Lich, which surprised him, as he did not think that this time he would fight an enemy weaker than the previous one. But apparently, he himself didn't take into account the fact that they could attack at the same time, and while Lee flew at the Lich with a physical blow, Kim created divine fire and sent it straight at the monster. Lich appreciated the boys' efforts, saying that a double attack was a very good plan, but still believed that they would fail. At least it seemed that way until Lee launched his attack, which he called the Storm Dance. Thus they combined two attacks, Divine Fire and Storm Dance, which flew simultaneously towards the Lich. The monster clearly didn't expect this, and it was evident in his facial expression. So they still managed to reach him and delivered a pretty strong blow. But even so, they would not stop and decided to continue attacking this monster. This time, the Lich decided that he would not fall for this trick anymore, and no matter how hard they tried, now he will destroy them and thus put an end to this battle. Lich thought until the end that this would be the end for them and he could finish them off, but apparently he didn't take into account a very important point. And when he realized he was mistaken, it was already too late, because Kim finally managed to land the blow on the Lich's head. But as I discovered later, this was not enough to defeat the Lich, at least that's what the monster itself thought. He reminded Kim that he forgot his sword was cursed, and that's why it broke instead of delivering a really good blow. And now he just wanted to know how Kim would fight without a weapon, but the guy replied with a smile that no one said he only had a sword. Meanwhile, Lee appeared behind the Lich, who was also ready to attack the Lich and destroy him once and for all. What he did, in his own words, was cut the monster in two halves. But most importantly, he destroyed the stone in the center of his head, the weakest point Kim spoke of. After such a blow, Kim began to say that when they started fighting, the Lich thought that the guy was using Lee as a distraction. Maybe he also thought he had a chance to win, as his sword was broken. However, when they discussed the plan with Lee, they decided that Lee would be the one to destroy the Lich, as they believed he would be able to catch him in his mistake. But even in this case, the Lich would not give up and continued to say that this is not the end, and when the sun darkens, their king will be reborn again, and then he will punish them. Lee and Kim couldn't believe that it was all really over, and that they were still able to defeat the final boss. Even though everything was truly over, Kim still cared about the words the Lich said before he disappeared. They barely made it out of there, but they still couldn't just get out to the people. While Barun was giving an interview, she literally couldn't stop crying, as she was literally sure that her colleague and friend had died in that dungeon. Lee was a little embarrassed to see such a situation, and also felt that she was the one who called the rescue team, and this could be bad for them. And he thought so because he thought his new friend clearly didn't want anyone to know who he really was. Although it seemed to Kim himself that sooner or later this would happen anyway, he agreed with Lee, because now he definitely didn't want to face it. So Lee decided to go there himself, which was a little strange to hear from him. The man believed that he handled these situations very well, as he had dealt with these situations that arose with Barun many times before. But before he does that, he would like to tell Kim about one condition for him to do so. He took a small pouch out of his jacket pocket and said that his share of the reward the guy gave him before, now Lee would like to give it to him. This was truly unexpected, because Kim understood perfectly well that such a number of stones would cost him hundreds of millions of won. In any case, the man assured him that, be that as it may, he still did not want to accept it, because it seemed to him that he did not deserve it at all. Kim did not understand why the man suddenly decided so, to which he replied that they were only able to destroy the Lich thanks to his help. Although the guy himself also believed that the man's help was no less important in destroying the Lich. And if you look at it from the other side, it was the man who destroyed him. But Lee was sure that if Kim really wanted this, he could easily deal with the Lich alone, but he only allowed him to fight because he wanted to help the man in his development. Kim listened to all this with a smile because she understood that, in fact, everything was like that. Lee once again asked Kim to pick him up, and he also wanted to ask him to leave while he dealt with this issue. Lee suggested the guy call a taxi to the nearest road where he was going. Furthermore, He couldn't help but tell Kim that he knew a taxi driver who could come pick him up. Sometime later, Kim was already riding in a taxi, thinking that he would never have thought that the taxi driver would drive all the way to the mountains just to pick him up. This could only mean one thing. Lee was in a wide enough circle of acquaintances. Anyway, although they managed to capture the criminal, they couldn't save everyone, which left Kim a little sad. The only reason they managed to save at least someone was because Lee helped. Kim knew full well it would be incredibly difficult for him to handle this alone. This means he is not strong enough yet and needs to do everything he can to become much stronger. In the past, Kim thought he was strong, since he alone survived when everyone else fell. But apparently, even then, that won't be enough. Kim decided that she must become strong enough to change the future, and subsequently, she will call trustworthy people to her side. But of course, first of all, he must take care of himself, and to do so, he decided to first rest a little, as his fatigue level was approaching 100%. It seemed to the guy that after resting a little, he should start with something more. His assistant suddenly walked into the department head's office, who became a little excited when he brought him some news. The man didn't understand why his assistant was so concerned about a guy who only had a C rank. But in the end, the fact is that this guy, as he said, brought with him more than 500 grams of ethereal stone, and it was clear from the leader's face that he realized what was wrong with his assistant. After that, he himself went out into the corridor and began to ask forgiveness from the dear guest, for whom they were waiting. The man first approached the boy to say he was happy to get to know him better. He introduced himself as Kenjin, and he is the head of the ethereal stone auction house. Kim didn't wait long and immediately decided to show what she had brought with her, taking out a small bag. Inside were many ethereal stones, which the leader immediately began to examine, and after some time he concluded that they were definitely real, and besides, he knew that stones of that quality could only be found in yellow dungeons. Therefore, the man wanted to know if the guy had definitely acquired them legally, which left Kim in a slight stupor, as he honestly did not understand why he was asking such a question. Kenjin immediately replied that it's not that he suspects anything, it's that from what he's correctly informed, the guy is only rank C, and it seems strange to him that he has ethereal stones that can be found in the yellow dungeons or even higher. Kim, upon hearing all this, realized that the manager was trying to reduce the price by raising suspicions about the quality. The guy, in response to this, decided to say that he simply considered himself lucky, as he still got something else as a reward in the dungeon. After that, he carefully took out a stone from his pocket and placed it on the pillow, and as soon as Kenjin saw this stone, he was immediately speechless. And this was not surprising because Kim had just placed a high-level ethereal stone on the pillow, which had the properties of a life crystal. Lich life crystal. Few people know this, but this crystal is also an ethereal stone. It must be destroyed to destroy the Lich once and for all, but the chance of it dropping as a dungeon reward is very low. Even Kim didn't expect such luck, but it still fell to him, and now, when he saw the doubts on the men's faces, he decided it was time to just leave, which is why Kyungjin immediately turned around and started asking the guy to stay and discuss this business again. The man didn't even have time to realize how this precious stone suddenly disappeared from his hands. But when they saw Kim at the exit, as he threw this stone, everything became very clear to them. The man, in turn, said that he would hear the price they could pay for this stone and that he was willing to accept it only once. They both realized how much they had messed up when they began to doubt the authenticity of these stones. After a while, Kim came out of the office and was very happy because the guys transferred 6 million won to his account, and that's actually a very good price for it. However, he also understood that soon all of this would come to nothing when a catastrophe struck. But now he had to take advantage of it, and he didn't think he would have money problems in the near future. Among other things, he is happy that he does not need financial help from his mother. But his thoughts were interrupted as soon as he entered the house and noticed that his mother had some kind of scratch on her face. The guy immediately lost ground and was silent for a few seconds, thinking about what he could do about it. At first, the woman didn't realize there was anything wrong with the boy, and all she could say was that he obviously needed to let her know in advance that he was coming because dinner wasn't ready yet. But Kim didn't respond to her words. He just wanted to know what kind of scar was on her face. She thought for a bit and immediately told him that there was really nothing to worry about because he probably remembered which restaurant she worked at, and such situations happen often. According to her, she only made a little money by separating the guests, but this caused incredible anger in the boy, and Kim immediately started asking her not to go there anymore as she could get hurt there. She approached him and said that he would soon be going to college and she would have to pay for his studies, and it wasn't cheap, so she asked him to understand. According to her, she is unable to provide him with good accommodation, but she really wants to help in any way she can. She has always been proud of her son and still wants to do everything she can to give him a bright future. At that moment, Kim remembered his mother from a past life, who constantly told him that he would never be able to become a normal awakened if he studied so poorly. She constantly told him that he should become so awake that the whole family would be proud of him. In other words, the woman literally made him a hero who was simply obliged to save the world from the threat. His thoughts were interrupted when he heard his mother scream in this life. After getting over the slight shock, he decided to talk to his mother and tell her a few things. She listened to him attentively all this time, and in the end, she just couldn't believe that he was actually awake. This was unusual for a woman, because the awakened had just started appearing at that time. But Kim still tried to convince her that he was respected in society and that he could earn the same as them, so he planned to work as an awakened one and didn't go anywhere. Which college? He also immediately wanted to apologize for not telling her about it sooner, but in fact, he always wanted to tell her about it. He just hadn't had the chance. The woman didn't scold him. Did she just want to know about him, or did he really want this? Did she ask him to think very carefully and tell her? Or does he really want this? Not for money and respect, but for his own desire. At that moment, images of his past life flew before Kim, where he could save the world, and therefore, when he made a second attempt, he was absolutely sure that he wanted it. And as soon as the woman heard this, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief and told him that everything was fine and that he could be whatever his soul desired. It was strange to Kim that she wasn't angry with him because it seemed to her that she wouldn't like the fact that he didn't want to go to college and was hiding the truth from her. And besides, it was a very dangerous job. She didn't hide the fact that she would be worried about him, but she also knew that he had been hiding this from her for a whole year, and she understood that she wouldn't be able to convince him with a simple cry. Besides, she doesn't want to change his life by force. She just wants him to make his own decisions and be happy, but she only asked him one thing. She wanted him to tell her everything that bothers him. Kim was incredibly happy that she had reacted that way, for which he was extremely grateful to her. After that, he decided to tell her that he had already managed to wake up, and it seemed to him that this would be enough for her to immediately quit her job. She thought the guy was joking, but he immediately showed her his account balance, so she got a little shock. The woman literally started screaming because there was 6 million won in the account, and she just couldn't understand how they could get rich so quickly. She immediately threw the phone back to him and said she urgently needed to prepare something for dinner because this doesn't happen every day. Kim was very happy that she had finally managed to please her mother and gave her hope that everything would be okay. He had dreamed of this for so long, of this welcoming atmosphere that never existed. At times, it was so pleasant that he thought about giving up everything and living such a peaceful life. But on the other hand, he hasn't forgotten that it's not the real Kim Soo-hyun who should live here, and this warmth should be meant for him. Although in reality, the guy didn't care at that moment because he had a second chance to protect the world. Therefore, Kim wanted that when the owner of this body returned, he could continue to protect everyone, so that he would not have to lose such a loving mother. The guy wanted to turn him into a hero, but for that it was obvious that he needed to become much stronger, as he was still weak, as even the lich caused so many problems. And to become stronger, the guy understood that he probably needed to climb the tower, but first he wanted to acquire a normal weapon, and not the junk he received from the authorities, but a legal weapon. Blacksmith Kim Da-ho always did his job efficiently, and that's why his weapons were always popular. One day he was distracted from work. Someone knocked on the door and asked if anyone was there. Kim Da-ho paid no attention and continued working, and his uninvited guest kept knocking on the door and asking if there was anyone in the forge. So at a certain point, the man couldn't take it anymore, and with incredible rage, he opened the doors to find out who appeared to him. It was Kim who first said that he was very pleased to meet the blacksmith. The man calmed down a bit and immediately wanted to ask the guy who he was and what he needed here. Holy Sword Balmung. Its name means the holy sword that destroys dragons and was borrowed from the sword that Siegfried used. Kim also used this sword in his past life when his name was Kim Sungin. It was the greatest sword of all time, created from countless rare materials and the efforts of the awakened, and its creator was precisely the blacksmith Kim Dae-ho. Kim still remembers how, in a past life, he went to the blacksmith to take from the man what he had asked him to do. And when the blacksmith showed him his work, it was clear that the man had outdone himself, and this was evident from the expression on the guy's face. So it was one of the greatest masterpieces Kim Dae-ho created in his entire life. But to his surprise, Kim was initially unwilling to accept such a powerful weapon, which clearly surprised Kim Dae-ho. According to the guy, these were the materials he used to create the greatest masterpiece of all time. And given this, Kim simply couldn't afford to accept such an expensive gift, because she hadn't even paid for such valuable work. In response to these words, the blacksmith decided to tell him that he had heard that they called him a hero and had also heard rumors about the guy's exploits, although he rarely leaves the forge, which means that his achievements are truly known. However, it seems to him that the more famous a person becomes, the more tired and error-prone he becomes. Therefore, the blacksmith felt it was a bit unfair. People all over the world expected so much from him. Although they did nothing in return, however, he still must live up to their expectations, even if it is difficult for him to do so. Kim didn't know what to say in response to those words, but he didn't need to say anything, because the blacksmith just wanted the guy to understand that he was the only one capable of becoming a true hero. Therefore, Kim Dae-ho also decided to act dishonestly towards himself. He believed that people in the same way expect something from him for free, and in the same way they should do free favors for him. Kim Dae-ho is Kim's master craftsman and savior, and was also one of those Kim was never able to protect in his past life. Now looking at her beloved blacksmith with a smile, Kim could only think that a lot of time had passed since the moment they spoke. But this time he promised himself that everything would be different, and now he would definitely be able to protect the man. But first he decided to get to know him like the first time, so he introduced himself. Kim Dae-ho immediately responded, saying that this was the first time he had heard such a name in his smithy. After that, he thought the guy was just a big shot who didn't understand how he managed to become a blacksmith. The guy didn't explain who he was, he just said that he had heard that a man was making weapons for the awakened, which made the man start screaming, as he had no idea who could tell him such a thing. After that, without thinking much, he closed the doors right in the guy's face and said it was all a lie, and that he didn't make any weapons. Hearing this, Kim could only smile, as she understood that her close friend had changed a lot and would have to find a different approach to him, which makes this process even more interesting. After thinking for a while, Kim told the man out loud that he had already prepared the materials needed to create weapons. And not a minute passed before the doors opened again, and the man began talking about how he should first look at the materials. Kim had no doubt it would work. Therefore, he did not think much before handing the man the same materials with which he wanted to obtain the weapon. From the expression on the blacksmith's face, it was immediately clear that he was very interested in the material Kim brought him. The man literally couldn't believe he was seeing a high-grade ethereal stone in front of him. This ethereal stone is another reward Kim received after the Lich's destruction. It's believed this item is now nearly impossible to obtain. It was only after breaking through the Gwangju dungeon that the world learned that the highest quality ethereal stone could be obtained as a reward for clearing a dungeon. So Kim also thought that he would have to clear the Gwangju dungeon to obtain this stone. The uses of ether stones are endless, though their greatest value is found in the creation of weapons. Therefore, the man's surprise was understandable, and it was not strange that he immediately wanted to find out where the guy got this stone, but Kim was not eager to talk about it. And in fact, the man didn't care where he got it, because at that moment he was already thinking about how he would make a weapon with that material. So the next thing he asked the guy was what he wanted the man to do for him, and Kim was expecting an answer to that question, so he immediately replied that he would like a sword. The man decided to tell the guy that at first the man thought the guy was nothing to do with him, but now he sees for sure that the guy knows his business, and that's why he chose the right place, and therefore he won't charge him any fees. Even so, he offered to see the contract, but Kim immediately stopped him and said she didn't need the contract. And this was already interesting to the man, so he immediately turned around and asked the guy if he was sure about this. The man once again repeated to him that this material is actually incredibly valuable, and the guy apparently doesn't understand this. But Kim interrupted him with a smile and said that he perfectly understands what kind of material it is. The thing is, Kim completely trusts the man and therefore sees no point in signing a contract. Furthermore, he also knows that the forge is primarily attracted to the ethereal stone itself and the weapon-making process, not the sword itself. These words apparently hit the nail on the head as the man started laughing at the guy's words. After that, he added that Kim is a very interesting guy and that he likes him and will gladly accept his request and make him the best sword that matches his material. All Kim could say in response to those words were words of gratitude and that she would trust him. The blacksmith immediately told him that he would need a little time to finish, but if the guy needed a weapon now, then he allowed him to take from here anything he considered useful, for which Kim thanked him, and as soon as they talked, the guy finally left the workshop. Kim left the workshop thinking that it would actually take about 10 months, so he needed to be patient and wait for this sword to be made for him, although in reality he was expecting something like this. But on the other hand, the weapon he had taken so far as a replacement looked quite good, as expected of a blacksmith of this class. Now that he had done all his business, Kim realized that at this point he could only keep moving forward and do everything he could to become stronger. He again entered the abyss, where he once again met the same veteran who already knew Kim well. They exchanged a few words, and Kim entered the abyss, thus beginning the test on the 11th floor. Thus he passed from one floor to another, climbing the rankings of achievements again, although for most people this was no longer something surprising. Days passed, and with them Kim completed the tests on more and more floors of the abyss. So, half a year has passed, and Kim has completed tests on more than 16 floors, which has strengthened him greatly. Meanwhile, Lee suffered a very serious injury and was taken to the hospital. If you believe the doctors, his treatment will last 6 whole weeks, and as Barut has told him 1,000 times, it's all due to the fact that he's constantly overexerting himself and already at the hospital. Lee agreed with her that turning was much harder for him than he thought. The girl reminded him that he said he was challenging the tower again, and this time he increased the difficulty level to the 5th, and she reminded him of this to find out if this was too reckless of him. Before he had time to respond, the girl realized that fortunately this time he had limited himself to just cuts, but she was very interested to know what he would do if something more serious happened. But he immediately replied with a smile that he could not give up just because of the difficulty. And it was all because he thought he would never achieve it if he felt sorry for himself in some of these things. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a phone call. The man received a call from Kim, which took the man by surprise. The first thing the guy said was that he was very happy to hear from the man, because an incredibly long time had passed since they last heard from each other. After that, Kim said that if everything was okay with Lee, he would like to ask him a favor. Woo Lee, Kim asked 3 things. The first was to find a good apartment for the woke near Seoul. After he gave the store to his mother, he needed a good place to move. The second is to find out about the Scavenger Guild, because they might be the guys who heard about the Gwangju dungeon. Kim Yoon should be the lowest in the guild, but her guild mates might wonder why she died without completing the guild task. Lee was ready to fulfill all these requests and at the same time would try to do everything not to get caught. And finally, the third request before talking about it, Kim decided to first tell Lee that a major outbreak would happen on December 24th. According to the guy, there will be at least 10,000 victims. After that, it will be considered the biggest tragedy in history. At one point in the story, Lee suddenly wondered how Kim knew about this, but the guy asked him not to ask unnecessary questions, and besides, he simply couldn't tell the details right now. But as he said, he knows he might be asking too much. So he immediately said Lee could turn this idea down if he thought it was too much for him. Although, according to Kim, he told the man all this only because he hopes Lee will believe him. These words forced Lee to repeat once again that he would do everything possible to fulfill the boy's request. Kim was happy to hear those words, so she told Lee she would leave it to him. So the last request was a cry for help. Kim wanted Lee to help him with the approaching tragedy, the outbreak in the Anyang Green dungeon. Kim understood that there were less than 6 months left until Christmas, and by that time he had to get as strong as possible so he could receive the weapon ordered by Mr. Daeho, and once he cleared all the floors of the dungeon, then he would be ready to face the outbreak. With these thoughts, a few days later, the guy entered the 19th floor of the test tower. Where small rats were already waiting for him, they managed to overpower the enormous monster and then eat it, leaving only the bones. The system notified the guy that he had just been transported to a rat den and his main task was to survive and escape. But the first thing that caught the guy's attention was that there were an incredible number of these little monsters there. Considering that they were eating the flesh of a long-destroyed monster, Kim understood that it was probably like food to them. But this only added interest to this battle, so as soon as Kim landed on the ground, he immediately began to provoke them to attack. He didn't have to ask much, and the monsters immediately started running towards him as soon as they smelled the new victim. But for them, not everything was as simple as it might seem at first glance, because Kim destroyed one little monster after another. However, due to the large number of these creatures, the guy still managed to miss the attack, and one of the rats still managed to inflict a successful attack on her, although this was the last thing she did in her miserable life. After that, Kim looked closely at his hand and realized that these rats don't just bite. They probably secrete some kind of poison or acid, which only means that if they bite him, he's in big trouble. And while he was thinking this, these little monsters kept attacking him, and he needed to prepare immediately, otherwise he would lose. Therefore, without much thought, he decided to use his proven divine flame technique, with which he destroyed several dozen monsters in one go. But it was too early to relax, because Kim understood that individually they did not pose a threat, but there were many of them. And the realization that if he continues to use the flame, he will waste mana, and he doesn't know what will happen next, so he clearly needs to find another method by which he can win this fight. The best solution in this situation would be to get rid of them with one blow. But until now, Kim had no idea how to do that. At some point during the fight, he realized that these monsters didn't even give him time to think, which made them quite strong opponents. When he came to his senses, he realized that they had led him into a trap, and it was now crucial for him to find a method by which he would destroy these guys once and for all. At one point during the battle, Kim noticed a small crack in the ground, which made him think there was an underground space. And given this information, he seems to have found a very good option for dealing with the rats. He gathered power in his hand and threw his sword straight into one of the crevices, using divine fire. His main idea in this regard was that he simply wanted to remove the land on which these monsters roam. And as soon as he did so, he found himself in a place unknown to him. At first, Kim was a little surprised that there was actually space here. Then he looked around and realized that the real test would most likely begin here. After such a blow, some rats still survived, but the most interesting thing is that Kim noticed that they suddenly began to be afraid of something, which became a small discovery for him. He couldn't believe that Mouse was running away and was afraid of it, even though it appeared that was the case. The guy didn't understand why, but he watched very carefully one of the rats, which, during its escape, suddenly stepped on a button that makes one of the traps work. After that, the mouse fell into a small hole which opened after she pressed that mechanism. And then everything became completely sad for her. A large number of sharp needles entered her body and thus ended her existence. But apparently all of this was just a little warm-up, because at a certain point, Kim started hearing a rather strange sound, which made him turn around and look horrified. He knew from the beginning that a bunch of rats was just the beginning, but he was still very surprised to see such a large snake in front of him. From her appearance, it was clear that it would definitely not be possible to defeat her like this, and here it would be necessary to use much more energy than in the case of rats. While Kim was thinking about how to conduct this fight, the snake began to actively attack him, so the guy had no choice but to start dodging its attacks. Of course, Kim not only avoided their attacks, but also tried to counterattack with his own attacks, which were not always successful. The guy just couldn't believe that even Uncle Daeho's sword didn't work, despite having a pretty high magic resistance. So he decided that magic should help him defeat this monster, so he started attacking this snake with the help of divine fire. But this monster didn't care one bit about all of Kim's attempts to harm her. Thus, Kim realized that this monster has both magical and physical resistance, which means that absolutely any of its attacks will not have much effect. But the snake kept attacking him, and the guy clearly needs to change something in his strategy if he wants to win this fight. It seemed to him that all the attacks of this snake until that moment were dangerous, but he retreated when it decided to eat him alive and used its simply huge mouth to do so. This monster was much faster than the guy could imagine, so at the last moment he had to block this monster's attack with his sword. As soon as he managed to escape, he immediately began to think that despite its enormous size, his opponent was very mobile, and it seemed that this snake had no weak points. The guy could safely say that if this battle had happened a month ago, he would have been an invincible opponent for Kim. But now the guy believes that it is not a problem for him. It was with these words that he looked at the huge snake that was flying towards him with another attack. The guy has half the mana remaining than he normally does after a battle before he completely uses it up. So he decided that he first needed to immobilize this monster, and only then could he decide what to do next. At a rather crucial moment, he realized that he didn't really care how high his magic level was, because either way, this monster will hurt a lot more if it hits exactly this spot. After that, he used a rope to immobilize the snake, and it seemed to work. But it only seemed that way at first glance, because as soon as Kim thought he could relax a bit, another snake strike immediately flew at him. At the last moment, he managed to dodge. Such a blow could easily destroy the guy without leaving any trace of him. But on the other hand, this was a good time to launch his counterattack, which is what Kim actually did. He used his sword and divine fire in conjunction, which allowed him to destroy this monster's defense and finally deal strong enough damage to it. From the snake's cry, it was clear that Kim had finally understood, and now the initiative had definitely passed to him. It seemed like this would definitely be the end of the fight, but apparently the snake wouldn't just give up, so it wanted to catch the guy above all else. But the smile on Kim's face wasn't just that. It meant only one thing, that he was ready for such a turn of events. Ultimately, he was able to capture this monster by mistake and thus immobilize it. Physical and magical resistance, as well as the ability to regenerate, such a monster had all three of these abilities and was the first with such abilities that Kim had met. But even taking into account all these abilities, the guy still believed that she wouldn't be able to defeat him, as he had more destructive power. That is, he is not only the owner of the divine fire, he is the owner of the main source of that fire. The Phoenix Divine Flame is a type of divine flame summoning, and he received this skill not long ago on the 18th floor when the skill level increased. This isn't exactly an easy skill, but thanks to it you can summon a beast that you can give orders to and control. However, the downside is that it consumes more mana than expected, but the results are really worth it. And the whole point is that the destructive power of this phoenix is 10 times greater than the power of the divine flame itself. And because of that alone, the guy was confident that he could easily defeat this monster. And so it happened. With just one flight, the phoenix managed to pierce this monster, which made it possible to end it once and for all. After that, the guy received a notification that he managed to complete 100% of the achievements on this floor and thus finally completed the passage of the 19th floor. At this moment, he was thinking that the difficulty of the trial tower increases drastically every 10 floors. Like last time on the 10th floor, he would probably have a hard time. During these 6 months, Kim has done everything possible to prepare for this, and now there is only one thing left for her to complete. Recently, rumors have been spreading among people only that Kim Soo-hyun has managed to pass another floor, further increasing his achievement points, and therefore, people have become more and more interested in who the guy really is. One of those days, closer to lunch, a covered car approached the cafe where Lee was having lunch, which caught the attention of everyone around him. Kim walked out, paying no attention to the people and simply walking up to his old friend Lee. The man didn't wait for the guy to enter the cafe and decided to run out to talk to the guy. Kim was happy to see his friend, and the first thing he decided to do was apologize for keeping him waiting, but the man immediately said that he had actually come here earlier. How is it that this car was given to him by Lee, who first wanted to know if Kim liked the car he gave her? The guy thought it was too fancy for him, although Lee believed this was the only one he needed to build. When the man found out what kind of transportation Kim had used before, he was simply shocked and immediately decided to fix everything. Furthermore, according to him, the agreed one needs to visit many places, and just for reference, this car has a new engine and accelerates very fast. But at that moment, Kim decided to interrupt the man and asked him to go into the cafe and continue the conversation there. After discussing the car, Lee finally decided to ask the guy how he was preparing for the 20th floor. According to Kim, everything is fine, although he puts everything off because he's waiting for something, but luckily today he's finally going to answer. Kim also wanted to thank Lee for stopping by his house and then his mother's store, and the man was happy to at least be able to help the guy with something. Lee, for his part, decided to say that he finally managed to set up a meeting with the director of an agency next month and that they would probably help the guy if he could tell his story. Kim knew that next month would be just 2 months before the outbreak, and all this help didn't look very promising. So for now, he decided to ignore this proposal and ask what Lee managed to find out about the Scavenger Guild. Lee said he asked everyone but got no answer, and it already looks like they're hiding it pretty well. But still, he managed to find out that the death and disappearance of the Awakened had increased, and this was due to the recent increase in the difficulty of the dungeons, so nothing could be done with this information. However, he also found a few cases where the Awakened died right in the middle of the street. At that moment, Kim remembered that in a past life, all these accidents were disproved, and later it was discovered that all these Awakened ones were actually poisoned. So Kim immediately focused his attention on these cases and asked Lee to do his best to find as much information as possible about these cases because he frankly doesn't like what's going on. After that, Kim left the cafe and went to his car, completely immersed in his thoughts. He thought there were only 3 months left before the outbreak in Anyang, and he was not ready for Kotsang yet. Although he was very pleased that Lee Ju-ho was trying his best to help him, so far he wasn't doing anything positive that could actually help them in the investigation. So he thought the best way to resolve this would be to intervene personally. But first he decided to go to the blacksmith, and the next day he was already at the man's house, who was very happy to see Kim again. And the first thing he wanted to tell the guy was that it was quite difficult for him to handle the material due to its high quality. But he enjoyed working with it, so he could guarantee its power, and all that was left was to look at the new weapon. Kim's face at that moment spoke for itself, as he saw before him the exact same sword from his previous life. But what surprised the guy most was that as soon as he picked up his new sword, he felt that it was alive. Now Kim felt that his sword was in his hands again. The sharpness and strength were simply perfect. He felt how this sword reacted to his mana and understood what needed to be cut and what not. Considering all these nuances, Kim could only say that it was just an excellent sword, which was now back with him. Now that Kim had taken a liking to his new sword, the blacksmith immediately approached him to see if he had thought of a name for this sword yet. Kim had completely forgotten about this ritual, and the man reminded him that since it was now his sword, he simply needed to name it. And the guy didn't need to think much. He called this sword Graham, which confused the blacksmith a little, as for such a sword it was a rather strange name. The fact is that Graham is an alternative name for Balmung in Northern Europe, and Kim decided to call it that because he couldn't call it Balmung again. But on the other hand, he didn't want to give up the name of the important destroyer of gods. As soon as the guy got the sword, he decided to leave, which was too quick for the man, as he wanted the guy to stay with him much longer and drink tea. Kim would be happy, but unfortunately he is in a big hurry, so he suggested the man do it next time. One of the knights guarding the royal chamber suddenly turned around because he felt someone approaching him from behind. But then he quickly calmed down when he realized that it was Commander Maxman, who first apologized to the young knight for scaring him. After that, "Will the commander know how your service is going and if anything unusual has happened?" The knight replied that so far everything was peaceful and calm. Then the commander began to say that he perfectly understood the knight, that he was tired due to a series of shifts, but still he would like to ask him to hold out a little longer, because it was obvious to him that the castle would be in danger if the Odrum kingdom was invaded. The knight understood him, so he continued to do his work, and Maxman thought that half a month had already passed, and things inside and outside the castle kept changing, and if this continued, only the people would suffer. So Maxman was a little upset about all this, and besides, he didn't even know roughly what to do next, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a painfully familiar voice wanting to know if Commander Maxman had a problem. The man immediately turned around and was happy to greet his old acquaintance, Atake. After some time, the commander finally decided to find out why the stalker was here. Maxman immediately wanted to ask the follower why he was here. After all, it seemed to him that he had gone to help His Majesty the King, but it turned out that he was here to ensure how well he guarded this place. According to the commander, they concentrated all the troops guarding the fortress, but even so, the situation is not pleasant, since the army of the Odrum Kingdom is much superior to his army, so he believed that in case of emergency, they would need to leave this fortress anyway. But he was suddenly interrupted by a follower as he approached and asked him quietly, or did he understand correctly, did the commander really invite him to leave this fortress? Maxman immediately assured him that he meant that this would only need to be done in an emergency situation. If the confrontation dragged on, it would be very difficult to supply the army with provisions. But the follower did not care. He immediately said that they must do everything to avoid such a situation. It seemed to him that it would be better to die here altogether than to abandon this fortress. The commander, upon hearing this, began to wonder how he could say such a thing, even though he himself did not participate in the battle and did not even know why soldiers give their lives. Soon after the declaration of war with the kingdom of Odrum, this man, who was a first-class follower of the king, became the commander-in-chief. Complete obedience to the orders of his superiors is a soldier's duty and a rule on the battlefield, but this man believes that the life of a soldier is equivalent to the life of an ant. Therefore, the commander did not understand how the king could appoint such a person as commander-in-chief, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a follower who declared that, in any case, all this talk was a waste of time because there was only 1 month left to hold out. But these words only angered him even more, because he believed that even if they lasted for another whole month, nothing would change anyway. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted by some kind of explosion, which caused a small earthquake. Commander Maxman was immediately informed that they were in trouble because there had recently been a sudden external attack. According to the knight, the fortress gates were destroyed by just one person, a few hours earlier, in front of the gates of the 20th floor of the Test Tower. The doorman on the 20th floor was surprised to see here a man who had not received guests for a long time. It was especially strange to see a man as rich as Kim here, at least that's what the man had in mind. The doorman immediately guessed that the guy had come for advice, and Kim himself made no secret of it. He wanted to seek help, but the man made him understand that it would definitely not be free, and that he would only help him if he was satisfied with the amount mentioned. Kim knew perfectly well that everything would happen exactly like this, because the higher the floor, the more complex the doorman would be. So, without much thought, Kim promised the doorman 10,000 points. It seemed to him that this was more than enough for a small job. These words immediately provoked laughter from the doorman, who for a long time could not calm down. And when that happened, he finally said that paying it off all at once with so many points that the average citizen would have to save for more than 10 years could only mean that the doorman's eyes hadn't failed him this time, because the guy is really rich. After accepting the payment, the man wanted to know where the guy was going, and Kim immediately told him that she was thinking about attempting the 10th stage, and so wanted to know what she needed to be careful of. All the doorman could say for sure was that the guy definitely wouldn't die, as he could destroy whoever he wanted. Still, he advised the guy not to destroy anyone because that would only make things worse for him. And most importantly, the man asked him to have confidence in what he was doing. At that moment, the advice and parting words ended, and the doorman immediately began to escort the boy. Now Kim realized that 10,000 points was really too much. These doormen always say something vague. Although he still understood that this could help to some extent, after all this was his job, But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when at one fine moment he began to fall. At the last moment he managed to react and landed well. After that, Kim raised his head and saw a huge castle in front of him, in which Kim would carry out his next mission. And so it was. The system notified the guy that the 20th floor, difficulty level 10, had started from that moment. The fortress that Kim saw was called Grandalum, which is a fortress with iron walls guarded by thousands of soldiers, and the guy's main task this time was that he needed to capture this fortress. But the system asked him to remember that he was not an enemy. The system also asked him to reveal the castle's secrets and stay alive, and this time the explanation of the task was much more, which could not help but please the guy. But on the other hand, he understood that the longer it lasts, the more conclusions can be drawn from it. He realized that the system had ordered to capture the fortress and reveal the secrets of this place, which means that the objective of the test is not just to overcome the siege. Besides the fact that he was not an enemy to them, the gatekeeper said something similar if he could avoid pointless battles as much as possible. But for now, Kim simply did not understand how he could capture the fortress without battles. To begin with, he decided to think of a plan and paint it. He understood that the wall was so thick that it would not be an exaggeration to call it a fortress with iron walls, and the level of soldiers and mercenaries was also adequate. Furthermore, given the description, in this castle there were many who use magic, and all of this clearly qualifies for rank C, a situation where he is weaker both in numbers and position, and the fortress needs to be captured and at the same time no one can be destroyed, and also to reveal the secret, and he has only a month to do everything. Although there is plenty of time for testing, but the problem is that he simply has no freedom of action. After some thought, Kim finally decided how he would deal with all of this. So he approached the castle, where the knights immediately noticed him. Kim, at that moment, was thinking that, as always, there was simply no point in him thinking about his plan for too long, because anyway, not everything would go according to plan. And the best plan in this case was to come face to face with the knights and this fortress. So he approached them carefully and said that he did not want to harm them, as he was just a traveler. And his main request was that he wanted to stay in the fortress for a while. But in response, he immediately heard that he was crazy for deciding that he could just go to them, because now there was martial law throughout the kingdom. Kim understood that they weren't just going to let him in, and also that there were 2 months left before the outbreak, and he had to pass the test as quickly as possible and come back fully armed. So without much thought, he made the decision that he would need to use his sword. Kim decided that he would have to enter this fortress by force, and to do so he used his strength. A few seconds later, the gates of this fortress collapsed, and Kim still entered this fortress. Having done this, the knights accused the man of being an invader and of deliberately destroying their gate, and now they must stop him. But the guy at that moment didn't care at all about their screams, as he was happy that the more he uses his new sword, the better he understands how wonderful it is. They were one with the guy, and through it he can freely adjust the sharpness of the blade. Thanks to this skill, Kim was able to deliver crushing blows to the knights, but at the same time leave them alive. Though on the other hand, he understood that there was actually nothing this sword could not cut. And at that very moment, he became convinced that he could do everything cleanly without hurting anyone. But his battle did not end there, because the archers immediately began to attack him. While this wasn't a problem for Kim, he still lost some time fighting these guys. So he decided to finish off these guys as quickly as possible, and to do that, he needed to climb higher, and that's what he did. He continued to do everything possible to avoid harming any of the knights who were in the tower at that moment. Suddenly, Kim heard a man shouting and saying that everyone should retreat because he was supposed to be his opponent, although he was held back by all the knights who could do so because they had no idea what they would do if something happened to him. Considering this whole scene, Kim realized that this was the main one. Apparently, this was the commander they could negotiate with. But the guy also saw another picture, that despite him being in command, they will not obey his orders, prioritizing their protection. Thanks to this, Kim realized that in order to understand the situation, he was thinking of making a little noise here. But now he was sure that his commander's attack would accelerate events. But the knights weren't going to let the guy get to their commander that easily, so they used rope arrows. although this didn't help them much because Kim was much stronger than any of them. So he easily pulled the knight towards him and went with him to the commander. And once he got as close as possible to the commander, he threw out his hostage and now aimed only at the man. And as soon as they came face to face with the commander, Kim finally realized that his enemy was strong enough. The battle with this commander will clearly not be a simple race, as it was before, and Kim understood this very well. Maxman himself wanted to be his opponent, so he ordered his men to focus on the situation outside the fortress walls. Because he was sure that this guy was not a spy from the Adram kingdom, moreover, he believed that this stranger was acting of his own free will. To Kim, this was incredible. This commander truly has excellent judgment skill that matches his position, a skill level equal to A rank awakened. As Kim expected, this man was definitely worth something, especially when he was so eager to fight. 20 years ago, in the war with the Kingdom of Odrum, at that time it was Maxman who led his army to victory. If this time Commander Maxman was with them, the knights believed that they would be able to stop the Kingdom of Odrum. In fact, Kim had the feeling that the soldiers had a lot of faith in him, and perhaps it was because he was the hero of their kingdom. But unfortunately, no one knows that this faith is nothing more than shackles on this person's feet. Kim was so sure of this because he had also experienced something similar when he was Sun Bin. So, to begin with, the guy decided to go to the commander and tell him that the guy was very sorry that they had to open the gate without permission, but he immediately wanted to convey to everyone that this was a very urgent matter. And to discuss all this, Kim suggested that they calm down and go into the fortress together to discuss all this. But in response, he immediately received the words that all this was simply outrageous, because according to the commander, his kingdom was under martial law, and at that moment, whoever destroyed the gates and threatened the lives of the soldiers had no place in the fortress. In this case, Kim will have to commit a crime again, and immediately after these words, he launched an attack on the commander. But he has not abandoned the idea that the way to capture the fortress without shedding blood remains the main one, and he still needs to convince those who trust this fortress the most. The commander fought with dignity, and at what point did he decide to ask the guy who he was and what he needed? But instead of responding, Kim took the moment to catch the man in an awkward position. The commander didn't even have time to notice how the guy used the same rope he was tied with before. But apparently he realized this too late, because Kim used her transformation ability and used it to create a huge magical hand. Kim was sure at that moment that through this man he would learn the secrets of this place and pass the test perfectly. And also, if that were possible, Kim would break the shackles of this commander because everyone around him was clearly deceiving him. The knights who saw all this could not believe for a long time that their commander had just been buried under the rubble. They immediately gathered and listened to the order from the deputy commander, who ordered everyone to immediately search for Maxman and do so with maximum efficiency. But as much as they wanted to, they couldn't understand where Maxman had gone, because they were sure he had just passed by here. Kim used another of his abilities, with the help of which he and the commander moved to a completely different place. The commander couldn't understand how this happened, and Kim was happy that the waste of points on the 15th floor wasn't in vain. He was referring to the Shadow Tail skill, which allows you to shift from one shadow to another, basically this dark attribute skill that is used by awakened slayers. It actually takes a long time to create and consumes a lot of mana. It's a complex skill with a limited number of uses per day and a limited range, but this skill is ideal for sneaking in. Kim had prepared it in advance in case she needed to hide or sneak somewhere during the test, and it was indeed the right choice. But when Kim finally entered the fortress, the first thing he noticed was that there was a very strong smell here, something menacing. In any case, there is only one thing left for him to do at the moment: force this man to reveal the secret of this place. But first, Kim decided to apologize for the current situation. According to him, this was the only way to talk privately, so he was rude. The commander still thought he was trying to attack their kingdom, even though Kim assured him that wasn't the case. Then the commander simply did not understand why he had to break down the gate and attack the knights. Kim tried to convey to him that he simply had no other choice. According to him, they did not allow him to enter the fortress. Besides, he is in a hurry and cannot waste time. And as soon as the commander heard this, he immediately decided to ask the boy why he was in a hurry. Instead of answering, Kim told the commander that trouble would soon arise in this fortress. What obviously took the commander by surprise immediately frightened him, as he only asked not to say that the kingdom of Odram would soon invade them, although Kim himself did not know exactly what would happen next, which is why he came here. The only thing he was sure of was that it would be much worse than just a war between kingdoms. And to understand what would happen, Kim decided to ask the commander if there had been any strange incidents in this fortress lately. And as soon as the guy asked the commander this question, he immediately remembered the conversation with the follower. Anyway, to begin with, the commander wanted to know from the guy how he could trust him. Even if something happened, the commander wanted to know how he could trust the guy and not think that he was from some other kingdom. Kim replied that, as a commander, he said that if he were a spy from another kingdom, he would not have used such a difficult method. Because really, Kim could destroy this fortress alone. Max Mean realized for himself that this was apparently true, as he realized this during the sword strike. At that moment, he realized that there was no one in this kingdom who could resist this man. As a result, it was possible to conclude that the commander simply could not dismiss him just because he did not believe in him. The commander was ready to tell the guy everything he knew, but in return, he wanted Kim to take him with him. In this case, the guy was happy to welcome the commander to his team. After that, the man assured the guy some strange basement for him. According to the commander, about 100 years ago, this place was used as a prison. Due to the powerful spiritual force, many prisoners died then. In the end, the prison was built on another site, and this was closed. Few people know of its existence. Still, the commander didn't understand what this had to do with the problem Kim told him about. The guy could only say that he would find out about it later, but for now, Kim could only say that the fortress stinks a lot. And this smell was like the incessant smell of the dead. How suddenly was their dialogue interrupted when someone from the darkness asked who was walking there. A few minutes later, they saw a follower ahead of them, whom the commander clearly did not expect to see here. The same could be said of the follower, who also had to first ask the commander what he had forgotten here. Moreover, he was angry with him because he, as a commander, abandoned his post as commander, and also the same offender was standing next to him, which made him even more angry. The commander didn't have time to respond, when suddenly Kim intervened in this dialogue, who really wanted to know what the follower was doing here. After that, the guy immediately realized the fact that this prison was closed until the commandant opened it, and in view of this, Kim became very interested in knowing how he consistently found out about this place. The man responded quite calmly that he felt someone's presence as he passed by, and furthermore, he believed that in a situation like this, he should monitor what was happening in this fortress. Kim listened to him attentively, and as soon as he finished, the guy realized that it was as if the follower had chosen a too perfect moment to inspect this prison. And given all this, Kim decided to assume he was consistently following them. The man immediately began to say that this was outrageous and asked the commander to come to his senses as quickly as possible. But the commander clearly began to suspect something. As he kept talking about the guy being a criminal and manipulating the commander, Kim carefully took the sword out of its case. Before the commander had time to blink and the follower finished, Kim knocked his head off with the help of his sword. The commander turned away from what he had just seen and immediately started yelling at the guy, telling him he had no right to do something like that. After such an act, the commander decided that Kim was still a spy, as he had just destroyed the king's follower and commander-in-chief. But Kim doubted he had destroyed it, as he had only removed the mask, which hid a little secret. Behind the mask was a lich, and by his actions Kim opened the eyes of the commander, who would never have thought that behind the follower's mask was hidden not a person, but a monster. The man didn't understand what the hell was going on in this country, but Kim at that moment was thinking that a dark smell filled the castle, which had never experienced a war before. In any case, he understood that this scent was more than enough to understand that this lich was hiding behind all the troubles in this castle. Furthermore, very recently, Kim already had experience in facing this monster, and probably thanks to that, he was able to reveal his essence much faster. However, looking at this lich, Kim got the impression that this bastard was a real lich. This one is clearly different from the half-baked one he met in the Gwangju dungeon, and as soon as Kim thought about it, the Lich turned to the guy to say that he wasn't as simple as he seemed, so he wanted to know where the boy was. In response to this, Kim drew his sword and said that no one knows about this, and perhaps he even came from a world unknown to them. The Lich didn't really need that answer, so he told the guy that he could not answer anyway. His plans had changed long ago. Kim guessed what the Lich would say now, and all her thoughts were more than justified, as this monster declared that he would now destroy them. The next moment, the Lich used his magic. But Kim was not afraid, and immediately rushed into battle, as he was confident that his strength and skills would be enough to face this monster. And he was absolutely right, because he easily managed to stop that monster's attack with just one move. This obviously shocked both the Lich and the commander, who clearly didn't expect to see something like this. Looking at the guy, the first thing the Lich thought was that this guy's resistance to magic was much greater than he could have imagined. He also quickly realized that this was all due to the fact that his sword was created with high-quality materials. Kim, at that moment, also understood perfectly that the sword would not break, as happened last time, but the fact that the weapon would not solve all the problems, because the Lich is a monster with dark abilities, and the attack would not work properly unless it is holy power. At least Maxman talked about it, and that could only mean one thing, that this commander is strong in his own way. But the problem was that it would be very difficult for Kim to team up with someone who didn't have holy attribute skills, and in that case, he decided it would be better to use his holy flame to suppress it. Unfortunately, his blow was unsuccessful, and he never hit his opponent, and it actually wasn't much of a problem for the Lich to dodge this attack. But Kim wasn't going to stop there, and decided that he would continue to attack with the help of the divine flame. However, no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't handle the Lich's great power. Looking at his opponent, Kim realized that he had clearly not expected his flame to be unable to suppress the Lich's spirit. But now he began to fully understand that his power could not be compared to other leeches, as it surpassed them by more than half. The guy understood that if he continued using the sacred flame, he would be able to hold out for some time at this pace, but on the other hand, he really wouldn't want to spend all his mana on this skill. Besides, if he prolongs the battle, then it doesn't matter. Nothing will change. Based on these thoughts, he began to realize that he simply had no other option but to aim at the Stone of Life with his sword. That's what he tried to do, but so far he hasn't been successful. The Lich dodged all the physical blows with great ease. In fact, physical attacks were no longer useful because the Lich also avoided all of Kim's attempts to reach him. All of this led to the point where the Lich attacked Kim in response, and it seemed that this counterattack was crowned with success. But Kim didn't think so. He dodged much faster than his opponent had time to notice, and after a few seconds, he was already behind the Lich and ready to attack him. That's what he did. And finally, the Lich missed a pretty strong blow from the guy, which sent him flying free. But Kim wasn't going to stop there, so he immediately dropped to the ground to deliver another blow to the monster's body. Although the Lich was not prepared for such a turn of events, he still managed to enter a state that would allow him to not suffer from this attack. The man didn't expect it, but he wasn't surprised that the Lich decided to use his spirit to prevent the fall. The battle continued, and now Kim had to fight back, which, oddly enough, he didn't like. At some point, Kim noticed a peculiarity. Having so much spirit, it clearly did not seem like he was seriously opposing him. This led Kim to assume that the Lich had other intentions that he would carry out. Suddenly, the guy's thoughts were interrupted at a moment when he heard from the Lich that everything was ready. Behind the commander, a black mist began to pour out of the cage, which, according to the Lich, will finally stop all these games. And after a few more seconds, something literally exploded behind him, and there was even more smoke, so it was unclear how the commander was feeling. Kim managed to block the attack in time, and that's why everything went well with Commander Maxman. Now, when Kim saw this broken cage, he finally understood what was happening. Now he finally understood everything. The commander at that moment was talking about the fact that leeches are able to control darkness even at a long distance, but the guy stopped him in time to say that in fact all this is not so, because this is, first of all, a lich's nest, a dark and gloomy space where no light reaches, as well as a place where human grievances, hatred, and energy are confused. All of this was behind this cage. The Lich saw from the faces of Kim and the commander that they both understood everything and realized what would happen next. Because according to him, they understood everything correctly. This is indeed their refuge, where sometimes the screams of people can still be heard sweetly. After that, 2 more leeches came out of this dark place, who first of all declared that it was a shelter and no one had the right to enter there. Kim imagined that there could be anything in this cage, but he couldn't quite wrap his head around the idea that there could be multiple liches in there. However, now he was sure that although the fortress was large, but thousands of soldiers were concentrated in a limited area, the liches still invaded the fortress under the false pretense of royal followers. Suddenly, the guy's thoughts were interrupted when he heard one of the liches say that they waited too long and simply didn't have time to feel sorry for these losers anymore. The other one was even talking about how they should have been destroyed even when they came down the stairs. The commander still couldn't believe what he saw. Moreover, he simply didn't understand what these monsters were carrying there. What kind of plan were they talking about? Suddenly, his monologue was interrupted when Kim decided to ask him a question in which he wanted to know, or did the commander know that the liches actually have a king? He is called the Lich King only because he rules the world of the dead, and there are actually several ways to summon him. And one of them, strange as it was a human sacrifice. So it was clear to the commander that the liches were going to sacrifice all the soldiers in the fortress. Kim completely agreed with him, and besides, in his opinion, they are clearly doing this for a reason, but only to summon the Lich King to this place. From the monster's reaction, it was clear that Kim was absolutely right, because they immediately told him that he was a pretty smart guy. But still, they didn't understand one thing. How could such a low creature like Kim find out about their king? Anyway, they decided to tell him that while they were looking for a suitable victim to resurrect the king, they discovered this kingdom. After invading the kingdom and destroying the king by manipulating his corpse, one of the liches was appointed as his follower. Hearing all this, the commander became more and more irritated by the second, because he simply didn't understand how these low-level monsters could do this, and so unnoticed. But Leech didn't stop there and went on to say that the ceremony was originally supposed to take place in a month, but the altar was ready sooner than expected. However, now they understood that if they could deal with these guys, they would be able to perform the ritual quite easily. Kim understood that he was surrounded by 3 liches, and first of all, he should have understood that these were very difficult opponents, but not so difficult that he couldn't face them alone if he adjusted his magic power correctly. But before he had time to take a step suddenly in front of his feet, he saw a strange energy coming out around them. After a few seconds, it became clear that it was some kind of cage where the liches had placed them. In other words, it was called the Dark Barrier. It inherently compressed all dark space, and Kim also knew very well that only a high-level lich possessed such an ability. And this bothered him even more, as he understood perfectly well that an ordinary lich could not take advantage of this. Considering all this, Kim only had one option. He assumed that this lich might be the Lich King's apostle. Anyway, Kim didn't need to think about it now, because in a little while longer this trap would close, and then it was far from certain that he would be able to get out. But just as he began to think that this was the end and that not even his sacred bird was able to help him, at that exact moment that barrier collapsed, and apparently all of this was only thanks to the commander. The lich could not believe what he saw, because it seemed to him that the lich's ability as a guide could not be dispelled by some kind of physical force, but still the commander was still able to destroy this barrier with the help of his sword. All 3 liches at once began to say that most likely this lich's weapon was simply a holy sword, which he used to destroy his cell. But the man stopped them in time and asked them not to talk nonsense, because after all, his weapon was not a holy sword, but an ordinary sword. After all, it's worth remembering that he's just an ordinary paladin who, in any case, will fight to the end. Furthermore, when he found out that they destroyed His Majesty the King, after which they tried to sacrifice the soldiers of the kingdom. So he rushed into battle because he was sure that whatever plan they had, he would put an end to it right then and there. But there was no fear in the monster's eyes, and all this because they were sure that he was an ordinary person who clearly should not be afraid. They would crush him to avoid wasting too much of their precious time on him. But before that, the head lich ordered his friend to leave the fortress and summon the dead to start surrounding the castle so that people could not escape. The paladin used all his strength to prevent this lich from escaping. But apparently he wouldn't be able to reach him like that because he had another lich on his tail. That he would do everything he could to launch an arrow of black magic at the commander, to not only stop him, but to end him once and for all. Kim at that moment did not stand still, but was completely ready to block this psychopath's attack. And for this he used the divine flame, just like a phoenix, which would with great pleasure destroy one of the forces of darkness. As a result, he succeeded, and this divine phoenix was able to see through the particle of dark power that the lich cast upon them. But Phoenix didn't stop there, and immediately continued to attack the lich controlling the others, who in turn was clearly unable to deal with her. Once one was finished, he immediately went after the other, who abruptly changed his mind and began saying that he actually had nothing to do with it, and that he had done nothing like that. Kim was happy that he finally managed to defeat those monsters, but on the other hand, he suddenly heard the voice of Commander Maxman, who wanted to ask the guy who he was. Looking at his face, it wasn't surprising to Kim that he was so upset, because the king's death and the fact that the soldiers in this fortress would soon die simply couldn't help but upset him. But even so, Kim tried to prove to him that this wasn't the situation now where one should give in to anger. But in this case, the captain simply did not understand what to do, after which he heard Kim tell him that he was the commander of this battlefield and that it was Captain Maxman. However, he asked the man not to forget that in this situation he really has someone to trust, and by extending his hand, Kim was referring to himself. Either way, they haven't won yet, and the battle with the lich is still ongoing, so Kim and the commander must continue to fight. At least it seemed so, until Kim saw how his divine bird began to actively defeat the lich, which forced him to ask Maxman to prepare for battle. But the question is, did the man himself not fully understand, or was he actually doing the right thing? Maxman wasn't sure if he should just leave Kim here alone with these monsters, because he still owed the guy and it felt like he should pay him back and stay to fight with the guy. But Kim couldn't help him in this case, so I asked him to resolve it as soon as possible. Did he say this just because he understood that in the case of a commander, only he can choose what is more important to him, this fortress or the lives of the soldiers? And as soon as he thought about what might happen to his people, Captain Maxman immediately took off and rushed to the rescue, and as it seemed to Kim, that was the right decision. After they finally resolved the issue, Kim thought that apparently the doorman had already told him about it. When I tried to convey to the guy that under any circumstances he must be confident in what he is doing, these words became the guy's main motivation, so he decided that he must do what he came here to do, and Captain Maxman can only protect his soldiers. These thoughts forced the guy to deliver the hardest blow he could. It was very strange to the lich that this blow was not directed in his direction. It seemed to him that the guy missed and he wanted to start laughing at him. Until I noticed how Kim slowly puts his sword back in its case and does it as if he had already won the battle. But after a few seconds, Kim did it for a reason. He hit the wall, and since his sword is capable of cutting through any object or creature, an ordinary stone wall was no exception for him. A few minutes later, the wall began to crumble. It seemed that Kim had hurt herself that way. But the panic on the lich's faces gave him a little more hope that he had done everything right. Outside the secret basement, a loud explosion was also heard, which no doubt frightened all the soldiers who had been waiting so long for their commander to emerge from the rubble. But instead, a lich appeared in this world. And the first thing after he came to this world, he told all the soldiers that they were only creating trouble for him because of their stupidity. He further stated that he would not repeat to his subordinate lich that he should do everything to summon the dead. And if he doesn't do it again, he will either destroy him alone along with all these people or simply send him to fight Kim, who will quickly deal with him. His second subordinate was also not left without a task. The main lich ordered him to go check the altar, as he understood perfectly that the ceremony could only take place if the altar was intact. And as soon as he wanted to begin his task, he saw a divine phoenix flying straight towards him, which would not forgive this lich and give him a second chance. He immediately tried to dodge this crazy creature, and at some point he was even sure he had succeeded. But it never occurred to him that it was just a deceptive maneuver, and that Kim would appear behind him at that very moment. The Lich didn't have time to figure out when Kim managed to get so close to him, and all because the guy delivered a blow strong enough that it literally cut the monster in two. Obviously, this is where this Lich's story has reached its logical end, and the monster will no longer bother you. But on the other hand, there was no need to forget about the other monsters who became even more angry when Kim destroyed their comrades. After that, Kim had to defend himself from attacks from other leeches, but so far this hasn't been a big problem for him. At least he thought so until one of the liches decided to lock the guy in a cage, similar to the one they had already created in the dungeon. The main problem at this point was that Kim was still in the air, and therefore it was much more difficult for him to counter this move. But the lich was only counting on this, so without much doubt he squeezed his hand, and thus caused the compression of this prison. However, everything will clearly not be as simple as it seemed to the lich, because before doing so, Kim managed to call the Phoenix to him, which helped him break this magical prison. With each attack, the guy had less and less strength. It seemed to him that at this rate he would certainly lose, especially when he periodically hears the head lich telling him that his best decision in this situation would be to simply give up. The lich stated that he knows that this sacred firebird absorbs all of the guy's mana, so the loss is simply inevitable. But nevertheless, he decided to offer Kim surrender. Now and then he will destroy him painlessly. Kim, in response to these words, stated with a smile that the lich was absolutely correct in what he said, and that the bird was indeed absorbing a large amount of his mana. However, at the same time, Kim wanted to know who told him that he would become powerless if he ran out of mana. Before Commander Maxman left, Kim borrowed from him an ability called Alteration, which allowed her to harness the power of a sacred attribute. And now, when his mana was at its limit, Kim finally invited the Lich to begin their battle in earnest. Meanwhile, all the soldiers tried to get away from that huge explosion, and at the same time did everything they could to monitor the enemy's movement. Suddenly, they were interrupted by a new explosion, which forced each of them to turn around. This was another lich who managed to escape from Kim and go fulfill his task. At that moment, he thought that if he didn't do what he was told, the main lich would get angry, and that wouldn't lead to anything good. So without much thought, he used his powers to make all the dead wake up. And as soon as he began to do this, the dead miraculously began to emerge from the ground. All the soldiers immediately realized that it was the lich who summoned the monsters, so they decided they needed to attack this bastard urgently. However, the problem was that they didn't understand who this guy was and how they were supposed to defeat him. Maxman showed up just in time and declared that this was what he came here for. His assistant immediately ran to the captain to tell him that he was very happy that Maxman was alive and that everything was fine with him, because after the capture of the fortress, it seemed to him that everything was over. His words were interrupted by Maxman himself, according to whom he evacuated all the nearest knights, so that there would be no casualties. He then added that in fact this was not the priority now. At this moment he was interested in knowing if they managed to restore the fortress doors, and if the deputy's words are to be believed, they have not yet managed to complete the restoration. Maxman heard him and immediately asked the man to block the gate in every possible way, because first of all they had to preserve the fortress, and he, in turn, would take care of the monster. Luke immediately shouted that they really wanted to help him, and besides, they believed that these dead would be enough for an advanced detachment, so there was nothing to worry about. But before the captain had time to answer him, the deputy announced that this time he would not allow him to fight alone. Maxman realized there was no point in telling them anything, so he simply asked them to be defensive and follow him. The man understood that first of all he should think that the point is not to fight with all his strength. His duty is to protect the soldiers. Kim would take care of everything else, and this time the man would trust the guy who had saved his life more than once. Meanwhile, Kim used the maximum of his strength to catch one of the liches. But so far he hadn't been able to do that because the lich was much faster than the guy could have imagined at first. However, this speed still didn't help him, and at one point Kim finally caught up with this lich, dealing him a rather heavy blow. The monster just couldn't understand how this was possible. He couldn't believe this guy could be so strong. Furthermore, he could not simply forget that for almost 100 years he had become stronger and stronger, It seemed to him that he was so strong that he now had the right to say that he was the strongest among the apostles. However, all of this didn't explain to him how this guy was capable of such things and how he was able to inflict such attacks on him. Until the end of his useless existence, he could not believe that he could not resist just one insignificant person. He didn't give up and tried until the end to do everything he could to avoid dying in that place, as he still hadn't fulfilled their plan. Kim, at that moment, was quite surprised that this lich did not disappear even after cutting the life stone. This could only mean one thing, that he was indeed no ordinary lich. Anyway, Kim decided to advise him to give up and not fight so hard for this idea, as it seemed obvious to him that they had lost, but this only made the lich laugh. After that, he started telling the guy that he was just a stupid person, because the only one here who was doing his job in vain was Kim, and he thought so only because they were not the only ones who were going to summon the king. According to him, thousands of apostles are working day and night for the resurrection of the king, and even if he had 10,000 years, he still would not be able to stop them, because in the end, the king will be resurrected and plunge the world into darkness. As soon as the apostle finished speaking, Kim approached him and said that this is why he says they are doing everything in vain, and the reason for such confidence was that Kim believed the Lich King would still die at his hands. These were the last words the Lich heard before Kim destroyed him. At that moment, Kim thought that what he told the Lich was true. After all, the Lich King who invaded the world in his past life and who destroyed it was Kim. Anyway, now he was thinking that they started to remember the Lich King a lot, and therefore Kim started to think that most likely his resurrection would happen much sooner than he thought, and if Kim was right, then everything would be much more complicated than in his past life. In any case, first he decided that he needed to deal with everything that was before his eyes, and only then could he think about the future. Besides, he still had to deal with one more lich. He decided to go to the rescue as quickly as possible, as he had no idea how the captain was dealing with it there. At that moment, he thought it was difficult to resist him, since his movements were unpredictable, and this lich actively took advantage of his weakness in aerial combat. But on the other hand, he remembered that in fact his main task was not to shoot him down. First, he needed to be careful not to get too close to the soldiers, and besides, that guy should come soon, but for now, they need to hold on a little longer. At that moment, the lich was suddenly shot in the head, and this was a sign that his friend had just been destroyed. At the same moment, 1,000 questions began to arise in his head. He wanted to know why this happened and how, but unfortunately, he simply had no answer to a single question. Maxman heard what this lich was saying quietly, and the information he repeated could not help but please the captain, as he understood that Kim had finally completed his part of the plan. But apparently it was too early to rejoice because these thoughts were driving the lich crazier by the second. Therefore, he decided to use some of his special techniques, which made it very difficult for most of the soldiers to breathe. Sergeant Luke, who was standing next to Maxman, also began to feel incredibly weak. The captain immediately began shouting at the lich and ordering him to stop all this madness immediately. After all, he understood perfectly well that ordinary soldiers would not be able to withstand such a level of spiritual power, and if his ability continued to work at this rate, then everyone would meet their end. Before the captain had time to finish speaking, Kim appeared out of nowhere, already flying with his strike towards the last lich. The monster didn't have time to react before being hit in the face. For the commander, such an unexpected appearance by Kim could only mean one thing: that the guy still managed to defeat that monster. Kim, in turn, noted that their situation was not the best either, and if he had come a little later, nothing would have happened here. But the commander was glad that everything ended there, because in fact, there could have been many more victims. The ability to absorb the dead is an ability that allows its owner to absorb the energy of the dead and the living within their reach, and the magic of the dead makes them much stronger. But now he understood perfectly what the system's words meant when it asked, if possible, not to destroy anyone. After all, if the death toll increased, the magic would be stronger than it is now. But Kim was also very aware of the fact that despite being the apostle of the Lich King, he still shouldn't be capable of this alone and seems like a subordinate of the Lich he recently defeated, but he is still incredibly strong. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the voice of the last lich, who declared that he would never forgive Kim in his life and would do everything to destroy him, and for that, he would use his special weapon. With the help of this staff, he created a huge seal in the sky and also strengthened it so that it could not be easily destroyed. In any case, Kim already knew what to do in this case. That is, he would use the ability to absorb the dead, but first he understood that he needed to reach the Stone of Life. But the Lich wasn't going to give up like that, and he also started saying that Kim couldn't just break his weapon, as it was a spell with his life as a guarantee. And that can only mean one thing. If Kim wants to dispel the spell, then he simply has no choice but to destroy it. Kim didn't respond at this point. He simply continued to attack this nasty monster. The guy was clearly aware that he simply couldn't break through this barrier. Although, on the other hand, he needed to grab this bastard as quickly as possible, because if he took any longer, he would be in big trouble. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the commander, who wanted to tell Kim that since the guy asked him to do everything possible to protect his soldiers, he would be very happy to use all his strength to carry out this order, after which he struck his sword on the ground. Thanks to this, a huge blue ball was created around the entire kingdom at that very second. Immediately after creating such a barrier, most soldiers noticed that the energy pressing down on their bodies disappeared. Kim couldn't believe what he saw, because he understood that the commander was most likely using a skill called Sacred Place. According to Maxman, this is a paladin skill. This is his best and last skill, which is able to increase the spirit of all allies in the distribution area and destroy the darkness attribute. But the problem is that this skill takes away their life energy. But either way, the man was sure that even if this was his last breath, he would definitely do everything to protect the knights. So all he asked Kim in the end was to take care of all the knights who would survive. Kim understood perfectly at that moment that everyone was fighting desperately, risking their lives. And therefore Kim really wouldn't want to disappoint Commander Maxman, who has so much hope for him. But the Lich at that moment continued to attack the guy, saying many offensive words to him as if he was a weak, helpless worm, incapable of anything on his own. Therefore, he wanted to destroy thousands of people just because they are all weak creatures who have no right to exist. In response to these words, Kim stopped his attacks and told him that even a creature like him appreciates friends. But still, he wanted to convey to him that of the thousands of people who had already destroyed and those who would destroy, each of them was someone's friend. And now Kim wanted to do everything so that this Lich would finally understand what it's like when a person loses absolutely everything. And before finishing him off, Kim asked the Lich to remember this feeling. And when he goes to the underworld, he will have to pass this on to his dead friends so that they will never want to return to his world again. After that, he delivered the final blow, with which he finished the Lich, preventing him from finishing what he started. Having destroyed the last Lich, the monsters that appeared before him began to gradually disappear, which could not but rejoice. The only one who didn't feel as well as he would have liked was Captain Maxman, whose condition was very bad, and he didn't quite understand whether all this horror was over or not. A little more and he would definitely have lost consciousness, but Kim approached him in time, thanks to which he managed to catch him. And after the commander looked at Kim, the first thing the guy wanted to say was that the man really did a great job. Maxman thought he would probably die without seeing how it all ended. But how happy he was that he was still able to live until that moment. He sat down carefully, leaning against the wall, and said that before he could begin to rejoice in his victory, he needed to rest a little. But apparently he wasn't the only one who wanted to get some rest, because as soon as he turned his head to Kim, he saw how he could barely breathe. Meanwhile, at the Awakened Management Agency, Song Kyung-tae, who served as the director of Awakened Management, yelled at his subordinates because he didn't understand how, 3 months later, a dungeon appeared in Anyang City and immediately caused such an explosion. And in general, he didn't want to believe all this nonsense because to him it seemed implausible. Lee, hearing all these screams, no longer felt like talking to the director, but he knew he still had to. The director continued to tell Lee that people could not predict the appearance of the dungeon, and that the dungeon would immediately cause an explosion, causing the entire city of Anyang to fall into chaos. Even when dungeons appear, they don't cause an immediate outbreak. At least a month must pass from the moment they appear, and the director was sure of all of this. Lee wouldn't argue with him and completely agreed with the man's words, but he still wanted to add that in the past, the process of a dungeon appearing went beyond common sense. Therefore, it seems to him that whatever happens, this problem should not be forgotten, as it is worth remembering that the population of Anyang is 700,000 people, so it can be said that public safety is at risk. The director understood perfectly what Lee was telling him and what would happen to him if they did nothing, and the disaster still happened, but still he did not forget that if they were wrong, 700 million people would be subject to fear. Kim Do-hee, who was an A-rank awakened and worked for an agency, suddenly intervened in the dialogue. He declared that there was simply no end to this conversation. The director immediately turned to him to ask Do-hee's opinion, because he also heard everything and probably thinks something about it, to which Do-hee told him that even if there were no such cases, Lee's argument was still correct. According to Do-hee, he saw only one problem here. No matter how reliable the information was, these words clearly hurt Lee. Do-hee didn't stop there and started talking about the fact that maybe Lee was simply influenced by ogres, so to finally convince himself of one option or another, Do-hee wanted to know from Lee who gave him this information. Answering this question, the man said that in fact the source is obvious. According to him, everyone has probably heard that name. And as soon as Lee announced that this message was conveyed by Kim Soo-hyun, the two men's faces changed, because they clearly did not expect to hear something like this. Their surprise was normal, after all. Kim was now known as a position changer and a silent commotion in the abyss. The director didn't believe at all that Lee knew Kim Soo-hyun, and Do-hee realized at that moment that he knew that at the Gwaju dungeon capture site there was a man named Kim Soo-hyun. However, according to his information, he was rank C. But even knowing this information, the director lowered his head and said he would not change his decision, which clearly surprised Lee, who was confident he could convince the director otherwise. According to the director, he made this decision only because there is no data to confirm his identity, and therefore they simply cannot trust him. Before Lee had time to say anything, the director decided to ask him a question in which he wanted to know what would happen if he believed Lee and evacuated all the citizens. But nothing happened. As the warden, he will have to take responsibility for everything, so he asked Lee to listen to him carefully. On the other hand, the dungeon is a kind of natural disaster, and in his opinion, even if a small number of citizens die, he will not be held responsible for it. Until recently, Lee didn't want to believe that the director would pretend he wasn't aware of the situation, and only because he didn't want to take responsibility. But no matter how angry Lee tried to be, the director still believed that the decision was his, and he was also responsible for everyone. Lee still tried to respond to these words, but he didn't have time, as the director decided to end the conversation there and asked the man to do everything so that no one knew that this conversation had taken place. Kim rested a bit, and a few minutes after destroying the lich, he received a notification that he had passed the test on the 20th floor perfectly, thus earning 100,000 achievement points. But until now, there was no joy on Kim's face, because he still couldn't forget that it was incredibly difficult, because even 3 apostle-class liches fought with him, and this happened to him only on the 20th floor and the 10th level. However, this was actually a significant achievement for him, considering the fact that he increased his stats quite a bit. His coefficient is 60, and the 7th level of magic power corresponds to the S rank level, which he originally intended. But at that time, the system notified him that it was still counting achievements, which confused the guy a little. Ultimately, he could ask for help from a large number of people in this kingdom. And taking this into account, he concluded that he had gone into the red by working so much alone. Although, on the other hand, he looked closely at Maxman and thought that in fact this time he was not alone. The captain at that moment was talking to his warriors that the matters in the fortress were almost resolved, but the war with the kingdom of Odram was not yet over, so he wanted to ask his knights to spend more time repairing the fortress walls and the gates. While talking with his knights, Kim approached him, whom the man was looking for, as he thought Kim had left without saying goodbye. Maxman wanted to thank Kim again for helping him save the kingdom and for all the work he had done. but Kim didn't really like hearing him praised. Suddenly, to the guy's surprise, Maxman told the guy that the same thing had happened to him once. After his contribution in the last war, people began to call him War Hero Maxman. Of course, he understood that it was an honorary title. But on the other hand, he understood that the more time passes, the harder it is to carry this burden, from which he began to feel how this burden weighs on him, waking up every day with the thought that he is a hero. Kim began to understand that apparently Maxman was feeling the same pressure he had felt in the past. However, Maxman also wanted to remind Kim of how he told him that his task was to protect the local soldiers, and only thanks to Kim did his mind finally return to normal. And indeed, Kim believed her new friend because it was clear on her face. After that, Kim realized the fact that the answer is always closer than a person can imagine, and the captain simply could not agree with him. At this point, Kim decided to end his stay at this location, mainly because he had already completed his task, so she told Maxman that he was leaving, which clearly surprised the man. The man understood his surprise, but still believed that here he had concluded all his business, and it seemed to him that it would be better to leave the rest to the captain. To which the captain could not help but agree. But first he wanted to point out that Kim had just told him that he was embarrassed to receive praise, but still, he would like to ask the guy's permission to tell everyone around him that Kim is the same hero who saved his entire empire. Thanks to this, the system informed Kim that he had discovered a new achievement as well as a new skill. Now his hero is immortal. A girl who was working out at the gym started yelling at her friend to answer his phone because she wasn't going to hear that old-fashioned ringtone. That friend was Lee, who picked up the phone and heard the voice of his friend Kim, who had disappeared. But as soon as Kim said something to Lee, he immediately realized that this was not a joke now, and it was clear from his facial expression. Kim left the hospital with a slight scandal, as the doctors didn't want to let him go, even though he told them several times that he was fine, and so he didn't understand why they were making such a fuss. But apparently that was just the beginning, because as soon as he left the hospital, he was immediately greeted by Lee, who first of all wanted to ask the guy how he was feeling. After Kim told him everything in detail about his adventure, Lee calmed down a bit, although he still didn't fully believe the guy, as his hand didn't look as good as Kim himself described. But most of all, Lee was surprised that the guy managed to get past the 20th floor in just one day, and as he sees now, the guy wasn't badly injured, so the man would appreciate advice from someone so experienced. Warrior! Kim didn't understand what the man wanted to talk to him about, so he immediately said he didn't have any advice because he didn't really know much. Lee didn't expect any other answer, but it suited him to understand that he didn't need to worry about this guy. Anyway, Lee also wanted to talk to Kim about the fact that, in the end, he failed, and he was very sorry, moreover, his identity was revealed. But the guy immediately said that this was not a big problem, because from the beginning, he did not expect this director. In a past life, Kim was awakened directly under the agency's management and therefore knew who this director was. One way or another, Lee stated that the persuasion was unsuccessful, and he also had information he learned from an assistant close to director Kim Dewey, saying that a green dungeon had appeared in Gyeonggi-do Ansan and they were planning to raid it, and some awakened ones were gathering in Ansan. Hearing all this, Kim understood perfectly that that very day was gradually approaching. In his previous life, he was also called there, which made him unable to prepare for the sudden outbreak in Anyang. Director Song Kyung-tae was too busy dodging responsibilities that day, so the late response played a big role. Kim was so angry that Song Kyung-tae was an idiot who only cared about himself. But Lee interrupted Kim's thoughts to find out how the guy knew the time the dungeon appeared. The guy, in response to this question, thanked Lee for his effort, and if so, he would like to act on a different plane, in which he would work alone, which shocked Lee. Kim asked him not to be too surprised, as he had actually already received a lot of help from Lee. But the man didn't even want to hear that, because he was sure that what he did was not enough. Lee wanted to tell the guy that he was now in a position where he couldn't wait for the agency's cooperation, and he was also sure that in Kim's new plan, there would be a case where Lee could still help him. Kim clearly didn't expect anything like this. It seemed to him that Lee would quickly agree with him and wouldn't want to continue helping him, but apparently he was wrong. so he happily decided to tell Lee his plan. 2 months later, on December 17th, a week before Christmas, a lot of different news began to come out that terrorist attacks were taking place in the cities of the country. So the situation on the internet is heating up all the people, including the Abyss. Nobody at that time understood whether the prediction about the Domp Guild was actually true or not. Many people didn't even believe in the existence of the Domp Guild, but not Lee, who openly declared to all journalists that he personally experienced all of this and did all of this for a reason, but only because Kim Soo-hyun entrusted him with this work. Lee spoke on TV about how he nearly suffered significant damage from the recent capture of the Gwaju dungeon, something that even those close to Lee had trouble believing. But the agency director wasn't the kind of person who would just let all this go. And as soon as he saw that Lee was using journalists, he immediately became angry and started yelling. His head was already spinning from the appearance of the dungeon in Ansan, but here he had even more problems in his head. Dawn believed that nothing could be done about it, and they should let the situation go, because no matter what the agency was, they simply could not stop the autonomous actions of each of the awakened ones. The director was sure that this was Kim Soo-hyun's doing, so he asked his deputy to find out this guy's identity as quickly as possible so that they could deal with him and thus solve all their problems. According to Dawn, Kim Soo-hyun settled into the Abyss a month ago, but the only thing that was unclear to him was why this guy was making so much noise. Kim, in turn, was going crazy. His body was so relaxed that at times he didn't even understand what was happening. But his strange activity was suddenly interrupted by a knock on the door. It was the owner of the apartment who came to the guy because the rent was late for a month, and there was no answer for several days, and the man came here to find out what the guy was doing there and also to take his money. The man decided that since the guy didn't answer, then most likely he would die. So the man decided that first the guy should pay him, and then he could do whatever he wanted. But as soon as he opened the doors, he immediately saw what was wrong with his guest. Everything is fine and you can demand payment. But he was so brave until a monstrous energy captured the man. The next thing he heard, the guy apologized and said he would pay extra for the trouble he caused. Then he added that he was actually about to leave, and the man would most likely never see him again. These were the guy's last words before he disappeared, leaving behind a small bag of gold. But even at that amount, it was simply a huge payment for such a room. On December 23rd, a month had passed since he entrusted the task to Lee Joo-ho and arrived at the tower. Kim purchased an excellent magic catalyst with the accumulated achievement points, which were approximately 2 million points. So, by locking himself in a room and drinking a catalyst, he trained himself to tame the magical energy. The taste and smell were simply disgusting. But thanks to this, he managed to reach such a wonderful state as he is now. Kim was simply in a great mood as he realized that tomorrow would finally be the final battle, which he would definitely need to win. A guild official at the appointed time came to the guild chief's office and informed him that it was time for them to move on. The boss completely agreed with him, and as soon as he stood up, he immediately turned to Hak Jun and said that he should go with him. Reading all this news, Hak believed that all of this was being done by a criminal guild that was in the shadows, and now their existence has come to light. Maybe they even have an informant. Although he wasn't actually sure about this either, it seemed to him that there was a possibility that the start of a terrorist attack when a green dungeon appeared in Ansan was quite plausible. But it was still unclear why this would happen. But at one point the boss interrupted him to say that he was actually talking about the guy who posted that post. According to him, few awakened people know of their existence, and to find out who brought them to the surface, he carried out some kind of investigation. And thanks to this research, the boss determined that the person who posted this post is Kim Soo-hyun. And as soon as the man said this, it was clear from Han's face that he was familiar with that name. Furthermore, the man added that he was considering conducting another investigation to understand why this boy was framing the Domp Guild. As they got into the car, Khan became very interested in knowing why the reader, who does not benefit from writing such things, cares about such a subject, and why he cares about the Domp Guild. But at some point, he began to suspect that the Ares Guild and the Domp Guild were connected, and that's why the man was so worried about it. Furthermore, he didn't forget the fact that Kim Soo-hyun is just a C-ranked person, and therefore, it seemed to him that it was definitely not his fault. But in a somewhat strange way, Han still thinks about how Kim gave him a small piece of paper and asked the guy to contact him when needed. Meanwhile, in Ansan, it was an incredibly quiet Christmas. Even the hooligans, who usually have something to do, were very bored. One of them said that maybe they should also run away better because they say that a disaster will happen here, but the leader of this small group believed that all these were fairy tales and that they should not go anywhere. According to him, a crazy guy just made a noise, so at first glance it was clear to him that it was a lie, but suddenly his words were interrupted when a stranger appeared behind him, who assured the guy that it was not actually a lie. Everyone turned around and saw a masked guy who they obviously didn't like, so they were going to beat him up. The same guy who did most of the talking immediately said he already saw this guy's apology, so he would definitely get it. He was so happy that they finally managed to kick at least someone, especially someone as crazy as this one. But before he had time to finish speaking, this crazy guy lifted this guy by his clothes and made him understand that definitely not everything would be that simple. Kim then threw him to the ground and drew his sword, after which he assured him that he was not actually crazy, but just an ordinary terrorist. And a few seconds after these words, an explosion thundered behind Kim. These guys immediately took off and started running away as fast as they could. Within an hour, news that the explosion was now known to have occurred throughout Anyang City spread across all television channels, so that residents who were still in the city immediately began to be urgently evacuated. The director's employee burst into his office to report what had happened, but as it turned out, the man himself saw everything perfectly well. The man was very angry because until the end he thought this was just nonsense and that nothing would actually happen, but when he realized he was wrong, it made him even more angry. According to eyewitness testimony, Doi realized that one person was responsible for the terrorism, and this could not help but be surprising. It didn't take long for the director to realize that this man was Kim Soo-hyun, who was already incredibly tired of him. But he didn't want to solve this alone, so he decided to entrust this task to his deputy, whom he was against. The director literally immediately started yelling that he should gather all the available awakened people so that they could all catch Kim Soo-hyun together. He also wanted everyone to know that Kim Soo-hyun is a common terrorist who should be eliminated immediately. Meanwhile, Kim was on the roof of one of the city's buildings and was wondering if he could create trouble. Kim believed that it now definitely looked like a terrorist attack. Buildings and cars appeared to be on fire, although in reality this was far from the case. As his mastery of the sacred flame increased, he was able to create the illusion of burning. Only thanks to this was he able to put on such a spectacle. He also noted that so far there had been no casualties, and this could only mean one thing, that the population had already been evacuated. But even in this case, Kim believed that this was not enough, and he needed to go all the way to the end. Anyway, the time had come, and just as he pulled himself together and thought about doing what he had in mind, his thoughts were interrupted by a male voice asking the guy to stop there. These were the awakened ones who came to defeat the guy and prevent him from continuing to carry out his plan, but Kim perfectly understood that this was possible, so he was ready for it. At the head of all these guys was the awakened in the service and deputy director of the agency, Doi, who was the first person to ask Kim to humbly surrender and not continue doing what he had in mind. As soon as the other newcomers learned that the terrorist was Kim Soo-hyun, that super newcomer, a slight panic immediately began among those who had woken up. But Dewey wouldn't deviate from his original plan and continued to say that he knew Kim specifically conspired with Kim Joo-ho to create this situation. However, even in this case, they suggested that he peacefully agree to surrender and then they wouldn't punish him to the fullest. But Kim didn't even let him finish before saying that they talk too much and do so little. After that, he directly asked them to attack, because he actually didn't have much time to talk with them. This self-confidence obviously irritated all the awakened ones, as they believed that even though he was a super beginner, he still had no right to underestimate them. Kim immediately realized that most of the guys attacking him are B rank and above. Furthermore, they not only attacked him without thinking, but tried to do everything possible to force him to lower his defenses. But all these attacks were very predictable to Kim. He even found it a little funny how they were trying to get him. One of the awakened ones noticed that Doi was standing still and not attacking, which made him a little angry as he was the strongest among them, but for some reason he still stood still. The deputy, in response to this question, said that it seemed to him that there was clearly something suspicious here, although what he meant was not clear. While they were talking about this, the battle between Kim and his awakening continued. The guy continued to be actively attacked, although so far this had not brought any results. Kim understood that most of his opponents were B rank or higher, which made this fight clearly unfair, so he believed he needed to even the odds a bit. While Kim was thinking about this, Doi decided that he also needed to join the fight, so he used his ability, which was called Wings. Immediately after that, strange wings appeared on Kim's back, which began to lift the guy to the top. And as soon as Dewey managed to hold Kim in his hands, he immediately decided to tell him that he noticed a very interesting detail, that although everything was on fire, there was no damage, as the buildings were in good condition. But at that moment, he was more interested in one question. He wanted to know why Kim wanted to evacuate people under the pretext of terrorism. The guy didn't expect his opponent to be a sorcerer, as this would make his job much more difficult. But in any case, he wasn't going to talk to him, and immediately told Dewey that first he had to defeat him, and only then could he ask him about something. In this case, he had no choice but to heed Kim's request and defeat him before he could execute his plan. After that, he threw Kim off a huge building and followed him in free flight. To use his magic, he used a book, each page containing various types of spells. His next skill was Lightning Strike, which had all 5 stars. But even after such a powerful blow, Kim managed to land on his feet without any problems. At that moment, Dewey was thinking that the guy had been attacked by so many awakened people, so it seemed to him that it was simply impossible to dodge in the air. But how wrong he was, because as soon as the guy landed, it was immediately clear to him that he didn't have a single scratch on him. And this was a problem, because Dewey used one of his most powerful blows, and this can only mean one thing, that even he cannot defeat Kim. And the awakened himself at that moment evaluated Dewey, and it seemed to him that the magician was clearly no less than A rank. Anyway, it seemed to Kim that the sorcerer showed him a lot at this stage, but all this just confirms that Dewey is just a useless awakened. Dewey was really surprised that even in such a situation, the guy could say such a thing, although he realized that his strength would not be enough to defeat them all. When his colleagues finally came to help him, the first thing Dewey asked them was to buy him some time. According to him, this had to be done so that he would have time to send a request for help to the agency. He believed that all the forces of the awakened needed to be mobilized at this moment. After these words, all the awakened ones immediately went into battle, although Kim dodged all their attacks and did everything to not harm them, and this seemed to anger them even more, and they asked him to fight normally. Although everyone understood perfectly well that the person they had to fight at that moment was much stronger than they thought. One of them even heard that this guy passed the first floor in less than 2 years. They also just couldn't help but notice that this guy has a special magic sword that he fights with. But the strangest thing is that he doesn't use anything else besides that sword. In any case, looking at this guy, one can safely say that the level of his skill is simply incredibly enormous, and this despite the fact that he has not yet fully shown himself. Dewey still couldn't understand, despite all his fighting strength, why he hadn't revealed his identity yet. What was the problem? Kim at that moment decided to tell everyone who had already shown her all her uselessness, and that's why it seemed to her that there was simply no point in continuing this fight. Even though Dewey knew this guy's name and position, he still thought that Kim Soo-hyun's position was much higher than S's. Therefore, he asked his awakened ones to attack slowly and as carefully as possible, for without help, they could suffer greatly, and no one needs that. He also noted that so far, the attacks have only come from their side, and this is a very bad sign if they suddenly find out what happened and who is to blame for this situation. Kim, hearing all this, couldn't help but notice that Dewey was a very intelligent guy. He especially liked the idea of not wasting energy in vain, but in a more serious situation to act. It was quite reasonable. There are really only 2 reasons why Kim hid her identity and put on such a show. Firstly, He wanted to determine the strength of the active awakened, and now this was necessary to find out how much of the awakened's combat power could be used in battle. Secondly, to attract more fighters, if he had said that he was not a terrorist, Director Song Kyung-tae would not have sent any help, because initially this person simply did not care whether an outbreak happened or not. But when he organizes terror that threatens national security, things immediately take a different turn, because it hits journalists and television. So all Kim needs to do now is wait for help to arrive, and they must do so before the outbreak occurs. Dowie, still looking at the guy, didn't understand why he was standing so calmly looking at them, because he had definitely heard about the help, but he still wasn't going to attack. As he was thinking about this, help arrived on the scene and quickly responded to the call for help. It was still unclear who had come to his aid, but the commander's voice was quite familiar. Dowie, looking at the detachment that had arrived to help, immediately thought that the director was apparently furious that he had sent just such people to help. The state's awakened organization, which has been selected and trained by the agency to manage the awakened, is a sort of rapid response squad, a group called ACT. Even though Kim was wearing a mask, it was immediately noticeable that he was smiling, because he hadn't actually seen his old acquaintances for a long time. The head of this detachment was Park Yun-gyu, rank S. He served as captain. Most of the awakened immediately recognized Park Yun because he was one of the strongest among the S-rank awakened. First of all, as soon as the ACT squad arrived at the scene, Park Yun wanted to know the situation, and according to his assistant, the enemy forces are much weaker than them, and according to that person's report, his name is Kim Soo-hyun. He is registered as a C-rank fighter, but in fact he possesses his skills at the S-rank level. Dowie even assumed that Kim Soo-hyun was even stronger for Park Yun-go at the moment. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by ACTA's vice captain, Kak Seung-chul, who had an A rank, and said that it was clear to Dowie that he was scared, as if he was on the battlefield for the first time. As Seung-chul believed that there was only one guy in front of them that they could easily defeat, but Park Yun immediately asked him to calm down and in no case let his guard down. After that, Captain Acta turned to Deputy Dowie and told him that he did not know how strong the enemy was and that he did not think it was worth launching the attack first, with which the Deputy Director himself agreed. But, as it turned out later, he had only himself in mind, so he sent his squad into battle, which, in his opinion, would be the first to launch the attack. How the son attacked his new opponent with a smile, as he believed that he could now easily deal with this guy. Dowie at that moment decided to turn to the ACT captain and say that even though Park Yun-gyu and A's student was a ranked fighter, he still wasn't sure if he could become a worthy opponent, although Park Yun believed that everything would be fine. The man asked not to forget that ACT's battles are different from the battles of other awakened ones. Kim listened carefully to the man and looked him straight in the eye. The thought crossed her mind that he was exactly the same as he was then. Nothing had changed. Kim, like no one else, knew who Park Yun was and what he was capable of, but he also hadn't forgotten what this captain taught him in a past life. From the way his squad attacked, Kim immediately realized that the guy's breeding methods were exactly the same. But before destroying them all, Kim decided to test a theory. At some point, when the ACT group members were supposed to start attacking Kim, they simply ran off in different directions, which was quite strange to watch. But then it became clear what the problem was, so they created a circle that closed Kim in and didn't allow him to leave. Others who were awakened, looking at this, did not understand what was happening at all, because it did not meet their expectations at all. For them it was somehow very strange. Dowie turned to them and said he understood perfectly that perhaps this seemed like an ordinary race in circles, but in fact it was far from the case. After all, in reality, the guys land a blow every second, and considering there are so many there, we can only imagine how many blows Kim Soo-hyun will have to dodge. Then the awakened finally understood what was happening and why this attack was so serious. According to the deputy director, the scheme of multiple attacks is set up in a single acceleration, a systematic tactic that combines support, containment, and powerful attacks, attacking from all sides to capture strong individuals or bosses. In other words, this technique could be called the ideal versatile attack. This is the very characteristic of the awakened ACT. as the son at that moment spoke to Kim Soo-hyun and asked him to stop dodging like a mouse and finally show what he is capable of. But even so, Kim avoided all possible attacks from the ACT group. He understood that the moment his foot left the ground, the central point would naturally collapse. And all this just to finally use a chain attack that tied the guy up like a spider with a web. The other awakened who observed this closely. The first thing they thought was that ACT had managed to capture this crazy terrorist. But as the son decided he simply couldn't stop there, he launched an attack that stunned everyone who watched. The other members of the group immediately thought that the captain was asking them to do all the work more delicately, and now, when he made this mistake, they lost control, because all the chains were broken. But before they had time to say it out loud, Kim began to carefully emerge from the fog, which shocked everyone, including Captain Pak Yun, who, although he tried not to show it, it was clear on his unperturbed face. The whole point is that Kim dodged all of Kak Sung's blows and not only landed several accurate strikes, but also wrapped the guy in his own chain. Kak Sung was obviously very angry about this, but what was surprising was that he started yelling about how Kim supposedly knew how they were going to attack him, and that's why he was able to dodge the attack so easily. The guy remembered that at that moment when he was tied up and brandishing the sword, Kim dodged and broke the chains. Also, he wore the chain backwards. But that was embarrassing, so, like the son decided, it would be best if he kept quiet about it. Dowie simply didn't understand how this was possible, even taking into account the fact that he may have simply incredible instincts. But even with such abilities, it is literally impossible to do all this in a split second. Kim at that moment was thinking that of course he knew this, because he was the one who was in the ACT squad in a past life and was trained in all the smallest battle tactics, so you shouldn't be surprised that he was aware of all this. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the captain, who said he had apparently made a mistake in deciding he should have attacked second. After that, he turned to Kim Soo-hyun and told the guy that even though he was young, even in this case he was still very good and talented. It seemed to the captain that if they had met elsewhere, he would have invited him to work together. After all, it seemed to him that at that moment the guy was using his power for other purposes. Dowie, before the start of this battle, asked the captain to be as careful as possible not to collapse the entire area. Kim was very happy at that moment because everyone who was awake was slowly gathering, and this was only a plus for him. At that moment he was thinking that someday he would be able to fight like that, and apparently the day his wish would come true had finally arrived. However, he reminded himself that today was not the time for that, and he should remember the reason he really came here, so he threw away his sword. And then, without much thought, he turned to the captain and said that he had been forced to surrender and that he really did not want to continue this battle, or rather, to start it. This obviously greatly surprised both the captain and the other awakened, who could not believe that after such a battle, Kim would decide to give up so easily. The captain didn't fully understand what was going on here, so he asked Kim to clarify once again what his words meant. Kim confidently told him that the captain had heard everything correctly according to him. There was no need to waste any more energy on senseless fights, because from now on, a real battle would begin for all of them. And as soon as this was finished, Dowie and the others noticed a green light after a small earthquake, which occurred among the clouds. Their worst expectations came true. They noticed that a dungeon had opened in the sky, which had been rumored for so long. It didn't take long for either of them to realize it was the same flash. As they wondered and tried to understand how all of this was possible, Kim turned to them and told them that, as they could see, the appearance of dungeons and the speed of the outbreak would become even more unpredictable in the future. After these words, Kim went back to absorbing all the fire that was in the city. Dowie noticed this immediately and decided for himself that this was definitely this guy's skill and no houses or people were actually harmed. At this point, Kim continued to tell them that they might be confused and hate him for not telling them the truth from the beginning, but now he would like to make just one request. And the essence of this request was very simple. He just wanted them to fight together. After all, only then will they be able to protect the city of Anyang, which without their help could disappear from the face of the earth forever. Dowie couldn't believe that this man in front of him was really Kim Soo-hyun, who had been rumored so much. The sudden outbreak in Anyang City is the beginning of an anomaly that will threaten the world in the future. It was known that the outbreak is a phenomenon that occurs when a dungeon is not attacked for a certain period from its occurrence. However, this is a special situation where the outbreak occurred simultaneously with the emergence of the dungeon, so Kim was well aware of the fact that such things would happen more and more frequently in the future. After that, Kim decided to talk to Doi and find out from him, first of all, how many support forces he had, and if you believe the deputy's words, then there were about 100 people in his squad. Kim was happy to hear this, so he immediately thanked Doi for his work, as well as for listening to his intentions. But Doi believed that all these thanks should be directed only to Kim, because all the awakened ones would definitely not have gathered here if he had not pretended to be a terrorist, because this way he was able to solicit support much more quickly. Other awakened people didn't understand what we were talking about at that moment. Did these guys already know this outbreak was going to happen? In any case, the answer to this question will have to be patient, because when they raised their heads, they saw a huge monster crawling out of the dungeon. At that moment, not everyone understood that it was a flash coming from the green dungeon, which could not be said of Doi, who immediately understood this and was therefore frightened. It was not surprising that he was so scared because it was a flash of a green dungeon in which the monsters are an order of magnitude stronger than in all other dungeons. Most of those who awakened had never seen such enormous monsters, so they were paralyzed with fear when they began to attack. Many awakened were stronger to these monsters, but they literally couldn't do anything with themselves. Their bodies were simply filled with fear that wouldn't go away. This happened to one of the guys who stood there like a statue until he was attacked by a huge goblin. It seemed like this would be the end of the guy's story, and no one would remember him anymore. But at the last moment, Pa Yun blocked the goblin's blow and thus saved the guy's life. The man at that moment was thinking that every monster was at the boss level of a red or orange dungeon, which scared even him. Anyway, there was no point in thinking about it at the moment, so he started fighting with these monsters, and also shouted to his subordinates that now was not the time to speak ill, it would be better to fight. As the son also began to scream in panic, even though his original task was to calm his colleagues and bring hope to the hearts of each of the awakened. But unfortunately, he didn't, and Kim decided to tell him about it, who appeared out of nowhere behind the guy. The guy once again reminded him that he is from a special organization called ACT, which in such moments must show its strength, so Kim once again asked him to pull himself together and use his position to calm the awakened and transfer their fear in the right direction. The son didn't have time to respond before Kim jumped high and flew straight to the center of the green dungeon, where there were more monsters. This further angered Vice Captain Act, because he didn't understand what was wrong with this guy, because he spoke exactly the same as his mentor. Kim used all his strength and all his resources to destroy as many monsters as possible with his sword. Although he succeeded, at some point it seemed that the number of these monsters was simply infinite. But it still seemed to Kim that Pak Yun should help him deal with the monsters in the green dungeon, and since the whole act is here, then the evacuation of the citizens will be much easier. Thanks to this, he doesn't need to worry about the smaller monsters. He can destroy the boss of this dungeon, the huge dragon Igolas. The size of this dragon was incredible. It was so big that the skyscrapers in the city center seemed so small. When Doi saw this monster, he immediately realized that they needed to evacuate all the citizens as quickly as possible, and so far they have only managed to do so with half. At that moment, he was thinking that, thanks to the early evacuation, there were still no casualties, but still the thought was that if they didn't stop the monsters, there would be much more damage. And looking at this big guy, one can assume that not only Anyang City is in danger, but the entire country. Therefore, they decided that it would be best not to let any monsters leave Anyang, and all people were asked to remain calm and follow the instructions of the awakened ones. Meanwhile, Kim Soo-hyun was organizing his thoughts, as he would soon have to destroy a huge dragon, although he did it in his past life. But that doesn't mean that doing it a second time will be much easier. Doi believed that the only hope left at the moment was Kim. However, given the strength of such a dungeon and the immediate departure of all the monsters, it was difficult to be sure that the guy would handle everything for sure. Dowie's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by heavy breathing behind him. Because of this, he turned around carefully and hoped until the end that he wouldn't see a monster behind him, but unfortunately that wasn't the case. At first it seemed like Dowie was finished, but suddenly this huge goblin fell right in front of him, and Park Yun was sitting on the head of this monster, who only realized that Dowie had lost his vigilance and needed to pull himself together. After that, he decided to rest a bit and explain to Dowie what was going on here. According to him, he and Act will take care of the extermination of monsters and the evacuation of citizens, and he would like to ask Dowie to continue summoning the awakened. As they were talking, Kim jumped up beside them, who also wanted to say a few words. But as soon as he wanted to speak, he was approached by Park Yun, who wanted to know if he could entrust this enormous dragon to him, and the answer was not long in coming. Kim replied that this was all he needed now, after which he summoned his sacred phoenix, with whom he would go into battle. The guy flew high enough to catch the monster in an awkward position. Kim attacked with all his strength, but as soon as the sword touched the surface of the dragon's body, instead of causing damage, it couldn't even penetrate the surface of the shell. After that, he immediately jumped back a short distance, and the first thing Kim thought was that the dragon was incredibly strong, and it was unlikely that his usual blows would be able to reach this monster. It was now more than obvious that defeating this creature would not be easy, and that it would obviously require something much stronger and more powerful than ordinary sword strikes. Kim decided that he would first try to attack this creature with the help of his phoenix, to at least somehow distract it from himself. But all these thoughts distracted the guy, and he completely forgot that this huge monster is also capable of attacking back. That was the main reason why Kim missed the blow. Although it was quite a heavy blow, Kim obviously had no intention of giving up after that, and immediately started to get up. At that moment, the guy thought that this dragon had withstood 2 blows, from which any monster would have already died, while he felt as if nothing had happened, but this only confirmed that the guy should recognize the enormous strength of his opponent, especially when he remembered that in a past life, the outbreak in Anyang was recorded in the protocol as a disaster. The losses totaled more than 100,000 people, about half of whom died precisely because of this dragon. Due to an unexpected anomaly in the dungeons, the number of awakened was insufficient. After conquering the dungeon, he entered the battle, but unfortunately, Kim was unable to completely defeat this reptile. Be that as it may, Kim still decided for himself that he would do everything to cut this dragon in half in this life and avoid losses as great as in his previous life. And in this, he should have been helped by his knowledge of how this dragon fights. For example, he knew that after the eruption of the flame, this dragon needs to rest a little. That is, it takes a break. So this moment is more suitable to hit him with his own punch, which is what Kim was going to do, and used a jump to start. After that, he realized that the dragon's neck is the most vulnerable area, which probably won't be able to withstand the guy's blow. But this time he decided to attack not with his sword, but with the help of a dragon spear. This is a weapon that is made based on the mythical spear Gungnir and is sold in the Abyss store. It is quite expensive. The only disadvantage is that it is disposable. Although, on the other hand, this disadvantage is offset by the fact that it is so powerful that just one hit is enough to inflict colossal damage on the enemy. It was with the help of this weapon that Kim would ensure that no person in this city would die because of this dragon. 1,000 small spears flew at the dragon, and after a few seconds they hit its body, which is why all those screams were heard. After a few seconds of looking at the dragon, it became clear that this was where his story ended, and he could no longer harm anyone. This monster fell from a great height after being hit by Kim, which made it clear that the guy was able to destroy it. Kim was very happy that she was able to deal with this monster so quickly before it destroyed other people. But after a few seconds, he realized he was a little hasty in his conclusions, as strange creatures of incomprehensible shapes began to appear on the dragon's body. As soon as the guy saw them, he immediately thought that perhaps this creature only appeared after inflicting serious injuries on Igolas. But Kim was happy to see it. If he remembers correctly, this is how part of Igolas's soul manifests itself. Part of this dragon's soul, incredibly, could speak, and the first thing she asked Kim was who he was. The guy answering this question, immediately told him that before asking him this, it would be good for him to think about who he was. These words made this monster think, because in truth he didn't even know who he was or what he was. All this demon could say was that he was in incredible, unbearable pain. At this moment, while this creature was angry, thousands of arrows began flying towards Kim. Kim didn't dodge them because he understood that it was actually useless. He tried to block this attack a little with the help of divine fire, but it didn't help him much. A few seconds later, the dragon's body came back to life and instantly hit the guy's body, sending him flying several meters away. Now that Kim wasn't feeling well, it seemed like she would hardly be able to continue her battle after this. Apparently, Igolas didn't intend to stop there, so he moved in to finish Kim off. At least that's what it looked like from the outside. Just then, Lee arrived at the battlefield, who first turned to Doi to find out where Kim Soo-hyun was at the moment and if he needed help. But as soon as he raised his head, he saw an incredibly terrifying image in which a dragon's enormous mouth was about to devour Kim. And a few seconds later, he saw how the dragon, with the help of its huge teeth, disintegrated Kim's body. Lee immediately started screaming at the top of his lungs because he couldn't believe what was happening here. He didn't want to believe that Kim Soo-hyun would just die. At that moment, Kim finally heard the precious system notification, which told the guy that the skill is activated when health reaches a certain level, and then the hero becomes immortal. Thus, the guy restored lost stamina, also accelerated vital regeneration, and as a bonus, he had a sharp increase in physical abilities, for which Kim could only thank the dragon. And as soon as his strength was with him again, he opened the mouth of this monster with his bare hands. After that, he told him with a smile that only thanks to him had he just become an order of magnitude stronger. The second part of the soul simply did not understand what was happening and where it was, and most importantly, who was this guy? All of this was so strange to this part of the soul because he didn't even understand what kind of dragon it was and what it was doing here. However, from the way he looks at him, this guy is probably his opponent, whom he wanted to destroy with the help of this dragon. All that was left in this particle's memory was who it was before it died, and now it has apparently merged with Igolas. Meanwhile, Kim continued to attack this monster. Fortunately, he now had enough strength and stamina to do so. The guy couldn't get out of his head the fact that at the moment he is in the best condition, because his body is so light in flight that this gives him the opportunity to use his skills several times better. He understood that it was probably just the effect of a skill that helped him survive, but either way, it's not that important now because the dragon is still flying, which means it can theoretically cause a lot of damage around the city. Even in such a heightened state, Kim still couldn't land a blow strong enough to finally defeat this monster, but he still wouldn't give up and did everything he could to finally find this dragon's weakest point. He struck 1,000 blows in a few minutes, and at one point he finally noticed a huge wound on this dragon's body, which allowed him to come up with a completely new plan of action. And actually, there was nothing complicated about it. He just needed to cut off part of the dragon's body using this wound. After such critical damage to the dragon, it was obvious that it would hardly have time to recover. But Kim was not referring to the dragon itself, but rather to whoever controls this creature. This part of the soul was called Falcon, and it was he who controlled the dragon at the moment, although he himself did not suspect that he was doing so. Now all that came to mind were memories of how people had asked Falcon to save them, because they believed in him and knew for sure that he would do everything he could to keep them from dying. His main task was to stop the dragon Igolas, because once upon a time, Falcon was the only one who could be entrusted with such an important task. So Falcon decided that since he couldn't defeat this monster, he should subdue it himself, but he had no idea what all this would lead to. Kim interrupted these memories to ask Falcon what he thinks. The people he protected and those he failed to protect, would they like him looking so pitiful now? It was obviously very difficult for Falcon to answer this question, so he was silent for a while and thought about what to say. He understood that it made no difference who he protected and who he could not protect, because in the end he was never able to defeat this monster called Igoglas. Kim was ready to hear anything, but not this. It seemed to him that Falcon had completely lost his mind and would go into battle again right now. But in the end, Falcon decided that he would do everything to destroy Igoglas and end this story in his favor. After that, he turned to Kim and asked this stranger to put an end to this and finally destroy the sinister dragon, which for a long time had only brought sadness. Kim didn't wait long and released the same tattered arrow, adding a bit of divine flame to further increase the weapon's power. This was more than enough to cause damage that would destroy Falcon, and with him, the dragon he owned and controlled. After this blow, the dragon began to fall successfully, thus giving hope that everything would finally end. The first thing Kim wanted to ask after landing was if Falcon's memories had returned. Falcon immediately replied that everything that was forgotten had passed along with all the mistakes and failures. He is a knight of the Tessaram Empire. Falcon resisted the demon Igalus, who had long threatened his homeland. Due to the prolonged war, the damage to his homeland increased every day, and in the end he, using magic, lured him and himself into another dimension. But as a result, in an endless battle, he and Igolas merged into one, and even after leaving that dimension, they fought fiercely within one body to destroy each other. However, every time Falcon tried to put an end to all this madness, he kept destroying people. Kim told him that, in fact, it had been a long time, and there was simply no point in regretting it. Now for him, it is important to think about what he can protect, and not what he has lost. And besides, just think about the fact that if he had not saved his empire, even more people would have died. Falcon smiled and said that this was a somewhat awkward consolation on Kim's part. The guy honestly admitted that he had no skills in that area, but he spoke from the bottom of his heart. Even so, the knight said that it seemed to him that Kim's words were true. He would be lying if he said he didn't regret it, and even if Falcon returned to the past, he would probably make the same choice. Kim said those words in her head and thought about what she would do in the end. His thoughts were interrupted by Falcon, who suddenly pulled a glowing ball out of nowhere and began saying that since the guy saved him, he would like to give him this gift. According to him, it was the armor that was made for him in the Tessaram Empire. It was the strongest armor one could dream of and was created specifically to resist Igolas. In fact, Kim was very happy to receive this gift, so she immediately thanked Falcon for it. Before leaving for another world, Falcon once again decided to thank Kim for her help, as it was actually a very long battle. After these words, he was finally able to go to another world with a peaceful soul and rest there for a while. Kim bowed her head to him in respect to the great Tessarama warrior. And as soon as Falcon completely disappeared from this world, Kim immediately heard Lee and Dawi screaming and running towards him behind him. First, Lee examined him for injuries, and at first glance it was clear that there were no serious injuries, although this was quite strange for him. Kim told him that the monster was much stronger and he almost died, but these words confused Lee even more, who began to worry even more about the guy. Dowie interrupted Lee's panic to say that he was very happy that everything was okay with Kim, as it was only thanks to him that there were no casualties. Dowie added that the department head may not accept such behavior, but he didn't mind and would like to apologize to Kim on behalf of the institution, and also thank him for his work. Kim smiled in response and immediately said that there was actually no need to apologize so much. He was just happy to know there were no casualties. He went on to say that a weight was also lifted off his shoulders when he discovered there were no victims, but he never managed to finish because at one point he simply started to black out and eventually lost consciousness. Lee caught him in the process. Before the guy fell to the ground, this state of the guy made the man think again that something had happened to him, and he was obviously injured somewhere. Dowie assured Lee that due to the high energy consumption, he must have been very tired, and fortunately, there were no serious injuries, and mentally thought that when the situation was resolved, a storm would rage around this guy. And the reason for this storm is that he is the protagonist of the event, and now the world can sleep peacefully, only thanks to this guy. The next day, all the news channels in the country reported that citizens had been evacuated from Anyang City due to an outbreak, and everyone also said that a terrorist attack by the Domp Guild had been predicted in Anyang City, and all these incidents were directly related to Kim Soo-hyun. Kim was lying in a quiet hospital room at the time and had just opened his eyes. But then the memories came back to him and he immediately jumped out of bed like a madman. The first thing he did was look around, and when he did, he finally realized that it was a hospital, but he couldn't remember when he lost consciousness. so he began to suspect that he was severely physically exhausted. Then he picked up his cell phone and realized that today was already the 27th, which meant he had slept for 3 whole days. But those thoughts quickly left his head when he noticed a small note on the table. He immediately started reading it, inside which was a story about how he came to visit Kim when he was sleeping. So he decided to leave this note. He also said that because of this situation, the world was worried and it seemed like everything needed to be put in order for him, so now he is dealing with annoying calls and requests. Also, the person who wrote this message to him understood that it was more of an arbitrary thing, but it still seemed like Kim would understand him, and from the guy's smile, it was clear that he understood him perfectly. Lee really did a good job when he decided to put his hand in. In this letter, it was said that Kim saved a large number of people, and he must have been very tired. So the author of the letter wanted Kim to rest more and not think about anything, and finally asked him to eat all the fruits because the guy probably wakes up hungry. Kim took the apple with a smile and thought that he was actually very grateful to Lee for taking such care. It was very important to him. There were thoughts in his head that after the Gwangju dungeon, the outbreak in Anyang was successfully prevented and his efforts were not in vain. Now it is safe to say that everything is radically different from his previous life, but he also could not forget that he still has a lot to do. So he must remain vigilant. And at first he decided he needed to figure out what to do now. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted when he heard someone knocking on the door. Imagine Kim's surprise when he saw Choi Hak-jun enter the room. Kim noticed for the first time that this guy seemed a bit strange, but still he was the first to turn to him to find out if the guy had come to visit him. Next, Kim would like to ask what happened to his face, but in the end, he never received an answer to any of the questions, because Zhang simply ignored all of it to ask his question. He placed his hand on the bed and asked Kim in a somewhat gruff voice if he had considered joining their guild. The head of the scavenger guild noticed that it seemed like everyone was already gathered, so he wanted to get straight to the point and began by explaining that the evaluation of a medium guild's level promotion to a large guild is a very important event for the future of his guild. According to him, by becoming a large guild, they would finally receive many benefits, but what he liked most was that they would receive support from the institution. Therefore, he asked each of the guild's employees to make sure they were ready for the promotion evaluation, and if even one of them made a mistake, the man would immediately destroy the culprit. At this point, the guild meeting ended and the man released all of them except Hak-jun, whom he asked to stay for a while. The guy didn't quite understand why the boss had called him. And when he asked about it, the first thing the man decided to do was clarify. Or wouldn't Hak-jun want to exchange a few words with him? After a few minutes of conversation, the man began to beat Hak, and he did so with particular cruelty. After each blow, the man reminded the boy that he didn't care about cowards, scoundrels, or cruel people, but that he would never forgive anyone who betrayed him. So now, all he wanted to know from the guy was why he lied to him, even though Khan tried until the end to prove that he didn't lie. The guy, in the midst of pain, tried to prove that he didn't know and thought that everything he said was true. The man highly doubted that the guy was telling the truth, because according to his information, they met in the abyss and even passed the classification assessment together. But even so, the guy says he didn't know. The boss had already started yelling because he couldn't believe the guy didn't know what Kim Soo-hyun was. Anyway, he was already tired of messing with the guy, and so he decided to give the guy one last chance. That is, he needed to bring Kim Soo-hyun to him, because having him in the guild would give them an advantage. Promotion. Han didn't understand how he should bring Kim Soo-hyun, because they only met by chance a few times and never contacted each other again. In this case, he can't even use force because everyone knows perfectly well how strong that guy is. In response to these words, the man could only once again call Khan stupid. After all, he couldn't understand that this wasn't something that should concern him. If he said to bring it, then it needs to be taken and brought. The details of how he was going to do it didn't bother him at all. Well, if this time he couldn't fulfill his request, then the man would show him what true pain was. And as a result, he decided to warn him for the last time that before the promotion evaluation starts, he will have to bring Kim Soo-hyun to him. Immediately after this incident, Khan went home, where his wounds were treated by a girl, on whom he endured the pain and said that all these wounds only stung him a little. She didn't believe him, and so she decided to find out who did it, and the first person she thought of was Dong. The guy immediately changed his face and started saying that recently the monsters in the dungeon have become much stronger. But she didn't listen and interrupted. She started to get a little hysterical, so the guy got up and started to calm her down. He realized that ordinary words would not help here, so he immediately found the necessary medicines, which he handed to the girl so that she could take them immediately. The illness that makes her suffer so much is an illness that modern medicine cannot cure, and he couldn't even imagine what she would do without him, because in those moments only he can give her a painkiller that works. The fact is that the head of the guild gives him this painkiller, with the help of which he blackmails the guy, which happened this time too. He told Khan that the guy would have to try if he did not want to see her die. Khan told the girl that she was not well, and when she felt so bad, he did not feel well either. Therefore, he decided for himself that until his girlfriend gets better, he will not give up under any circumstances and will fight for her until the end. After all, in fact, he is ready to do anything for her. That's why he came to the hospital to see Kim. He asked the guy to think carefully about his proposal. These are not bad conditions. According to him, he will definitely receive many calls from various guilds and associations, but if he joins their guild, then Khan was ready to guarantee that then no one will bother him. All that was needed for that was to join the guild, but his words were suddenly interrupted by Kim. He wanted to admit to Khan immediately that at that moment, this all seemed incredibly implausible. Therefore, Kim suggested to him that before joining the guild, it seemed like it would be best to tell him what happened. At that moment, Han started to get extremely worried, but he still decided to check with Kim, or did he really want to know what exactly happened? But before Kim could answer his question, Han drew his sword and told Kim that he would tell him everything, but to do so, he would have to fight him. Han promised Kim that if he defeated him, he would tell him everything. But if he lost to him, he would join the Ares Guild without any fight. Choi Hak-jun, the youngest A-rank awakened member of the world-class Ares Guild, was called a genius and predicted a promising future. The night before his promotion to S rank was evaluated, he destroyed all the members of the Ares Guild. Even during Kim Song-in's time, they met him several times, but they couldn't agree on anything in common. After all, Khan in that life sincerely didn't understand why he should think of anyone other than himself and save the world from people who wouldn't even thank him later. He had a completely different image than he does now, but today's Choi Han-jun is different from that time, and Kim considers him a good person. Even when they met in front of the establishment, he seemed to have something to say, but in front of Dong Yeon, he tried to pretend he didn't know him. In Anyang, he saw that he fought to save people, so now Kim wanted to find out why such a guy wanted Kim to join the Ares Guild so much. But apparently, he will have to do it using the method proposed by Khan himself, because he was the first to decide to attack Kim. Han attacked Kim with the words that if Kim remained silent, he would consider it consent. In response to these words, Kim told him that she would like to know why the guy had changed so much. So far, Kim has only had to dodge Han's attacks, and that hasn't been so easy to do. He's still an A-rank awakened. Still, Kim's speed was enough to finally catch this guy and force him to slow down a bit. He understood that if chaos reigned in the hospital, it could harm everyone, and so he wanted to resolve this situation as quickly as possible, but first he had to find his weapon. Looking around the room, he found that his sword was not far from the window. But Khan would not stop, so he continued to attack, despite being the only one with the sword in his hands. Kim needed to distract this guy's attention a little, and to do so, she decided to use a tablecloth. After that, the guy took off and started running with all his strength towards the sword to continue this fight with equal strength. And as Kim ran for his sword, he heard Han saying that he would not allow him to take the sword in his hands, because he knew that if Kim took the sword in his hands, he would definitely lose. So without much thought, he used the power of his sword to stop Kim. This resulted in an explosion that erupted throughout the city, which would obviously attract a lot of attention. Kim flew out of the room and began falling towards the incredibly tall hospital building. At this moment, He thought that he luckily managed to avoid the attack, but this is a strong wind, although he was prepared for it because he knew that Choi Hak-jun was strong. He still couldn't pick up the sword, so he decided to pick up a kitchen knife to even out the odds of victory at least a little. Furthermore, he knew that there were many innocent people below, and their fight could have unpleasant consequences, so he decided it would be best to lure Han to the roof. And to reach the roof, he himself used a phoenix and divine fire. Han, watching as Kim flew to the roof, understood perfectly where this was leading, but he also understood perfectly that he really had no other choice and would have to follow Kim. Kim, standing on the roof and waiting for his opponent, thought that, in fact, even if he fought Khan with his bare hands, it was still unlikely that he would lose, but that would happen if he were in normal conditions. And right now, he still hasn't fully recovered the stamina he expended in Anyang, so he needs to be extremely careful when fighting this guy, who immediately noticed that Kim was holding a fruit knife in her hands, but still couldn't believe that this kitchen knife could become a normal weapon for the guy. Kim, in response to these words, asked the boy not to doubt this, but rather to attack quickly so that they could end the fight and finally move on to a conversation. Although mentally Kim himself understood perfectly well that this was definitely not a suitable weapon for an awakened one, because in essence, it was just a blade, and of course with this type of weapon, there would be no magical resonance. All Kim could count on at that moment was her mana control, which in her opinion was top-notch. And after a few seconds, he showed why he was so confident in this. With just a small kitchen knife, he was able to deliver an incredibly powerful attack to Han's body. The damage was critical because Khan's shout spoke of it. But it seems that this technique didn't stop Han, but rather angered him even more, as he decided that he would use the full moon's explosion to finally get Kim. This technique apparently caused a huge explosion, even louder than the previous one. A few minutes after the two explosions, police and a group of rescue service personnel gathered under the hospital building to help the injured and wounded. At this moment, Han was already rejoicing in his victory, thinking that not even Kim Soo-hyun could withstand such a close attack. But as the fog began to clear, he saw Kim's silhouette, and now his smile grew even wider, although now it was hysterical as he realized he still wouldn't be able to defeat Kim. The whole point is that Kim, with the help of a small knife and mana control, was able to block such a strong blow from Khan. Kim suggested he end it there and asked Han to tell her how things were with him. No tricks. Guak Yun Seong, that was the name of the man Han wanted to make happy. Yoon Sung and Han spent their childhood together. He was a childhood friend he simply couldn't let go of. And recently he started calling her his girlfriend, although she was so dear to him that for a while it even seemed to him that she was his sister. After graduating from high school, Yoon Sung inherited his parents' flower shop and helped him a lot while he was unemployed. She always encouraged and supported him anytime and anywhere, and even after the guy woke up, he was very happy to have such a girl by his side. However, one day, everything changed. Khan returned to the girl's store once again, where he saw her crying on the floor, which immediately made him understand that something had happened. He immediately tried to find out from her what was going on and who was to blame for this mess. A man walked into a flower shop wanting to buy flowers for his beloved, but for some reason he immediately realized that things were very bad in the store. Khan immediately turned to see who the man was and saw the guild leader Aries there, which was a bit surprising at that moment. Then the man began to say that judging by the girl's condition, it can be assumed that someone had poisoned her, and very strongly. And he spoke with such confidence only because he knows a little about poisons and antidotes. He thought this was an incredible coincidence and also believed that since he had already come here, he could help them figure everything out. Kim listened to this story carefully and finally came to the conclusion that the guy was doing all this just because his girlfriend needed to take medication constantly, which only Young-dong Yeon could manage. Han confirmed all of this and immediately afterward reminded Kim of the day he promised to help him if he ever needed help. And he did this just to say that he was now seriously counting on these words. That is, he asked Kim for help to finally escape from Jong Dong-yong's clutches. But then again, he believed that if he received help from others, he would not be able to defend himself and would likely continue to be deceived, just like Young Dong-yong did. It seemed to Khan that if he could not protect anything alone, everything would be the same in the future. So now that he believes that there is no other way and that it would be better for him to go and end it all once and for all, Kim helped him make this decision, for which the guy was extremely grateful to him. The man, holding a small piece of paper in his hands, read what was written on it and did not completely believe that things were so. But the man who provided him with this information reminded him that he makes money by providing information, so there is simply no point in thinking that he lied. And he also asked him not to forget that all of this is top secret, and he only told him this, so he better be careful with it. Lee understood him perfectly, so he decided not to speak to him anymore, and just as he was about to leave, he heard the man shout behind him that under no circumstances should he dare drag him along with him. The man heard him and immediately picked up the phone to call Kim and ask how he was feeling, as he already knew he had been attacked at the hospital. Kim didn't tell him the details of that fight. He just said that nothing special happened and that he felt great, because in the end he wasn't hurt anywhere. After that, the guy was the first to decide to ask a question that interested him. And as soon as Lee heard what Kim wanted to tell him, his face changed immediately, after which he said that now a picture had been drawn in his head and he finally understood what was happening. He also wanted to tell him some interesting information directly related to the Aries Guild, which clearly interested Kim. The guild chief, Aries, meanwhile, was smoking a cigarette in a relaxed manner, and this continued until a guest entered his office. It was Hak Jun, who became a rather unexpected guest for the man, as he had only gone on vacation for a short time, yet he showed up at the office. The boss immediately wanted to know what brought the guy to him on his day off. Khan looked at the head with a smile and said he was just here to ask a single question. He wanted to understand when an awakened person uses their powers on someone, and if that awakened person dies, then their powers also disappear forever. The boss also smiled in response, as he wanted to know why the guy needed such information and what he would do when he found out the answer to this question. On the same day, it was urgently broadcast on all television channels that an awakened had attacked Sonil Hospital, located in the Gangnam area of Seoul. Fortunately, there were no unnecessary casualties, and the awakened control department is currently clarifying the details. It was also announced that the prime suspect is the awakened Aries Guild member, Choi Han-jun. His girlfriend immediately started calling him to find out what had happened, but unfortunately for her, the signal was not established, so she became even more worried. She just didn't understand that her boyfriend was doing such a thing, that he was now the prime suspect in such a crime. The girl was very worried when suddenly someone knocked on the door, which made her even more scared. She opened the doors very carefully and immediately asked who came to visit her. And his visitor was Kim Soo-hyun, who introduced herself with a smile. She let him into the house and made him some tea, after which he said that he came here unexpectedly, so he should also thank her for letting him in. In response to these words, she said that she actually knew him very well because he was quite a famous person, and besides, she had heard about him from Han-jun, so she wasn't as scared as he thought. The girl also added that Han always said he really wanted to be like him, but she didn't understand what was happening at all, because the news reported that Han had attacked Kim, and she believed that it wasn't him who would do such a thing. Kim decided to tell her that in fact he is also not aware of the details, but he knows very well that Jung Dong-yeon is giving medicine to Yun-sun and thus blackmailing her. So it seems to him that the reason Han came to him is what the guild ordered him to do. The guy also told her that when he came to him, he seemed very desperate, but he didn't say what was going on, and Kim just couldn't hold him back. Therefore, he came to the girl to finally discuss all the details of the situation and try to find a solution to this situation together. The girl immediately remembered their last conversation, in which Khan made him believe that if the girl felt good, he would feel good too. These memories made the girl cry and say that in fact everything was very bad for her. Therefore, she could only ask Kim not to leave Han-jun alone, because then anything could happen. Kim immediately told her not to worry so much, because he actually wanted to hear those words from the beginning. The guild boss, Aries, meanwhile, was fighting Khan, and it seemed like he was stronger than the guy. Everything was so bad that Khan was bleeding, and at the same time he heard the head laughing at him, saying that he was simply unworthy of him. According to the man, This is the worst choice Khan has made in his entire life, because thinking that since he has become strong, this gives him the right to think that he can defeat the head. But this is far from the case. Khan tried not to listen to what his head was telling him, but the idea that he could lose this battle did not leave him, because his body literally did not listen to him. He had the sensation that thorns seemed to pierce his entire body. The boss believed that now the guy fully felt that the man was much stronger for him, and that only today he would die at his hands. Dong Yeon continued to say several insulting words, to the point where he could destroy the guy with just one finger, but still, the guy's patience is not iron. So at a certain point, he couldn't take it anymore and asked the man to shut up. After that, the guy started saying that he knew very well that it was the man who arranged everything for Yun Sun to get sick. It was he who pumped poison into her, and then pretended that only he had the cure for this disease. Khan is now well aware that he was the one who created all the trouble. The crime the man committed was committed only to lure Khan into his guild. At that moment, the man began to smile and say that he actually had nothing to hide, because he really did, although for him it was such a trivial matter that he doesn't even remember the details. In fact, Khan had guessed this for a long time. He just couldn't do anything about it because he was too weak. But now his self-confidence was at its peak, and he asked himself to pull himself together and do everything to defeat this bastard, because now everything is really different. These thoughts gave him so much motivation that he was able to not only get up after the blows, but also grab a sword and go for another attack. The guy went to battle, and at the same time invited the man to die here together. But all this just once again made the man smile, and he once again convinced himself that the guy was too arrogant to decide he could defeat him like that. And to prove his strength to this guy, he decided to teach him a lesson that would teach him not to do it again. So he snapped his fingers. After that, the guy's body became paralyzed and his internal organs seemed to rupture. The man reinforced the blow with the words that the guy was simply stupid if he thought that there was only one type of poison. And since they had such a frank conversation, the man decided to tell the boy that there are poisons that cause continuous damage, like the one used on his girlfriend, but there is also an explosive poison that is injected unnoticed and accumulates in a moment. Furthermore, according to the man, he knew very well that one day the guy would want to destroy him, so he poisoned him in advance every time they saw each other. And now that it has finally happened, a man can easily finish off a guy without even using his strength. At that moment, Khan's field of vision blurred, and he gradually lost track of where he was and what was happening to him. The only thing he understood was that he was never able to destroy Yung Dong-yeon, and therefore he could not help his girlfriend, who counted so much on his help. And as soon as Khan lost consciousness, an explosion occurred behind the man. He wasn't too scared, although he didn't understand what was happening and who suddenly decided to invade his guild. The man who broke down the guild boss's doors shortly after entering his office said that all the guild members he wanted to ask for guidance from had left work for some reason. After that, Kim said with a smile that they had already met with the boss, and he came here today to enroll in the Aries Guild. The boss couldn't say anything except express his surprise because he completely thought that Kim didn't really want to join the guild, so it was quite unexpected for him that he himself came. At that moment, Kim was thinking about Han first. It was very difficult for him to observe the guy's condition, but his thoughts were constantly interrupted by the boss, who had already asked a question several times, in which he wanted to know why Kim suddenly changed his mind and still decided to join the guild. Besides, the man was pretty sure Kim knew he wasn't exactly a nice guy. Kim, in response to these questions, said that the man is clearly mistaken about him, because in fact he is not a super good boy either. Being a hero or something like that is not for Kim. According to him, he is not able to endure things like that. Furthermore, he came here to assure Aries' boss that he can join hands with anyone as long as he sees benefit in it. The man clearly liked these words and was quite pleased to hear them. Anyway, he proposed at this stage to return to the subject and talk a little about the conditions after joining the guild and sharing the profits, but that would be the second question, because so far, according to the boss, he still does not trust Kim. And to fix this, he believed that the guy should first sign the application, and then the man could offer the guy the best possible conditions for him, which Kim agreed to without any problems, which although it surprised the man, he was still very happy about it. Once Kim did what the man asked, the Aries boss invited the guy to finally get serious about his business, and first he would like to know from the guy himself if there is something he really wants. Kim was ready for this question, so he had several requests prepared. First, he wanted the man to remove the poison from Hak-jun's body. The man's face changed immediately, and that was understandable, as he understood that not everything would be so simple, but he didn't fully suspect that Kim would want to save this guy. Kim didn't think much, and immediately decided to remind the man who had just said that working in the Aries Guild is a business, and leaving Han-jun in this state doesn't seem like the ability to run a business. At least that's what it seemed to Kim. After that, the guy added that of course he doesn't know whether the man saw the news or not, but he has personal reasons to retaliate against the attacker in the person of Khan. The man immediately realized that the guy would simply take advantage of Han-jun after the rescue, and in fact, he was ready to make concessions on such an occasion. But he immediately added that even if he removes the poison from the body, it will not be in a proper state, because as you know, the consequences of the poison leave their mark on the body. Kim added that it doesn't matter to him, because for him 1 Han-jun is better than 100 C-rank awakened. The boss thought for a bit and decided that since Kim wanted it so much, he would do it for him. After that, he approached Khan's body and put his hands on his neck, squeezing 2 fingers tightly, which is why Khan started screaming incredibly loudly. So he didn't want to finish him off. On the contrary, he started sucking all the poison out of Khan's body. This process didn't last long, and after a few minutes everything was ready and all the poison was removed from the guy's body. And when the man finally did so, he decided that they now needed to talk about profit sharing and other details. But first, Kim wanted to whisper to Han that he came here after talking to Yun-sun. As soon as he heard his girlfriend's name, he immediately opened his eyes and quietly asked Kim why he did this. Kim asked him to be quiet and just trust him, because now is not the time to yell about it. The boss, however, had already started saying that the profit from the dungeon raid was 70%, and the boss would also like to offer Kim the position of Vice Guild boss. He believed that this was just an excellent offer, there was no point in refusing. In response to this proposal, Kim repeated what he had already said, namely that the man is not very good at running a business and needs some practice. And if a man calls it a business, then the guy will not engage in an unprofitable business. Then the man wanted to know what conditions the guy would like. Kim told him the answer is quite simple. He needs the guild boss position and 100% of the profits. In other words, Kim wanted the man to hand over his guild to him. Otherwise, he would have very little, and it was unlikely they would agree. Literally immediately, these words caused incredible laughter in the man, after which he added that he was already scared because he thought the guy was up to something and that he was just playing in kindergarten. Kim didn't see anything funny in his words, so he wanted to ask the man what he said that was so funny. Without waiting for an answer, Kim told him that he created this guild using violence, and in this case, Kim will also use this method to take over this guild. The boss believed that Kim was very arrogant, and the man was convinced that he uses people legally and never forces them to work for himself. Indeed, in this case, we could sympathize with the herbivores who are destroyed by predators, but in any case have no reason to live, because in their opinion they are weak and stupid. According to him, all the weak are destined to be eaten, but he successfully used them, and furthermore, he transformed them into people capable of living in society. Weak strength, weak spirit, lack of intelligence, this is the worst thing in the jungle world. This is the world of the awakened. Kim smiled, understanding perfectly that the man himself fit each of those points perfectly. Furthermore, he completely forgot that even the weakest herbivores sometimes bite a predator to protect themselves. Khan appeared behind the man, who didn't think twice before attacking with his sword. So Kim wanted the man to finally feel the despair he had brought to so many people throughout his life. After such an act, all Han wanted to know was how it all happened, as he was sure he was dying from the effects of Chongdon's poison. Even when he detoxed, he was still simply poisoned, but he wasn't completely cured, and his body would never have had time to recover in such a short amount of time. At that moment, he only had a feeling, as if his entire body was numb, and in his eyes there was only a fog that prevented him from acting. But then he felt the touch of Kim's hand, after which his body was immediately restored. All he wanted to know at this point was why would Kim do something like that? Han just didn't understand why Kim was helping him, why he did this not only now but also the first time they met. Why is he doing all this? Kim would probably like to answer all your questions. But unfortunately, now, in her opinion, is not the best time for dialogue. After all, the whole point was that they weren't finished with Ares' head yet. The man started to get up, saying that the two boys had given him a rather pleasant surprise, and he was also pleased to realize at that moment that he had trained Khan correctly, as he had turned out to be vile. Jongdon used his hemostasis ability, which allowed him to heal all wounds, and depending on his skill, his healing speed increased. Kim observed the man carefully, so it wasn't surprising to him that he used the ability to handle poisons and medicines. But it was a bit surprising for him to realize the fact that the man was able to use healing abilities. Han, at that moment, did not choose his words and asked Jongdong to give up, although he wanted to destroy him. But he asked the man not to forget that in a 2-on-1 situation, he would not be able to defeat Kim Soo-hyun. So they offer him another chance. If he stops there, they will spare him and let him pay for his sins in prison. But apparently Jongdon wouldn't even consider that option, as he was sure that he would be the one to decide whether to spare the guys or not. After that, he added to Khan that the guy simply had no right to say something like that, and then these words turned into action, and the man used his venom. A huge pool of poison began to spread around Yongdong, which gradually began to fill the room. The guys decided that for now, it would be best to climb onto the table, and as soon as they did so, Han immediately began telling Kim that this is Jongdon's strongest ability, which is called the Green Zone. This poison is capable of hitting anyone and anything. By spreading toxic substances throughout the territory, Jongdon creates a huge swamp. Han's story was interrupted by Yongdon, who turned to Kim to tell the man that he was right when he mentioned that the man created the guild by exploiting the weak. But he asked not to forget a very important detail. Exploitation is a privilege only for strong people. Well, immediately after these words, there was an obvious attack on the guys, which they successfully dodged. Kim clung to the nearest locker and thought the swamp was moving beneath her feet according to her will. And while Kim was thinking about this, Han had to block Yongdon's attacks, who was desperately trying to destroy the guy. Kim continued to watch closely as Han tried to defend himself from all the man's attacks, and in the process, he realized that this green poison only affects living creatures, because even the furniture drowned in the swamp is in perfect order. In that case, without thinking much, he drew his sword, also took off the closet door, and decided it would be good to pedal like a surfer through this swamp. But the smile on the man's face didn't disappear, and that could only mean he still had some kind of ace up his sleeve. And so it was. Because after a few seconds he raised his hand and cast the next spell, the essence of which was to summon a purple swamp, which was supposed to be full of acid. And indeed, this was a problem for Kim, because within seconds his board turned into trash. It was now clear that the Green Zone's poison skill simultaneously performs attack and defense. But the Purple Zone's acid skill blocks sudden attacks. All that could be noticed was that this was definitely a well-balanced skill. At that moment, the man shouted again that Kim Soo-hyun was too predictable for the strongest hero everyone was talking about, and this even upset the man a little as he expected much more from the guy. In response to these words, Kim agreed with the man and told him that he had indeed made a mistake, but was now ready to correct it. There was fear in Khan's eyes at that moment, because an image appeared before his eyes that was in Anyang when that dragon attacked the city. Kim didn't say much and simply turned all those arrows into needles, which he shot straight at the man. And only after that did Kim invite the man to play a little game in which he would have to dodge all the arrows, as he considers himself a very strong person. Jongdon tried until the end to dodge all these arrows, using all his strength and speed. But he clearly shouldn't have forgotten that besides Kim, he has another opponent who also doesn't stand still. Now they started working together, which worked very well for them. As soon as Han destroyed the poison protection, Kim again created several dozen needles and launched them directly at the man. But the main problem was that because of this, he constantly lost sight of Han, who skillfully approached Yongdong from behind. Although even in these moments he miraculously managed to counterattack Khan and thus avoid being hit. and he blocked the arrows with the help of his poison, creating a huge wave that protected him. This was starting to irritate Kim a little, as the second attack on this guy had already failed. All of this only made the man talk even more. Now he was convinced that Kim could only talk and nothing more, as he couldn't even realize that his poison was capable of not only attacking, but also defending himself. The guy didn't really want to argue with him, so he once again agreed that the man's ability was quite strong and therefore difficult to resist. However, in this case, Kim can simply burn everything here, and then there will be no wet spot left of the man. Kim didn't waste words and even used divine fire, which he directed straight at the man, which, unfortunately, he couldn't block. So all he could do was endure incredibly intense pain. After that, he was not in the best condition, and had already admitted to himself that he would probably lose the fight. Until recently, Khan couldn't believe the fact that the poison ability had been deactivated and all the poison was returning to him. It was absolutely clear to the boys that the man could no longer maintain his skill because he was seriously injured. And this is the best chance to finally finish him off, but suddenly the man started screaming incredibly loudly. And he did this so that Han would hear him, as he was talking about what he would do for him with an antidote. For we must not forget that even if he destroys the man, the poison will not disappear from Yun-sun's body. Therefore, he asks the boy to think again before deciding to do something like that, because in this case, he is literally putting his beloved's life at risk. Or he still has a second option, in which he will save the man's life and thus save Yun-sun. Now the choice is only up to Han. But Kim intervened in the dialogue quite opportunely, asking Han not to pay attention to all this, because at the moment this man was trying to influence him. After that, Kim consciously stepped forward to enter the pot with the remaining poison, and as soon as he did so, the poison immediately began to penetrate his body. The man immediately rejoiced, as he believed that Kim had made a big mistake by entering the poison, as in this case, Kim would soon come to an end. At least it seemed that way at first, but Kim angered him when he used one of his abilities that forced the man to close his mouth. Kim used a healing ability that allowed her to deal with the poison. Han stared at Kim with his mouth open and couldn't believe that the poison that was in Kim's body had simply disappeared. Moreover, Han felt as if the guy's mana was being replenished. It's the same thing he felt a few minutes ago when Kim touched the guy with her hand. And as soon as Kim completed the healing phase, he told the man that in fact his poison now had no effect on him and that the man could not count on victory in this fight. Jongdon had no idea what was happening and what kind of light was around the guy and how he managed to recover from a direct hit of poison to his body, because before that, it was simply impossible. Treasures of the Charles clan, this is a reward for the second floor trial. If you reach the 10th stage and complete it 100%, you can obtain this item, which heals all damage and removes all negative effects from the owner's body, such as poison. However, the disadvantage of this item is that it can only be used 5 times. The first time Kim used it was when he was on the 10th floor of the testing tower and then again on the 15th floor. The third time was when he healed Han. And the fourth time was just when the poison started to affect him. So there is one last use left which I would like to give to Khan, who knows exactly how to use it for its intended purpose. Khan immediately saw a photo of his girlfriend saying that one day she would definitely be fine, and now everything became clear to the guy. Because of this, he could barely hold back his tears, as he understood that all this horror would finally end and his girlfriend would be healthy again. He was truly grateful to Kim for her kindness and what she did for him. After that, he didn't wait for Kim's reply and immediately ran to his girlfriend and brought her the good news, without even paying attention to the fact that Choi Dong was calling him. Furthermore, the man had someone to look after, as Kim immediately approached him and grabbed him by the neck to explain where he was wrong. After that, the guy added that from now on he will not hold back, and the man better choose his expressions more carefully. But apparently Choi Dong was just waiting for this moment, because he understood perfectly well that Kim would most likely simply destroy him. Although before that, he decided to remind Kim that he was the master of one of the biggest guilds, although people didn't care if it was a battle between the awakened, but he wanted to know how they would react if Kim still destroyed him. He also didn't forget to add that he has connections with many important people, and according to him, even though he is a famous newcomer, he will still have to pay for his actions. But Kim believes that since we are talking about destroying the main guild master, then you really won't be able to get out easily. However, he asked the man not to forget that that guild master was related to the notorious criminal organization of the Scavenger Guild. Such words clearly struck a chord with the man, and although the man was in shock, Kim added that he had already conducted research between these two organizations. Lee had gotten some information long before this conversation. He told Kim that the Aries Guild was working with the Scavenger Guild. Since the Collectors Guild is based in other countries, it has not yet managed to spread its influence in its own country, and to facilitate penetration into Korea, they decided to choose the Aries Guild as assistants. Furthermore, Lee added that using the information network and resources of the Aries Guild, the Scavenger Guild eliminates anyone who knows or suspects that they are related to the Scavenger Guild. And the saddest thing about all of this for Lee was the fact that the Scavengers Guild had turned its attention to Kim. Now, Choi Dong has heard this whole story, whom Kim has accused of blackmailing guild members and committing terrible crimes, as well as collaborating with the Scavenger Guild and exterminating innocent people. Now, considering all this, it seemed to Kim that he had more than enough reason to destroy the man right here and now. Kim also understood perfectly well that they were targeting him, and this was an ideal chance to eliminate anyone who showed up. In other words, it can be said that the man turned out to be an ordinary bait for him, which he used successfully. Choi Dong tried his best to do everything possible to get out of this situation, so he decided to use poison on the guy again. It seemed to him that it could destroy him. But whatever magic the man tried to use on the guy didn't work. This still surprised Choi Dong. He had never seen his poison disappear from a person's body so quickly. Kim smiled and decided to tell him the secret, which was that her poison didn't work against his magic circle. So all these attempts were simply useless. The man invited him to talk about something else. He was interested in the man's incredible ability, his venom. Kim wanted to see what would happen if he used the venom on the man himself. Choi Dong didn't have time to say a word before Kim used his own ability against him. And after just a minute, Choi Dong felt an incredibly strong pain that pierced his entire body. He immediately tried to take an antidote from his jacket, only he could save him at that moment. But today he obviously won't be able to do that, because Kim was still there, and he decided to remind him of that in a rather unusual way. He drew his sword and cut off the man's fingers where he kept the pills. Kim immediately told him that it was better not to do that. Besides, Kim was sure that the man was clearly mocking people, using this antidote as bait, and now Kim really wished the man could feel this pain too. Within seconds, the man was screaming at the top of his lungs in pain and literally begging Kim to destroy him. Since Kim had no intention of doing so, the man decided the best thing to do would be to simply jump out of the window, which he did. Kim looked at this man with disgust, because it was so painful for him that he was ready to jump out of the window without a second thought. But he injected this poison into other people without any hesitation. In any case, Kim now believed that everything this man had achieved through his dark ways should be wiped off the face of the earth. At that time, Khan stood in front of his girlfriend and saw how this magical pendant was helping her recover from a terrible illness. After a few minutes, she felt much better, so she had a smile on her face. Khan was so happy that he couldn't contain it, so he happily hugged the girl and also admitted that he received a lot of help and not only from her. Therefore, he would like to say that he wants to do everything to repay what you did for him today. Yoon Sung interrupted him and decided to say what he had said many times before, that he should never carry the burden alone. She also told him with a smile that although she cannot fight him on equal terms, she can always be by his side and support him. Thus, on the 1st of January 2023, the Aries Guild was successfully destroyed and all of its assets burned in the fire. According to all the news, yesterday around 9 o'clock in the evening, an accidental collapse occurred at the Aries Guild headquarters in the Gangnam area. No casualties were reported as a result of the collapse. It was also known that the body of the awakened guild leader Aries was discovered at the bottom of the building the police are investigating. It was later discovered that the exact cause of death was a fall, but signs of a struggle were visible on the body. At this point, the director of the association turned off the TV and asked me to explain what was happening. Kim was tired of saying the same thing over and over, so he said again that he just did what he had to do. These words angered the director even more, because he not only entered the guild headquarters without permission, but also destroyed the guild boss, Ares, and then completely destroyed his rear guard. In his opinion, this crime was tantamount to terrorism. Kim realized quite calmly that Dong Yan used his abilities to scare and blackmail people. The guy also realized that apparently they didn't know that the Ares Guild was involved in illegal activities, but the agency simply looked at it and did nothing. He even thought about the fact that the agency, on the contrary, had made it so that the Ares Guild wouldn't stop its work. Was it really that problematic? In response to this, the director immediately told Kim that, like the last time with the Anyang incident, he was preparing good loopholes to escape. Anyway, he still wanted to tell Kim that he had gone too far. After that, he decided to leave this issue and move on to another. That is, he wanted to talk about the Domp Guild. He wanted to hear some clear evidence on this matter. Furthermore, he believed that even if the Ares Guild did something illegal, in his opinion, the guy still wouldn't be able to prove it. The director once again noted that if a guy thinks he was applauded because of the Anyang incident and therefore can consider himself a hero, then that is far from the case. Kim could only sigh in response and say that he never asked to be called a hero, and after hearing that, he concluded that they were all the same. Besides, he was so tired of talking to them that it was becoming increasingly boring for him. Doi tried to say something, but Kim wasn't finished yet and added that there was one more thing people didn't know. He was far from a hero. Risking his life to save the world and help others, at least that's what Kim always thought. But now he understands perfectly that that's not true. Anyway, for now, all he would like to ask is that these two be very careful, because if he wants to do something, he will be ready to even destroy them. The director started laughing nervously, so he wanted to show that he wasn't scared, even though it was obvious from his appearance that he was scared. But anyway, he wanted to know from Kim why he reacts this way. Is the title of hero really so insulting to him? Without waiting for an answer, the man added that he could help the guy out of this situation if he accepted just one condition, but in that case, they would solve his problem. In fact, Kim immediately guessed what was going on here, so he assumed that the man would want to offer him to be woken up during the organization. What was the man's surprise when Kim realized exactly what he would have to do? But Kim immediately realized that this way they wanted to lure him into the organization and use him as they pleased, so he immediately decided to refuse the offer. Although the director didn't want to stop there and began to tell Kim Soo-hyun that this wasn't something he should take so lightly, because he shouldn't forget that he is guilty of a great crime. The man also yelled something about how, no matter how strong the guy was, he couldn't do anything without the help of the state and other awakened ones. But Kim didn't listen to him anymore. He just wanted to pick up his cell phone at that moment to play the recording of the conversation the man had had with Lee before the Anyang outbreak, when the director had directly stated that he didn't care about 700,000 people. The man then said absolutely that if some people died, then that would not be his responsibility. The director understood perfectly why the guy called him the recording of this conversation, but still wanted to clarify what the guy meant by that. Kim very calmly asked him a question in which he wanted to know which of the motives would cause more criticism, the awakened one who destroyed the criminal guild along with its boss, or the director of the organization who takes the safety of its citizens seriously. The guy further added that the director of the organization, who was unable to fulfill his role and responsibilities, Kim did not think he would get help from such a person, which made the director very angry and in fact was not at all surprising. But then Kim asked the man not to take everything so personally because in fact he was just joking a little, and it was better for him not to be so demanding about it, although he understood that these words would hardly help the man in any way or will calm him down. Kim, returning home, wondered if he had angered the director too much, but immediately remembered that the director wanted to take a bigger bite, and moreover talks a lot and even makes several threats. Anyway, the guy was happy about it, as everything ended well. However, he didn't want to create any trouble, so he thought about hiding in the tower for a bit. He also thought about the fact that everyone around him called him a hero before. It irritated the guy so much that he literally dreamed of running away from it. He constantly remembered his mother's words, who repeated to him over and over again that he literally had to become a hero who would end up saving the world. However, he remembered so many people he had managed to help that his opinion changed in an instant, and he was already thinking that being a hero wasn't actually that bad. This made him think about becoming a hero, as that path was destined for him. In a dark basement, a meeting of people was held, discussing the fact that Jung Dong-yeon had died, and therefore they could be in big trouble. But not everyone was sad about this. Some were, on the contrary, happy to finally stop seeing this man. Although still, if you put aside your emotions and think with your head, then each of them understood that there was definitely nothing good in this, because the path to advance to Korea was blocked. But the plan for their penetration into Korea was not yet canceled. They continued to present details with which they could penetrate this fortress. And the first problem they encountered, which clearly prevented them from executing their plans normally, was Kim Soo-hyun, who clearly irritated them greatly. Their informant reported that Kim had gone to the tower. At least his last known location was recorded there. Upon hearing this, they asked him to assign a spy to the man, who would report back as soon as he left the tower. Well, at the end of that meeting, one of them laughed and said that the time had finally come to deal with this guy and destroy him once and for all. After the fall of the Ares Guild, public opinion was divided into two camps. Someone believed that Kim was nothing more than a hero who had already saved the city twice, and someone called him evil, who exists only to show his power, and at a certain point he will begin to demonstrate it to ordinary citizens. These disputes continued for a long time. Some said that without Kim Soo-hyun, the entire population of Anyang City would have died, and her quick decision-making and strength saved those people. Others cried out that he was just a power-hungry man who constantly wanted to show off his virtues. These people also proved to everyone that the Ares Guild is an important part when it comes to dungeon exploration and are excellent proof that Kim Soo-hyun will destroy anyone he simply doesn't like. However, not only has he not suffered any punishment, but he also continues to receive special treatment in the form of a dungeon exploration pass, despite being only a C rank awakened and it being quite obvious that he has connections in the association that allows him to do so. The number of dungeons he has cleared, including Anyang, is already in the dozens, and if he really wanted power, he would have climbed the Tower of Trials, and this was the main argument of those people who continued to defend Kim Soo-hyun. Heated discussions continued while Kim was in hiding, but despite all the criticism from the community, he absolutely didn't care about anything that was happening. He continued to train and prepare for that day of judgment, which, by the way, will arrive very soon. All he wanted was to achieve maximum strength, which would allow him to face any difficulties in the future. Lee was working quietly in a cafe near his office when he was suddenly distracted by a familiar voice. It was Han, who was surprised to see Lee here, working after everything that happened to him. Lee asked him not to joke around and just sit at the table, especially since he had already ordered everything for them, and they clearly had something to talk about since it had been a whole month since he sent him on his mission. Han first wanted to know how Lee was doing, but the man immediately asked him not to ask about it, because according to him, not everything was as calm as he wanted, as he needed to continue going to the Association for the Management of the Awakened, as well as visiting the Tower of Trials and even going to clear dungeons. The guy noted with a smile that with so much work, he could already ask Kim to pay him. After that, Khan calmed down a bit and decided to say that although he had already said this several times, he still wanted to thank Lee once again for helping in the destruction of the Ares Guild. This actually means a lot to him. After all, only thanks to Lee he was able to prove his innocence and spend time with his girlfriend. Lee was happy to hear these words, so he simply asked the guy not to worry about it. He just asked him to think about the debt he needed to pay. Then their conversation turned to Kim. Lee wanted to know how Kim was doing, and at that moment someone entered the restaurant. It was Kim, which Han didn't notice, and so he continued to talk about how he and Kim are always together now, although lately, for some reason, Kim has been trying to stop him when he tries to return to the tower. Kim laughed at his words and simply sat down next to him, which startled Han a little. although by now the guy should have gotten used to Kim's unexpected appearances. Han calmed down a bit and decided to ask Kim if he was finally free here and if they could continue their business, but unfortunately, Kim still had some things he needed to take care of. Before the guys had time to ask what he was talking about, the guy, quite unexpectedly for them, took out a huge egg, which immediately surprised the guys, which was not surprising, because they knew very well that this was the egg of a divine beast, which Kim received when he raised her to the 10th floor. According to Han, it was an incredibly rare thing and he heard it must have special properties. Kim noticed that this egg did not react in any way until he climbed to the 20th floor, and only then did the system notify him that the divine beast egg had begun to heat up, although after that, nothing special happened. So Kim decided that since it was a living object, it would be best to ask an expert about it. He considered the S-rank awakened. Song Hyunki, the expert, according to rumors, there is no one who knows divine beasts better than him. Lee agreed with the guy about his professional skills, but even then the man was not completely sure that the awakened one would be able to help him, as Song Hyunki is known for not accepting offers from anyone, since he is in the highest third-generation conglomerate. Khan in turn added that although this person is S-rank, it is almost impossible to contact him, as he is not associated with any of the famous guilds. But Kim assured them that there was really nothing to worry about because this guy was a big fan of divine beasts. Therefore, in order to get help, Kim understood that he would need to be patient, and when the time came, he believed that Sun Hyunki would personally come to them. Song Hyunki was sitting in his room at that moment, attentively watching all the advertisements related to the divine beasts, until suddenly his assistant knocked on his room. The assistant made another report about Kim Soo-hyun, which Sun Hyunki asked to verify. According to the assistant, Kim Soo-hyun is an awakened mage who is proficient in swordsmanship and magic, but what surprised the guy the most was that this famous awakened is only rank C. Song Hyunki also paid attention to this, as he didn't understand how this guy dared to use the community chat to contact him when he was only C rank. The assistant pointed out that this was only what was listed in the official record. However, he was currently ranked number 1 on all floors of the test tower up to the 29th floor. And he is also known as the number 1 reason for eliminating the dungeon breakout that occurred in Anyang City, so the assistant dared to guess that his real rank is close to S rank. All Sun Hyunki could respond to this information was that great stories hide a great truth. But the assistant noted that this was not all, after which he added that at this moment there were rumors that he was visiting the association to begin the procedure for promotion to S rank. As soon as Kim Soo-hyun and his friends arrived at the place where he received the S rank, they noticed a large number of people, and Lee immediately realized that rumors that Kim had retrained to the S rank had spread, although they tried to keep it a secret. But apparently, it didn't make sense. What bothered Han the most was that Kim kept walking around with this egg, so he wanted to know about Kim, or if he would train with him again. Kim has already told Han about this, but if necessary, he is ready to repeat once again that he will force Sun Hyunki to pay attention to this egg. And as soon as he said those words, the journalists immediately went crazy and started shouting that they saw Kim Soo-hyun in front of them. After that, everything was normal. They started photographing him en masse and also asking him rather stupid questions that had nothing to do with him. Han and Lee tried to separate them from Kim so they wouldn't interfere with him before he took the advanced training exam. But they continued to climb, and Kim wouldn't answer a single question until one of the journalists asked Kim what kind of egg it was and why he brought it here. Before Kim had time to say a word, another journalist immediately started shouting from behind that this was the same egg that was the hero of all the rumors. Kim didn't hide it and without a doubt said he was right. This is the same egg of the divine beast. After that, the guy discreetly added that he would like to know a lot about this egg, and therefore, if there is anyone with professional knowledge, he would be very grateful if he contacted the guy. The journalists tried to ask Kim a few more questions, but he ended his speech there, after which Lee realized that this was originally Kim's plan. And he was absolutely right, because now in the guy's head there were only thoughts that this should be more than enough. Since he showed the egg and Song Hyunki's interest, should make him start looking for it. But his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by one of the journalists, who shouted at the top of his lungs and asked Kim to answer just one question. As soon as Kim stopped, the journalist immediately continued and said that this matter mainly concerns the incident related to the Aries Guild. According to the journalist, there are sources who claim that Kim is a terrorist, so the man would very much like Kim to share his opinion on this matter. Kim began to turn her head carefully and at the same time say that it began to seem to her that people were becoming more and more courageous. After that, he completely turned around to ask a question in which he wanted to know what they would do if they found out he was actually a terrorist. It was clear from the journalists' faces that they were not very eager to know more about this now. At this point, the questions ended, and the guys managed to calmly leave this annoying crowd of journalists, after which Han and Lee noticed that Kim answered the journalists quite harshly, although Lee was not entirely happy about this, because in this case their image fell to an all-time low. Kim asked him to forget about it, because she believed that if he started worrying about these things he wouldn't be able to do anything, although now all he could do was just wait, because the bait had already been dropped. Before entering the research center, he was greeted by several people. In the center among them was a man in a robe who introduced himself as So-hyun. And before Kim enters the assessment room, would he like to ask Kim? Or is the guy ready to allow others to watch his exam? Kim was apparently prepared for this question because he immediately said that only his two friends were allowed to enter, so Seo-hyun had to shout to all the journalists that they were not allowed to enter and could leave. This was quite surprising to everyone, as in this case it was clear to them that Kim did not plan to join the guild, as she did not allow viewing. In the middle of this crowd, there was a man who didn't say a word, and all he did was watch closely what Kim would do, and as soon as the guy made his decision, this man picked up the phone and called his boss to tell him about it. This guy's name was Seok Jin. He was from the Reaper Guild. His next order was to simply wait, which he was ready to do without any problems. Before starting the test, Seo-hyun decided to first explain to Kim the conditions he must accept if he passes the S-rank assessment. Firstly, S-rank Awakened will receive an allowance on the first day of each month. In return, all S-rank Awakened will regularly visit certain dungeons, alternating with other S-rank ones as an assigned duty. Now it was time to talk about the test itself. It was clear that Seo-hyun was quite nervous when she told all of this to Kim. Suddenly, his story was interrupted at a certain point by someone else, who suggested that the professor end it there and pass on the opportunity to tell Kim everything to him. It was Dewey who first claimed to be a member of the Awakened Association, meaning he had the right to join and observe all the tests that took place. And above all, he himself simply couldn't miss the opportunity to see what the best newcomer of recent times could do. Kim wasn't actually that surprised, as he expected something like this, and while he was thinking about it, Dewey continued talking about how he would explain the rest of the procedure, and for that, Kim needed to move on to the next step. According to him, the S-rank score is different from the usual scores, and first he will need to pass a test, which will be similar to the Tower of Tests. Kim at that moment was thinking that the test would test the rank and capabilities of physical and magical abilities, as well as the ability to control magic. He was well aware that not only the general indicators would be checked, but also all the factors that could affect the battle. The system for this test and the stage itself are all the abilities of an awakened person, regardless of time and place, in order to create a field where awakened people of the most different S ranks can demonstrate their capabilities. This is the ability of a high-ranking American known for his hallucination-based abilities, Johnny Brad. While Kim was thinking about all this, Dewey kept telling him that the guy should try not to resist the magic he felt from the device. According to him, he just had to accept it. In fact, this is not the first time Kim has taken this test, so he knows what and how he needs to do it, which allowed him to close his eyes with absolute calm and start the test. A few seconds after starting the test, the guy found himself in a virtual area where everything was just like in real life. Even after a long time, he couldn't get used to this incredible hallucination. He really wanted to lie down for a bit and think about what would happen next, but unfortunately he wasn't placed here for that, so he had to immediately dodge the monster's attacks. His first opponent was a huge ogre who didn't even give Kim a chance to look around, and his friends followed suit, literally forcing Kim to draw his sword to even the odds a bit. To assess S rank, the ability to complete the dungeon is tested. Furthermore, not only the overall performance of the Awakened during battle is tested, but also their ability to survive in difficult situations. During this process, physical survival capabilities, the strength used during attacks, and even mental fortitude during the test itself are tested. Don't forget to look at resilience, decision-making, self-control, vision, and predictability. And the most important thing is that he is so awake and courageous because other indicators depend on this, which may not fully manifest themselves. However, Kim knew very well that he should not be too self-confident and should not succumb to the illusions created for this assessment, for the number of heroes who died out of pride and weakness was in the hundreds. Once the awakened person realizes what they are capable of in the present, they will have to move forward into the unpredictable future and survive. And in the process of all this madness, Kim would finally prove to himself that he was the true hero. The first test with such thoughts was completed in just 15 seconds, which surprised literally everyone, including Khan. Do-Wee, at this moment, was thinking that this time wasn't much better than other S-rank awakened ones. On the other hand, there were also thoughts in his head that, first of all, the first test should assess survival ability, especially in situations where the awakened one is faced with a large number of monsters, and even in this case, there are not many people who pass the first test. However, he would not forget that this man managed to pass the test and still seemed to be having fun. Kim was really having fun at that moment because until now all these monsters were funny to him, as they were very weak, so he is looking forward to the second test, which he thinks will be more difficult. A few seconds later, the second test officially began, without Kim having time to rest. He kept wondering what would happen next and what monster awaited him next. These thoughts were interrupted when strange silhouettes of creatures began to appear behind him. If Kim is not mistaken, then the second test tests experience and talent in controlling magic, which Kim seems to be doing well with. First, the guy uses divine fire to test these creatures. But after a few minutes, it became clear that his magic didn't affect these creatures much. There were thoughts in his head that even if he defeated them, they would immediately recover thanks to their cores, so he decided that he needed to find the hidden core and destroy them all with one blow. And for that, magic, resistance, speed, precision, and concentration, all of this must be perfect. And Kim had it all. He destroyed one monster after another without a problem. All this continued until he finally found the core. By destroying it, all these monsters would disappear. That's what he did, because he understood that he didn't have time to continue this fight. Thus, the second test was completed in just 17 seconds. Lee could only laugh at Hana, because this guy once decided to fight Kim. Han noted with a smile that he really had no other choice, and besides, he never would have thought Kim would become so strong. Lee, looking at Do-Wee and the teacher, realized that they should probably also be surprised at how strong Kim is. It also seemed to him that the director sent Do-Wee here so that he could find Kim's weak points. One of the assistants noted that for the first test, although it takes some time to assess his overall abilities, more than 15 minutes should be enough. But he had no idea that the guy would complete his second test 17 seconds after the monsters appeared. Considering all this data, it was absolutely certain that Kim had just broken Park Ji-young's old 40-minute record. He couldn't even believe he was able to see it with his own eyes. Do-Wee seemed calm and had not yet reacted to these words, although he was mentally thinking that Kim was simply amazing. Furthermore, he believed that Kim could become the most powerful awakened, not only in Korea, but in the entire world. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a terrible image, namely that a strange error had appeared in the test. According to the assistant, the connection was interrupted, which did not mean anything good. While the guys were trying to solve this problem, Han and Lee turned their attention to Kim, who was at that moment creating a small purple beam. Kim looked intently into the eyes of the monster in front of her and wanted to ask why he was doing all this. The huge demon immediately responded to the guy who seemed to be going too far with the joke. The guy's silence made this monster start yelling at him and doing everything he could to take the guy away. Kim understood that since this monster appeared, something went wrong, because he was probably not part of the test. Dewey, at this point, shouted to the workers to check the power and contact the technical department immediately. After that, he wanted to know if they managed to establish contact with Johnny Brad, but according to the assistant, they are trying to do so, but it seems like it will take a while. For Dewey, this was all very strange, because he knew that no matter what abilities were manifested during the test, Johnny Brad's abilities would not be interrupted, and if the system did not accept the abilities, then Kim Soo-hyun's spirit would bounce back and return. It felt like something was literally blocking the way to Kim Soo-hyun's body, but they couldn't figure out what was wrong. Kim at this moment tried to resist the demon, but even her abilities were too small to interfere with it in any way. The guy at that moment could only think that the test should definitely have ended in the second stage. It was really some kind of error. But the strangest thing is that Kim had never seen this phenomenon before. Therefore, he couldn't even understand where this creature came from and why it suddenly started attacking him. Anyway, there's no time to think about it, as Kim needed to prove to this monster that he attacked the wrong monster. With one easy movement, Kim carefully cut off the creature's hand, after which he continued to actively attack it. Kim definitely wouldn't lose to this monster, and since some mistake had happened, he definitely wouldn't become a victim. But certainly not everything will be so easy, as the monster continued to attack him, so the guy had to figure out what to do, as he would certainly lose. A device for increasing magical energy, which allows you to instantly concentrate power outside the body and release it to its fullest. Kim decided to use this to release all her magic and vomit it out in one go. But first, it would be really good for him to dodge the monster's attack, which also wouldn't just stand still and continue to attack the guy. But this creature clearly didn't expect the guy to gather so much power and throw it all away with one blow. Kim was thus able to destroy this monster and remain completely safe. After that, he slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them, he came back to himself in the real world. In front of the capsule where Kim was, Lee and Han were already standing, which scared him a little. As soon as he opened this capsule, Khan immediately began to shake him, as they were extremely worried about him, as the signal had gone out and they didn't know what condition he was in. Did Dewey and the professor also come over to see how Kim was feeling? I would also like to apologize immediately, as it appeared to you that there was a technical failure, which caused the entire system to shut down. Kim wasn't too worried about it. At the moment, he was more concerned about his exam results. Teacher Seo-hyun decided to point out that Kim was very calm when they told him about the mistake. He wasn't the least bit confused, as if he already knew about it. In any case, Dewey had no problem informing Kim that he had passed the exam perfectly and had in fact made a new awakening certificate in advance. He showed the guy a new certificate, which stated that he had now officially become S rank. According to him, this way he will have priority access only to registered dungeons and will also be able to obtain a bank loan guaranteed by the income received. At that moment, Kim himself understood perfectly well that in fact with an S rank, he could gain many advantages. But in reality, there was only one reason why he received an S rank. And that reason was that he would have the opportunity to participate in dungeon raids around the world, because he knew very well that future threats would not be limited to just Korea. Now he just wanted to know if this was the end of his preparation to become a true hero or not. But suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted when he heard the terrible sound of a dragon, which he had heard often in a past life. Immediately, a small earthquake began in the building, which frightened not only the workers but also the awake people inside. But the earthquake wasn't actually the main problem, because after that they began to feel incredibly strong pressure, which didn't allow them to breathe normally. At that moment, Kim relaxed a little and a smile appeared on his face as he saw what he had long wanted to see. It was the same professional magical animal who had apparently already taken the bait and was ready to talk to Kim. Kim carefully walked out onto the roof of the building, where the dragon and the awakened one were already waiting for him. The guy noticed for the first time that he was quite a noisy appearance, although many were watching him. For some time after those words, Sun Hyunki simply looked at Kim and thought of something of his own, and all of this lasted until Kim began to take out the same divine egg from his inventory. Kim understood perfectly well that Sun Hyunki clearly came here for a reason, and probably the main reason he was here was to get the divine beast's egg. Sun Hyunki immediately changed his expression, which could only mean that Kim was absolutely right. Although Kim admitted he was a little surprised that the man decided to act so immediately, given his reputation. Sun Hyun-ki finally spoke up and told Kim that he came here only because he saw the guy's provocation, which he decided to react to. And now Sun Hyun-ki decided to ask Kim to carefully place this egg on the ground. To catch his new pet, Sun Hyun-ki decided to send his beloved dragon, which seemed to pass right by Kim. Not only did the guy not expect this blow, but he also didn't have time to react, which scared Kim a lot. After that, Kim looked at Sun Hyun-ki again and realized that this guy had come here not to help, but to take his divine egg by force. And at the time, this was bad news for Kim, as he had spent absolutely all of his mana during the test. So in this case, he only had one thing to do: fight in defense. To begin with, he decided that it would be good for him to protect the egg, and then he could somehow deal with Sun Hyun-ki. At least that's what Kim thought, who at a certain point was interrupted by Sun Hyun-ki, taking the boy by the hand and not asking him to give the egg without unnecessary movements. But before Kim had time to say a word, the dialogue was suddenly interrupted by the egg itself, which at a certain point began to break. It was clear from Song Hyun-ki's face that even he didn't expect this. Apparently, he will have to reconsider his attitude towards this guy. But the most incredible thing was yet to come, because immediately after the egg began to crack, a small dragon miraculously emerged from it. Kim couldn't believe what he saw, even though it was small, but it was a dragon anyway. And as it was known, dragons are considered one of the best divine beasts, and considering all this, it was safe to say that Kim was incredibly lucky. And as he was thinking this, the first thing this baby did was attack Kim's face. It was like a hug. Kim asked him not to do anything like that, because now is actually not the best time for that. Dragon Sun Hyun-ki at the last moment failed to complete his attack and returned to his owner, who first of all wanted to ask the dragon what happened and why he stopped. Yong, that was the name of the dragon Sun Hyun-ki, and he literally shed a tear when he saw the one that hatched from the egg. This was the first time this happened to him, which clearly surprised Sun Hyun-ki himself. This turn of events forced Sun Hyun-ki to change location and speak in a different environment, where he first told Kim that he received this baby as a reward for passing the test, which Kim confirmed and added that he received this reward after passing the test perfectly. After that, Sun Hyun-ki admitted that Yong told him that this boy had a higher rank than him, which surprised Kim, because he didn't even know that there were ranks among dragons. He had never thought about it. Furthermore, at this point, he wanted to know more if Sun Hyun-ki was still planning to take him away, and the guy immediately assured Kim that he really had nothing to worry about because he had changed his mind about taking him. Sun Hyun-ki, in response, decided to ask Kim a question in which he wanted to know whether or not Kim knows how long dragons live. Kim wasn't sure of the answer, so Song Hyun-ki told him that even if they drank dewdrops, they would grow up completely in 3 years and live for another 1,000 years after that. Furthermore, according to him, unlike people, divine beasts are pure, trust unconditionally, love devotedly, and choose their owners even before they are born. Their properties change depending on the owner's character and behavior, so if the owner is evil, then they can only become a demonic beast. Even if they don't become demonic beasts, there are those who use them as tools, which is why Song Hyun-ki collects eggs from unknown divine beasts. His greatest fear is that the divine beasts will choose the wrong path, so he deprives them of that option. Kim clearly didn't expect to hear this from Sun Hyun-ki, so he was slightly shocked for a while by what he heard. After that, he decided to ask Sun Hyun-ki how old his dragon was, and the answer surprised Kim a little, because if you believe the guy's words, then his dragon is only 5 years old, and although you can't tell by his appearance, he is still a child. What upset Song Hyun-ki the most was that he could only live to be 100 years old, and his beloved dragon would have to live another 900 years alone. So the man planned to make sure the dragon could forget about him for the rest of the remaining years of his life. Kim listened to Song Hyun-ki very carefully, and the whole time he thought that at first glance, it seemed like this guy was just an immature rich kid who collected divine beasts as a hobby. But now he sees that Sun Hyun-ki is actually a thoughtful and intelligent guy who doesn't just think about himself. Song Hyunki suddenly interrupted Kim's thoughts to tell the man that this little dragon had chosen him, because as was known, the divine beast will not hatch if it is not favorable to the person or their mana. So for now, Sun Hyunki decided that he would just observe this dragon, and if suddenly Kim raised it wrongly, then he would immediately take it away. After that, he decided to threaten Kim a little, calling him lucky that if he doesn't take care of this child, he will be punished a lot. At this point, all those questions were closed, and Sun Hyunki wanted to know if Kim had chosen a name for him. After some thought, Kim said quite confidently that this little dragon is now called Mir. After a brief conversation with Song Hyunki, Kim went home thinking that the collector actually turned out to be much nicer than Kim initially thought. The guy was a little worried because in his past life he was quite unpredictable and it was quite difficult to understand how Sun Hyunki would behave now. And most importantly, Kim definitely didn't expect such an attitude towards him after Sun Hyunki found out that the dragon had chosen him as its owner. Anyway, now when Kim looks at this little dragon, he feels good in his soul. He was so happy to now have such a friend with such a wonderful name, Mir. As Kim was returning home, he was followed by an agent who, at the first opportunity, reported that Kim Soo-hyun was returning home with the divine beast and wanted to ask his boss if he should continue the pursuit. The person who led this person's actions asked the agent to report Kim's every move, no matter what happened. The man made this decision because it seemed to him that they were still far from completing the scenario. The agent had no further questions and decided to continue his task. But before he could get up, another man appeared behind him, who clearly didn't want to wish him a good morning. Kim stopped at one point and thought he was actually very interested in finding out what the people watching him would do next, but suddenly he felt their presence disappear completely. Then it seemed to him that they had returned. Anyway, he kept going home, thinking that it would be very unpleasant if someone broke into his house. And as soon as Kim crossed the threshold of the apartment, he immediately felt the presence of another person. The blow he had to dodge, that's what Kim did, in his own words. Above all, Kim didn't want to fight in her house, because she was afraid of breaking something here. But it was immediately clear that the person who decided to attack him was definitely not going to stop. But Kim wasn't planning on giving up either, so they continued the hand-to-hand combat, in which Kim didn't fight with full force, as he didn't want to wake up his new friend, but on the other hand, he perfectly understood the fact that this man would definitely not leave him alone. And while the guy was thinking about this agent struck him directly in the body. Kim managed to block this blow and decided to add that she understands why he broke into her house, but she still strongly advises against this man insulting Mir. The guy understood that now he shouldn't have any problems with the fight, since he had restored his mana and he couldn't leave the world alone until he discovered his goal. But after thinking a little more, Kim finally understood why they only fought hand-to-hand. Apparently, this man wants to test his strength against him. Kim carefully placed the world on the table and turned to the villain, saying that at first it seemed to him that he thought the guy came here for another reason. After all, it was very strange for Kim to see him break into her house just to fight hand-to-hand. But since he wants to test his strength, Kim is ready to show everything he is capable of. After such words, nothing but a fight could happen. Blow by blow, they found out which of them was stronger and who was more prepared. And at one point, Kim even missed a body blow, which was quite unpleasant and unexpected for him. But he wasn't going to go down without a counterattack. So as soon as he had the opportunity, Kim launched his own counterattack against his opponent's body. At that moment, the two realized that it would be best to end this sparring. And as soon as they did so, Kim realized that his opponent was actually a girl, which confused Kim a little at first. But she was quite confident in herself, because she immediately decided to invite him to join the Reapers Guild, and this girl's name was Park Ji-yeon, and she was the head of the guild. Kim just stayed silent for a while, thinking about what was happening, and at that moment the girl asked him to think a little faster, as she didn't have much time left. Finally, the guy spoke. And the first thing he wanted to ask her was a question that interested him to know. Or is her proposal for recruitment into the guild necessarily done through a surprise attack? She thought that since he didn't die, then everything was fine. She was more worried because he suddenly started talking to her so informally, although Kim noticed that she was the first one to start doing it. And besides, they have a small age difference. Kim knew this man from his past life, and all that bothered him was that Park Ji-young wasn't such a simple person who would just come to compete. Park Ji-young. She is an awakened S rank with excellent skills and beautiful appearance. In her previous life, she always attracted people's attention and was appreciated as a leader to lead humanity. However, Kim did not forget that before the flower fully bloomed, in an all-out war with the Domp Guild, she lost her life. Based on this experience, it can be assumed that Park Ji-young, or rather the Reaper Guild, has a hostile relationship with the Domp Guild. And Kim is a person who, albeit for a short time, used the name of the Domp Guild for himself. But now the guy wanted to know the reason why the girl came to him. He was sure she must have had a clear purpose for coming here, but instead of answering the guy, she asked the question he had just asked. This scared the guy a little, although he hadn't forgotten that in a past life, she was still so eccentric, so he immediately told her that if she didn't have more compelling reasons, then she could leave, because he had no intention of joining her guild. She didn't try to convince him of anything, and Kim could also tell that he actually felt a little sorry for letting her go like that. So he decided to take a chance and asked her a question, wanting to know if she was interested in the Domp Guild. She slowly turned around and said that now their conversation was becoming much more interesting. After hearing these words, Kim realized that apparently he had hit the target. But he also noticed that at that moment an incredible anger appeared in the girl's eyes, which extended to him as well. However, looking at the girl, it was safe to say that she had gone a little crazy because her smile was like that of the scariest clowns, and she decided to please the boy by saying that you could actually talk to him. After a brief dialogue, the girl realized that Kim was deliberately pretending to be the guild house in Anyang City to bring them to the surface. Kim added that the guild works in the shadows so the bastards are hard to find, and above all, because it is a divided organization. Even if you grab it by the tail, it will still be impossible to completely get rid of the root. Hearing this, the girl realized that apparently the guy knew this system much better than she expected him to, and apparently for the same reason, he destroyed the Ares Guild. Kim didn't deny this because there is actually some truth to it. But the main reason was that he wanted to save some guys who were under the influence of the boss of this guild. In any case, he believed that even if he destroyed the Ares Guild, it would still be destined to collapse. But he didn't forget to notice that it was the girl who was attacking all the Korean guilds associated with the Domp Guild. And from her facial expression, it was clear that Kim was absolutely right in this case. After that, she finally confirmed it and added that she was the one who destroyed everyone. And now their only goal is to destroy the Domp Guild and everything related to that scum. Kim wasn't particularly surprised to hear such words because the girl's anger in this life is exactly the same as in the last. Regarding the Domp Guild, emotions are extraordinary, and in this girl's case, she is able to transform her negative emotions into magical power, which makes her even stronger. It can also be noted that she is incredibly impulsive, and that is why her magic is simply incredible. So Kim understood that the girl was very capable in this regard. His thoughts were interrupted by the girl when she started talking about how she had defeated all the bastards hiding in Korea, but she didn't forget to add that they were all just crowns. No torso, no head. There were no clues, however. Their number and personalities are unknown to be challenged in direct combat. Therefore, she understood that the only option left for her was to simply wait until the head moved. And Kim himself added that at that moment he appeared, and that is why the girl came to him to talk a little. She confirmed this theory and said she assumes that's why the Domp Guild is moving and she can't miss this chance. So it wasn't hard to guess that she wanted to use Kim for this, even though she asked her not to think that way. According to her, the enemy of the enemy is considered an ally, and as for the Domp Guild, she plans to actively support it. Kim didn't mind collaborating with her in this way, but first he wanted to ask her a quick question. This question was that he really wanted to know why the girl was so obsessed with the Domp Guild. At that moment, a very sad image appeared in her head, in which she lost her loved one. But she decided to tell Kim that she just had a small grudge against them that she wanted to resolve, so she wanted to get closer to them. To be more precise, she would like to be with the boss of this terrible guild. Kim didn't know how to respond to those words, so she simply remained silent for a while. And with that, Park Jin decided to end the conversation and told Kim that she would look forward to their next meeting. And when she was already gone, Kim began to understand why, in a past life, the Reapers Guild persecuted the Domp Guild so much. Han and Yun Sung went to visit Kim, and the first thing they noticed was that Kim had a wonderful house. Han was very happy to finally see where his friend lived, for which Kim wanted to apologize, because lately he had been very busy conquering the tower and reevaluating his position. But no matter how happy he was about their visit, it was still unexpected for him, so he decided to find out what they were doing here. Han immediately replied that the reason was actually simple. Yun-sun said that she wanted to thank Kim for everything. The girl also added that he had helped them a lot all this time, and they hadn't even had the opportunity to express their gratitude. So today, they are here. She also realized that it was thanks to him that she and Khan were alive, so they asked him to accept this small gift from them. After some time, the girl noticed that the guy had a pet, although Kim wasn't sure if it could be called that since it was a dragon, even though it was small now, but apparently this only interested the girl even more, and she wanted to see that there is even more of it. Kim tried to say that he was currently sleeping now because he was still little, so he needed a lot of sleep. But Mir didn't think so he jumped on the guy's head. The guys started admiring him as soon as they saw him. In their opinion, he was incredibly cute. The world, after sitting on Kim's head for a while, decided to approach his guests, among whom he liked Yun-sun the most. Kim was shocked by what was happening, because before the dragon had never gotten so close to anyone other than him, apparently he was as comfortable with the guys as he was with Kim. Although Han extended his finger to him, Mir almost ate it. Apparently he only liked Yun-sun. Their conversation was interrupted when a call came into Kim's phone. He received a call from Park Ji-yeon, who was known to everyone in this room because she was an S rank. Even Yun-sun saw her once on TV, but Han compared these guys to the superheroes they see in movies. As soon as Kim picked up the phone and asked the girl what the problem was and why she was calling him, he immediately heard the news that a green dungeon would soon be opening in Busan. Park Ji-yeon was a little scared because she had never seen green dungeons appear so frequently before, so it was difficult for the association to predict their difficulty. Kim mentally agreed with her, because even in her past life, there weren't many cases where green dungeons opened one after another. Of course, there were exceptions, but there shouldn't be any now. The guy didn't understand whether he should expect something like this or not. But recently he realized that the future was changing a bit, and this could be clearly seen when, during the evaluation for S rank, he had to fight an unknown monster. Then Park Ji-yeon said that Sun Hyun-ki was appointed captain of this cleanup, but he refused at the last moment, so Park Ji-yeon called Kim to ask if he didn't want to participate in this. Kim was happy that she offered this to him, because he wanted to be sure of everything himself, so he immediately agreed and said that she could safely count on him. Although he understood that in return, Park Ji-yeon also had a request, which Kim asked to announce right now. She could only tell him that they would resolve this issue a little later. The only thing she wanted to add was that she would take on any problems that might arise with the Domp Guild. Kim recalled how, in the past, the Domp Guild simultaneously carried out terrorist attacks in America, China, Korea, Great Britain, and France, thus showing their true colors. It all started when the first blue dungeon appeared in America. While clearing the dungeon, they destroyed several awakened S ranks, after which the dungeon was not cleared and there was an invasion of monsters. As a result, an unimaginable number of people died, so Kim, without much thought, decided to let Park Ji-yeon deal with the Korean Domp Guild, and Kim himself wanted to start conducting an investigation here. Before hanging up, Park Ji-yeon asked Kim to be extremely careful, otherwise he could easily be destroyed, but the guy believed there was no point in worrying about it. Although the girl didn't think so, it seemed to her that danger could lurk at any moment, so under no circumstances should she let her guard down. Then the girl sent some details of the raid to the guy over the phone, among which there were quite serious guilds, so Kim was not sure if they would listen to him. So it was. One of the guild bosses was quite surprised when he learned that the captain in this attack would be Kim Soo-hyun, who had recently received the S rank, so it seemed to them that the associations were simply not important to the lives of their people, since they decided to leave such a task to a newcomer. Lee Kang-hee, the boss of Papien, thought so, Lee Kang-hee thought a little more and decided that he would not accept another S-rank awakened unless it was Song Hyun-ki or Park Ji-yeon, so his interlocutor was forced to say that in that case, they could only refuse to participate. Although they both understood that this was all just a joke, they started laughing a lot at the fact that they were being controlled by some guy. The man's interlocutor didn't understand why everyone had such a reaction, but on the other hand, he understood that it seems like his previous achievements in the trial tower mean nothing, which means that Kim Soo-hyun is still nobody to them. Even so, he said that Park Ji-yeon personally chose Kim Soo-hyun as the leader of this operation, which clearly surprised Lee Kang-hee. Therefore, the man could offer Lee Kan-hee to observe Kim for a bit first. Maybe in this case, he will change his decision. The next day, Lee and Kim walked along Busan Beach, and the whole way Lee complained that it took them so long to get here. At some point, Kim decided to ask Lee why he went with him. The man seemed to have been waiting for this question, as he immediately reminded Kim that it would be his first time as captain of a detachment at an anchorage. So he thought it would be good to go with him, for which Kim was grateful. But still, he is capable of giving orders himself. Lee had no doubt that Kim would be able to lead. But on the other hand, he is here for more than just that reason. Being a more experienced person, he can't keep up with him and Han, so he needs to do everything he can to become stronger. Kim didn't know how to respond to this, so he simply wished Lee good luck, which is why the man got the impression that the guy was just laughing at him, although Kim said he was very serious. The dialogue ended as they approached a part of the beach where there were 50 or more people, and that was quite good for the first attack. All of these awakened people turned and looked at Kim and Lee in an instant, and each look was incredibly frightening. Lee immediately realized from himself and Kim that all these guys were unhappy, why they became like this when they saw the guys. But Kim understood that they could not do anything about it, because in their eyes he was just a beginner, with no experience in dungeon raiding. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a man he immediately recognized as Kim, who would become his new captain in the new attack. It turned out to be the Papian Guildmaster, Lee Kan-hee, who was very pleased to meet the new captain. Before Kim had time to introduce herself and say how happy she was to meet him, the man realized that the guy was very young, inexperienced, and therefore, in his opinion, probably nervous. The smile on Kim's face disappeared immediately. And that wasn't surprising, because those were definitely not the words Kim wanted to hear. Lee Kang-hee came to this conclusion after seeing that Kim attended a meeting with the guards. Lee immediately began yelling at the man and telling him that this was definitely not the right thing to say to the new squad captain. Without much thought, Lee Kang-hee immediately said that he was actually just joking and that if he needed help, Kim could just say the word. According to him, he is a veteran in going to the dungeon, but Kim immediately interrupted him and said that he was very pleased to hear that, but still expected him and his people to obediently carry out his orders. This behavior clearly irritated the man, it was evident from his facial expression, because he did not expect Kim to be so persistent. At the same moment, the head of the Red Devils Guild, whose name was Kim Taek-hyun, approached Kim, and the first thing he wanted to say was that he really wanted to wish everyone good luck in the next raid. He also added that it took a while to get used to the guild boss, Papian, as everyone knew that in this guild, everyone was proud of themselves. And now that you've mentioned it, I'd like to introduce Kim to Moen. This girl's name was Park Moen, and she was the head of the Gambler Guild, and according to her, she was also very happy to meet him. Kim, talking to these people, already at that moment understood that it would be very difficult for him to complete the attack. After all, he immediately realized that most of the people behind him have their mana at the limit, despite their smiles, but on the other hand, there are those who know how to hide their mana, which actually isn't very good either. And even if you didn't pay attention, Kim still understood that it would be impossible to hide the smell of blood. These thoughts were interrupted at one point by Park Moyeon, who didn't understand why Kim was looking at her so carefully. She thought there was something on his face, but the guy immediately came to his senses and said that it was actually okay. He was just looking. In any case, he was ready to leave, and with this question he addressed the guild leaders, who immediately told him that they were just waiting for his order. Hearing this, Kim didn't wait long and immediately said that they didn't need to prepare for so long, so they could leave now. A few minutes after entering the dungeon, a massacre began. All those awake fought with the monsters that attacked them. After a few minutes, it was obvious that they were doing very well, although they knew it was all just a small thing, despite this being the famous Green Dungeon. Kim at that moment wasn't so sure that everything was okay because he and Mir both felt that something was wrong. Lee also felt a strange energy, and if Kim is not mistaken, then this is a trap that will be a little further. The man immediately decided to warn the others about this, and told Lee Kan-hee to be careful, as there might be a trap ahead, so they shouldn't let their guard down. But from the expression on Lee Kan-ha's face, it was clear that he himself knew everything perfectly well and would only do what he considered necessary. Furthermore, he reminded Lee that he had recently become an A-rank awakened, which confused Lee a bit because he didn't understand what that had to do with it. Lee Kang-hee didn't give him an answer to this question, he just asked another one, in which he wanted to know if the man was happy to be working with an S-rank guy. Kim was very tired of hearing this, so he turned to Lee Kang-hee to talk to him. And before the man had time to justify himself and say he was just joking, Kim grabbed him by the clothes and pulled him towards her. But he did this not to teach him a lesson, but on the contrary, to save the man, because at that moment someone hit the place where the man was. Kim didn't wait long and immediately ordered everyone who woke up to flee immediately. But apparently it was already too late, because there were many more blows, and it was obviously incredibly difficult to avoid them. After some time, they noticed that a lot of water started to appear around. And after some time, great fear began to appear in the man's eyes, for he had never seen anything like it. Many people agreed with him, for after a few minutes, each of them was in a small underwater city, surrounded on each side by water. What was most interesting to them at this point was that they could breathe and had absolutely no sensation that they were underwater, although Kim understood that they had this sensation due to the fact that they were in the dungeon. Taekyun also noticed that it was suspiciously quiet here, as if it were a green dungeon. There was a feeling that this was not a mythical city. There was a feeling that it was an abandoned town where locals had recently lived and everything was fine with them, but now it just gives off a strange feeling. Their thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Moen, who began shouting and pointing his finger at the sky for them to look at. In the distance, they saw something that looked very much like a large ship floating underwater. When the world saw this ship, it immediately tensed up and began to growl. Apparently, it had seen it before, or at least sensed that something was wrong with it. Taekyun was approached by one of those awake, who complained that he felt incredibly cold and was therefore very scared. He didn't have time to say anything when he suddenly realized that someone was looking at them from this ship, and that gaze made even the guild leaders feel afraid. The first thing Lee Kang-hee did was shout for all his awakened ones to immediately prepare for battle, and he was absolutely right, because looking at the speed at which this ship was approaching, it was clear that they would have to fight monsters much stronger than anyone before. As soon as this infernal ship docked on the shore of this underwater city, the captain of this ship immediately ordered everyone to wake up because it was finally time to go hunting. Kim was the first to receive a wave of blows, and he withstood it, drew his sword, and began destroying one skeleton after another. The guy at that moment was thinking that only holy attacks like holy flames would work against spiritual class monsters, but fortunately they could only be defeated with magic. Other awakened ones also understood this, especially Lee Kan-hee's boss, who encouraged his boys not to be afraid and just move forward, as all these skeletons can be destroyed with the help of magic. He also noticed that they all have nothing but numerical superiority, so they really have nothing to worry about, and so that they don't think about running away, he decided to start threatening them, saying that he will destroy whoever runs away. Kim, looking at all this, thought that the other awakened actually work well together despite the circumstances, although they cannot be expected to have organized tactics. Even so, he decided that in this case he needed to trust the guild leaders, namely their ability to lead people. Considering all these points, he decided to leave everything to Lee, which the man didn't like very much, but he perfectly understood that he simply had no other choice. Kim, however, called upon his phoenix and immediately flew straight to this ship to deal with these monsters once and for all. And as soon as he stepped onto this ship, he immediately noticed a skeleton wearing a captain's uniform, which is why Kim assumed that this particular monster was the boss. But Kim didn't have time to think about all this, because this monster started shooting at him with his pistol. Kim and Mir were not at a loss, and after dodging all the shots, ran to the counterattack. Although Kim's attack didn't lead to anything good, because that monster disappeared at the last second. Instead of continuing the fight with Kim, this boss attacked the other awakened ones using magic, and as you can see, he did it very well. Kim, looking at all this, began to think that perhaps this monster was absorbing their souls to become stronger. Apparently, Kim was absolutely right in this situation, because this monster began to expel an incredibly large amount of energy. After that, this monster became much larger and began to scream that it needed more souls, for which it would do anything. Kim understood that this is a skill that absorbs souls to restore health and increase strength. And if we consider the awakened ones, then there are at least 100 showers. And given this information, Kim was well aware that this could easily turn into a battle of attrition, which scared him incredibly. Suddenly, Kim began to hear the voices of the people this skeleton had just eaten, and it became even more terrifying. All of this had already started to really irritate Kim, so he said without much doubt that this monster was already starting to irritate him. In response to these words, this skeleton began to draw his huge sword and was ready to start the fight. After that, he threw a blow, which Kim managed to dodge easily, although it was a bit difficult. But the guy understood that now is the time when he must use all his strength to finish off this boss as quickly as possible and thus save the people he ate. Kim threw punch after punch, and they were all quite successful, which made the whole fight even more awkward. After a few hits, Kim moved a little to the side and began to think that he needed to change the tactics of his battle, because in truth this monster was not particularly strong, but its regeneration was quite difficult to face. It would be a waste of time to prolong the fight, but if he used all his strength at once, it wouldn't work either. At this rate, it could become a dangerous fight. The skeleton was also thinking about changing the tactics of his battle at that moment, although in his opinion, Kim continued to use the sacred flame thoughtlessly, but the skeleton's blows still did not reach him, which worried him greatly. But on the other hand, he didn't forget that his mana would run out sooner, and then the skeleton would happily absorb his soul. But first he decided to refresh himself a little with the souls that were already at his disposal, which was quite easy to do. At that moment, he also started shouting that all he wanted at that moment was to have fun because he was very bored. After a few minutes, this monster became too huge, which made Kim think a little about whether or not he could win this fight. But those thoughts quickly evaporated when he remembered that he needed to save the people who were counting on him. But the problems didn't stop there, especially the problem with his mana reserve, which gradually began to run out. And the worst part is that the skeleton also understood all of this perfectly, and that's why he attacked with complete confidence. The blows were quite powerful, and it became increasingly difficult to block them. Even Lee, who was busy fighting from below, began to worry about Kim, as the sound of the blows could be heard even in the quietest places in the venue. Kim took all these blows for a long time, trying to figure out what he needed to do to defeat this monster and finally end this fight. At one point, he realized that something strange was happening to his beloved dragon. But before he had time to turn towards him or even touch him, the world released from itself a rather powerful stream of fire, which not only stopped the monster's attacks, but also caused a lot of damage to him. The skeleton's head immediately began to burn, so he stopped any attacks on the guy. But what surprised Kim most was that his mana was restored in an instant, and his physical abilities became much stronger. He looked at Mir and begged himself not to say that this was Mir's ability, although it was impossible to tell that Kim wasn't happy about it. After all, only thanks to this little dragon he was able to inflict colossal damage to the boss of this dungeon. Kim couldn't get enough of her beloved Mundo's new ability, so she decided that since the skeleton wasn't dead yet, it would be a good idea to finish him off. A few seconds later, the ship in the sky attracted attention by exploding violently. Now, Lee was absolutely calm, because in front of this photo, he could safely say that everything was fine with Kim, and there was no need to worry about him. The skeleton at this moment continued to miss a large number of blows, and in his head were thoughts that he had used up almost all of his souls, meaning that at this rate he would definitely lose, and this outcome of the battle would determine whether he would live any longer. Therefore, he decided to stop Kim and ask him to slow down a bit and first discuss the terms of the battle. And he began with the fact that it was the Lich King who gave him such an order. He himself would never have done this. According to him, the king ordered him to destroy everyone who came close to the ship, all because his pet lives here. Kim stopped immediately upon hearing this, and the skeleton was so happy that the guy was still scared, so he continued talking about how he was just a servant who feeds the king's pet and nothing more. He also tried to say that he wasn't here of his own free will, but he didn't have time to finish before Kim attacked with his sword and destroyed this monster forever. After that, Kim thought that apparently he would have to destroy another monster to finally pass this stage. Lee Kang-hee, after they started winning big, immediately started shouting that they needed to get on that ship too, because they couldn't just sit around waiting for Kim to figure it all out on his own. Taekyun had a different opinion. He was convinced that they couldn't do that, as they should first help all the injured, and also, in his opinion, they shouldn't move forward, since Kim Soo-hyun hadn't given them a signal yet. Lee Kang-hee didn't think about the answer for long and immediately decided to ask Taeyukin to say that he was just scared, so he was hiding behind Kim. Taeyukin sighed heavily and said that of course he perfectly understands that Lee Kang-hee wants to achieve something, but he asked him to assess the situation after putting everyone in danger in the beginning. Besides, the man simply didn't understand how a person like him could become the head of the guild. Lee, seeing how they were fighting, started to worry. Now he wanted Kim to come back from that damn ship even more. At some point, Taeyukin approached him to get his opinion, but Lee first wanted to know where Park Moen disappeared. They immediately turned around and noticed that not only Park Moen but the entire player guild was nowhere to be found. Lee Kang-hee suggested that perhaps they had gone to the ship, so he also suggested not fighting anymore and going up there and helping them. Lee was deep in thought that this was all very strange, because at some point this entire guild had simply disappeared from sight without a trace. He also didn't think they had gone to the ship, because then someone would definitely have noticed them doing it. At this time, Kim entered the depths of this ship and discovered something at once terrifying and beautiful. The guy remembered what the skeleton told him, and it didn't take him long to guess that the Lich King was creating a kraken. But the most dangerous thing is that although weak, he was covered by the Lich King's life energy. He was happy that the world was normal in such a place. Besides, he was still trying to fight against this energy. Thanks to divine protection and magical resistance, Kim was unaffected by this energy. But given the strength of this energy, it seemed to Kim that most of those who awakened went mad and died. In short, Kim understood perfectly well that this boat was a kind of cradle for the future kraken. The captain of this ship destroyed people and carried them onto the ship. The souls and thoughts of the destroyed people become food for the growth of the kraken. Everything here was arranged so that if anyone enters here, he will immediately die from the kraken's life energy, and this is necessary to teach the kraken self-control and make him stronger. It was carefully prepared, but now he is sleeping under the influence of the seal, and therefore Kim believed that he could destroy him with magic. But suddenly his plan was interrupted when some people stuck 2 spears into his back. At least they wanted to do that, but at some point they realized the gun didn't go through and they had no idea what was wrong. Without thinking much, Kim turned and attacked these 2 soldiers. But apparently this was just the beginning, because right after these 2 guys, 2 more awakened ones attacked him in the same way from behind. Although even this advantage didn't help them and they couldn't catch Kim by surprise, he easily repelled the attack and landed several blows in response. Kim at that moment was thinking that he had really expected this and understood that it would definitely not be that easy, but still the timing of their attack on him was not the best. What a relief he was to have turned the 21st floor's Iron Turtle into a skill. Anyway, he wanted to see his new opponent as soon as possible, so he asked him to show himself. Park Moen didn't wait long and immediately stepped out of the shadows, behind which were many warriors who were ready to attack the guy at any moment. Kim immediately understood why he felt bloodlust, but now he fully understood what was happening, so Park Moen apparently emphasized that the Domp Guild would be in this attack. And as soon as Kim said that, the mask on his opponent's face changed to his real appearance, which was very pleased because even S rank couldn't detect his camouflage. Kim sighed and added that actually, all his tricks were obvious from the start. Destroying the awakened in the dungeon is so low for Kim. After that, Kim decided to piss off this guy and told them in detail his plan. In his opinion, this time they wanted to destroy him in disguise, and after that they would organize an invasion of monsters in America and put all the blame on Kim. It was clear from the look on Kim's opponent's face that this was exactly how they were going to act. He didn't fully understand how Kim knew this, because such information, it was forbidden to tell even relatives, so such information was only available to a few people. Either way, this won't affect how they execute their plan, so he told Kim that even if the guy was right, they would still be leaving soon. According to the guy, they call this action a blood festival, with the help of an invasion in all countries. He had no idea how many people would die. And most importantly, the culprit of this tragedy will be Kim Soo-hyun, who destroyed all the S-rank warriors during the dungeon's passage. But Kim couldn't help but notice that the plan would only work if they could destroy him, and he seriously doubted that they were actually capable of doing that. But apparently his opponent had a completely different opinion on this matter, because he immediately took off and rushed to the attack, saying at the same time that Kim can talk as much as she wants. Kim deliberately angered them so that they would start attacking him, and at the same time he thought that probably not only had they arrived here, but his superiors were also here. The man was saying on the phone that the promotion group had already entered the dungeon, and he could destroy it later even if he survived. His interlocutor confirmed this information, so he immediately added that he would then leave Kim Soo-hyun with him because they had not yet completed the preparations. But when he finally arrived at the same warehouse, the first thing he wanted to do was find out who she was and why she destroyed all those people. Park Jin was already tired of waiting for him, so as soon as he arrived, she realized he was a little late and could do her work faster next time. And also, she just couldn't help but say that unlike all these people, he seems pretty strong, so apparently she'll finally be able to have some fun. The man once again asked her a question in which he wanted to know if she had planned all of this, to which Park Ji-yeon responded with a smile that seemed to her that it was already obvious here, because it was unlikely that a passing thug would have done this. As soon as Park Ji-yeon said those words to him, the man immediately started taking off all his clothes and saying that he was ashamed to be in the same guild with such pathetic awakened people because they lost to some woman, and that clearly didn't suit him. The man's words again amused Park Ji-yeon, because everyone who came here said the same thing. Either way, she doesn't mind hearing this, considering that in the future they will be very surprised at what really awaits them. The man decided to realize that in Korea there are annoying insects that interfere besides Kim Soo-hyun, and he's here to fix that moment. But apparently first he'll have to crush everyone who interferes with him. Meanwhile, Kim continued to fight, and after a few seconds it became absolutely clear to him that his opponent was not as weak as he had thought from the beginning. But thanks to the world, his strength increased several times, so he still managed to break this guy's sword, and this caused him to cause irreparable damage to him. He also continued to be attacked from behind. There were many opponents, and Kim at that moment was incredibly happy to still have that shield on his back. Thanks to him, he repelled the attacks, after which he launched counterattacks that were successful enough to destroy them. One of them shouted that it was best to aim for his back if possible, though it wasn't entirely clear why he made that particular decision. Anyway, to attack, they decided to use their special ability, which made them invisible, allowing them to attack quite unnoticed. Kim understood perfectly well that a surprise attack by destroyers was far more dangerous than a head-on collision. But on the other hand, he did not forget that he had peace and was to some extent confident that he could sense danger, and for this he used the ability to repel sudden attacks. Though he remained surprised that the Lich King's spirit was able to hide its presence. Either way, he essentially has no choice but to trust Mira, whom he asked or could he smell those guys, to which he received an answer that was not entirely clear. But it was clear that the world would be happy to help Kim destroy his enemies. All Kim could do was listen to his little dragon when it warned him of the danger. After that, Kim simply closed his eyes and decided that it would be better to simply trust the world, and the dragon in due time began to help the guy without any problems. Therefore, Kim easily managed to destroy his first attacker with the first blow, who didn't have time to do anything, as he couldn't even think that Kim would notice him. As Kim expected, Mir's ability to sense danger works much better than the guy's own. The Lich King's pawns couldn't believe that even the hidden technique wouldn't work in this case, so one of them decided to volunteer to retreat temporarily and repeat the sneak attack disguised as someone else. But one of them understood perfectly well that such a trick would hardly work either, because then the skeleton ghost would have destroyed him long ago. Looking at Kim, it was clear to them that they had simply underestimated him, but he exceeded all expectations. He was too strong for them. They made a mistake from the beginning because they believed they could defeat someone like Kim. Furthermore, it is unknown when they might go mad due to evil spiritual energy. But suddenly these thoughts led the guy to an idea that, in his opinion, would be good to implement. And the center of their plan was the Kraken, which was still alive on this ship, so they could use it in their plans without any problems. As soon as the guy came up with a new plan, everyone immediately abandoned their stealth ability, which surprised the guy a little, as he didn't understand why they suddenly decided to stop attacking him. After all, it seemed to him that they knew very well that in a direct battle they would never be able to defeat him. But apparently they decided to try again, and Kim will have to prove to them that he is much stronger than them, and that it was better for them to continue the sneak attacks. After a few minutes of such fighting, Kim finally realized that the main target was not him, but the Kraken, which was still in this room. And as soon as this thought appeared in Kim's head, he immediately decided that under no circumstances should he allow these guys to reach the Kraken. However, he was probably too late, because one of them successfully reached the Kraken's body and was already ready to break through the shell to free the Lich King's pet. Due to the fact that he hit this crystal, on which the Kraken was sitting, it began to crack, and a few seconds later there was a very strong explosion that destroyed half of the ship. The person responsible for releasing the Kraken was very happy, and that's why the laughter didn't stop coming from him. He believed that today he would be able to defeat the legendary Kim Soo-hyun. At least that was until he noticed the Kraken's enormous eye that was looking directly at him. This did not mean anything good for this guy, because the Kraken immediately caught him in its tentacles, after which it squeezed them as tightly as possible, and thus there was nothing left of him. Kim was at that moment getting as close to the Kraken as possible, and as soon as he did so, he immediately turned to the octopus and said that they hadn't seen him for a long time. But the guy actually wouldn't have seen him for the same time, so he decided to organize this with the help of his sword and strengthening the world. The blow wasn't strong enough to destroy the Kraken, but it was enough that it couldn't recover for some time, and it was during this period that Kim would figure out how to deal with it. But there was also bad news, as Kim noticed that the improvements in his sword were gradually disappearing, and this was quite natural, as the world is in a state where his abilities have just been revealed, so he is quite unstable. In addition, he cannot use these abilities indefinitely. And this is really a problem because Kim used all her magic to stop the explosion that happened when the seal was broken. Thus, Kim simply had no choice but to regain his strength and fight solely thanks to immortality. At that moment, Lee came to his aid, who simultaneously yelled at Kim that the guy made him nervous when he did something like that. Lee suspected that Kim might not even realize how valuable her life was if she was acting so recklessly. The man asked him to immediately correct his stupid habit of deciding everything himself. Kim couldn't understand just one thing, where Lee came from here, although according to him everything was quite simple here. The guild's excitement had disappeared, so they had no choice but to board the ship, as there was nothing to do underneath. But due to the explosion that happened on the ship, everyone was evacuated to a safe place, and he was worried about him, so he came here to help. Kim was grateful to Lee for saving him, and also agreed that he should have acted as the leader of the attack from the beginning and not try to do everything alone. But now Lee wanted to know more about that Kraken, i.e., will it suddenly start chasing them? According to Kim, he had lost his vision, so he would focus on recovery, but due to his size, the two were unsure if they would be able to catch him. Lee Kang-hee started talking about how the Azart Guild raid boss and also that man, Lee, suddenly all of them disappeared. So it seemed to him that in such a situation they could go crazy, but Taekyun couldn't understand where this monster came from anyway. Suddenly their dialogue and thoughts were interrupted by Kim, who wanted to explain everything in detail and also tell them what they would do next. The guy took about 10 minutes to tell the story of what happened to him on the ship. The other guild leaders were quite surprised, but on the other hand, they understood that everything was quite logical then. But now, they wanted to hear some kind of plan of action from him, as so far they had no idea how to proceed. Kim already knew what they would do, so he said that first they need to get along, and when they do that, they will be able to hunt the Kraken without any harm. And sooner or later, they will still be able to defeat it. But he immediately decided to warn them that if they continued to demonstrate disunity, they would not need a plan. From their faces, he could tell that they were now all ready to adhere only to his plan, which he immediately began to tell each of them. A few minutes later, they began to implement this plan, and before that, they divided into squads, each performing their role. And when everyone was completely ready, each of them fired their element directly at the Kraken. Thus, they wanted to inflict even more damage on him so that he could not recover from it. It seemed to Lee that everything was going very well, just as Kim had said, so they continued to execute the plan step by step without any problems. According to Kim, the Kraken's main weakness is its speed, because given its size, it requires simply enormous strength to use it. According to him, if they attack him from afar with magical powers, they will be able to fight him without letting him get close to them. Lee remembered all these words of Kim and understood that it was quite obvious that the Kraken could not reach them. But on the other hand, he simply observed enormous durability, which meant that, as he thought, they would not be able to destroy it with their strength alone. But on the other hand, this was not so important, because their main task is to hold out until Kim Soo-hyun recovers, so they just blocked the Kraken's approach. Everyone who woke up at that moment did their best, and according to him, everyone looked great. Because looking at the Kraken, it was obvious that there was definitely an effect. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when someone in the crowd shouted that someone was walking towards the Kraken behind Lee. Lee turned around, thinking that perhaps Kim had already recovered, so he decided to immediately begin his part of the plan. But unfortunately, it was not Kim, but Lee Kan-hee, who, along with his people, ran straight into the monster. As Lee Kan-hee and his guys were rushing into battle, one of them decided to ask the man, "Or is this normal? What are they doing?" After all, it seemed to him that Kim Soo-hyun ordered them not to approach the Kraken. But before he had time to finish, Lee Kang-hee grabbed him by the clothes and started saying that if Kim had told him to jump off the roof, he would have jumped too. The guy didn't quite understand what that comparison was, because Kim told them that the Kraken can't be defeated due to its high resistance and good regeneration. Lee Kang-hee couldn't respond, so he decided to simply call the guy an idiot who doesn't understand anything in this life. According to the boss, at the moment the Kraken is distracted by other awakened ones, and so they have the chance to destroy the Kraken and thus keep part of the glory for themselves. Because if they don't do this, everyone will think that Kim cleared this dungeon alone. Therefore, the man told him that if he didn't want to be kicked out of the guild, then he should just do what the man says, and for that, he should just follow him for now. He would do everything possible to ensure that the Kraken was destroyed by the Papillon Guild. A few minutes later, they were already on top of the monster, and Lee Kan-hee ordered each of them to attack the monster until the end, and at the same time not leave it a single chance of survival. The other soldiers, looking at all this, simply couldn't understand what was wrong with this guild, because if they continued to attack without thinking like this, they could easily get hurt. Lee Kang-hee would not stop this attack in any way. He believed that they were all cheeky guys who wanted to take all the glory for themselves, just because this puppy had more strength. But he was confident that in the end he would destroy the Kraken. At least he thought so, until he saw that all of his attacks were literally useless, as they only left small scratches. But it was too late to change his mind about the Kraken, because the monster finally regained his sight and the first person he wanted to destroy was Lee Kan-hee. Not only was the Kraken incredibly loud, but its voice was so loud that it literally forced the awake to sit on their knees and cover their ears with their hands to drown out at least a little of the sound. The man at that moment began to think that because of the sound of crying, his magical power was destabilized, and so he decided that it was time for them to retreat. But apparently, there will be no such gift, because the Kraken has already begun to attack, and he clearly will not be able to block this attack because his magical power has simply disappeared. Lee Kang-hee was already saying goodbye to his life when suddenly, right before his eyes, one of the tentacles was destroyed. Kim barely had time to save these people, but as soon as he did, he immediately wanted to find out from Lee Kang-ha why he did this. Did he really want to die so much? Before he had time to answer Kim's question, the guy immediately decided to test his head strength by hitting him on the head. The other members of this guild realized they had made a mistake, so now they wanted to ask Kim what to do next, to which he gave an immediate answer, saying that now they should just return to the attack zone. And Kim at this moment will try to do everything to destroy the Kraken once and for all, and for this he called his beloved Phoenix, which he first ordered to close the Kraken's mouth and prevent him from using it. After that, Kim entered the battle, who was going to deliver a direct blow to the eye of this monster. But unfortunately for Kim, he couldn't pierce this monster's eye, which was quite strange for him, as he was sure that the Kraken's speed was clearly its weak point. Could he really dodge instinctively? However, that wasn't the main problem, because then this monster started to fight back, and then Kim realized that this Kraken was very angry with him because of their fall. Kim understood that in such a situation it would be difficult to suddenly attack him, so he clearly had to think of something else. Several ideas popped into his head, but none of them, unfortunately, suited him, so Kim decided he would cut off one tentacle at a time. The guild members couldn't believe their eyes, as they could barely scratch him, and Kim, in turn, easily cuts off one tentacle after another. Lee wanted to know how Teknon was feeling, because of the sound the Kraken made, most people got dizzy. So he wanted to suggest leaving the Kraken to Kim, while they themselves could collect the equipment they needed. He didn't quite understand what they were talking about, so they asked him to watch how Kim fought. So they wanted the boss to understand that they wouldn't need to fight anymore, because the guy would now destroy the Kraken, and that would be the end of the attack. Taikon, looking at how Kim was fighting, thought that for 2 years he was confident that he would reach S rank in a year. But now he understands that compared to Kim, he just seems like an empty place. He also advised Lee to think about it, although the man didn't really understand him. He explained to him that now Lee can't feel it, but Kim can become the best in the world among the awakened. And if this really happens, and Lee continues to follow him, then one day it seemed to him that Lee might break. And as a result, Taikon decided to tell Lee that if he feels like he can't handle the situation, then the man will always be happy to see a man in his guild, because among ordinary people like them, he will stand out strongly. Lee, however, was almost finished with the fight and was flying in to deliver the final blow to this monster. Kim wasn't afraid even when the monster opened its mouth, and Kim apparently planned to jump right there. And that's exactly what he did, although after a few minutes it became clear that the Kraken would soon regret it very much. Everything was behind the plan. Kim destroyed this monster from the inside, opening it up, and so it came out. Kim was very happy to finally be done with this Kraken, because the smell of this monster's blood was still as disgusting as it had been since the beginning. And that was what he disliked the most. After such an epic exit from the Kraken, all the people realized that the monster had been destroyed, so they immediately began to rejoice. First of all, they were happy that Kim had still managed to defeat it. Lee was not entirely happy because he did not understand why all this was being done. But he clearly didn't expect Kim to be behind him and ask what the man was talking about. Kim didn't quite understand why Lee was so scared, but he still repeated his question, in which he wanted to know what Lee was talking about. The man decided to make a joke about it and said that the guy wasn't old enough for Lee to tell him about his affairs. After that, Lee turned to Taikon and told him that the attack was officially over, so they could finally return home with peace of mind. Kim suddenly decided to find out where Lee Kang-hee was. Lee understood perfectly why he needed to know, but still decided to tell him that the man had been knocked down so hard by the blow that he had lost consciousness. The guy was pleased to hear this, but he still believed that the matter was not completely over and that he needed to finish what he started. Lee Kang-hee was just beginning to come to his senses when Kim approached him. The man didn't understand who approached him until he looked up and saw Kim there, who was sure the man had something to tell them. He immediately started screaming and looking around because he couldn't believe that Kim had managed to defeat the Kraken. But when he realized what he had done, he finally felt a little ashamed that Kim was still able to handle everything, so Lee Kang-hee decided to propose determining each of their contributions. According to him, his Papillon Guild was the one that suffered the most because of the Kraken, but before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Kim, who once again noted that it seemed to him that this was definitely not what the man meant. Although Lee Kang-hee did not understand until recently what Kim wanted from him, because it seemed to him that immediately after the end of the attack, he needed to decide on the distribution. This was already starting to make Kim very angry, so he decided to ask the man again, or did he definitely not want to tell him anything else? It was then that Lee Kang-hee realized what everyone wanted from him, but he wasn't going to do it. He decided it would be better to draw his sword and attack Kim. But before he had time to catch him, Kim immediately drew his sword and broke the man's sword, adding that apparently Lee Kang-hee simply did not understand what he had done. Therefore, Kim decided to make it clear that because of his selfishness, people could have died, and he cannot even ask for forgiveness for this act. Apparently, everything with this guy was clear for a long time. Even after these words, he still continued trying to attack Kim. Apparently, Kim quickly got tired of this, so she stopped her next attack and said she was giving the man a chance to apologize, but thankfully, it lived up to Kim's expectations. Therefore, the pure-souled guy began to squeeze Lee Kan-ha's fist to such an extent that the man screamed in pain like he had never done in his life. But even at this point, he decided that he had the right to say that Kim is the leader of the team, and since he took force over his charges, serious consequences await him, and once they leave here, he will do everything to ensure that Kim is punished. Then Kim asked him to listen carefully. He would explain to the man why he was wrong just once. According to Kim, the team leader is responsible for the strategy, but his rights don't end with simple management. He's also responsible for the lives of the people in the squad, so he has every right to do something else. That is, he believed that if someone, blinded by selfishness, harmed the entire strike team, then Kim had the right to decide his own punishment. And Lee Kang-ha's punishment, according to Kim's decision, was death here and now. Absolutely everyone believed that Kim would actually finish off Lee Kang-hee right now. Even the man had already accepted this and was ready to accept it. But at the last moment, Kim stopped his blade without finishing the job. Even Lee believed it, although he understood that Kim would never do such a thing, but apparently Kim just needed to vent, and the guy also believed that he just needed to scare people so that later in his absence, they would avoid such nonsense. Furthermore, the guy was sure that because of this situation, Lee Kan-hee would probably lose the trust of his guildmates and would have a hard time remaining in his position. At that moment, he decided to end the class and told everyone that it was time to leave, so they better start getting ready. After that, Kim thought about the fact that in this raid, he used the world's skills and understood how to use the Lich's skills, but still understood that he should check if there were any dungeons still unknown to him. He also believed that he needed to find out how Park Ji-yeon was there. After all, the people of the Domp Guild are quite strong. Just hours before the successful conclusion of Kim's attack, Park Ji-yeon continued her battle with a new opponent. During this battle, she used her special ability called Dark Assimilation, in which her body merges with darkness, allowing her to enter a state of darkness and take no damage for a short period of time. Thus, she quite successfully blocked the man's attacks, and thanks to this was able to create her own counterattacks. At some point, she was so confident of her victory that she told the man without a doubt that he would soon turn into a corpse. But even after such an unexpected blow, as it seemed to her, the man still managed to defend himself, which could not but annoy the girl. Besides, looking at him, one would think he did it with his own hands, which scared her even more. After that, he slowly turned around and said that she surprised him quite a bit. He never would have thought that she had such a strong ability. But on the other hand, this only becomes even more interesting for him. Park Ji-yeon was tired of listening to him talk, so she asked him to stop immediately and start fighting again. After all, she was ready to do anything to destroy this man. He, in turn, was very surprised that she, as a destroyer, decided to attack him head-on, because in reality she was so reckless. But either way, he was ready to fight with her, mainly because he really enjoys these fights. He enjoyed harnessing his own strength, believing his aura to be one of the strongest in the world. And furthermore, it was designed to resist physical damage, giving him an even greater advantage in hand-to-hand combat. He was confident that no matter how she attacked, he would still be able to withstand any of her blows. Moreover, not even a scratch would appear on his body. The only thing that really bothered him was that her skill was very fast and accurate, but it also had weaknesses. And he considered that the biggest weakness is that the duration of this skill expires very quickly, which makes this girl vulnerable. At some point, he finally found an opportunity and created his attack. The man couldn't get the thought out of his head that if he attacked in that very place, he would definitely be able to destroy the girl. At that moment, Park Ji-yeon was thinking that her opponent had a rather high level of defense, so in her opinion, it was pointless to continue such attacks. So in this case, he began to understand that she simply had no choice but to destroy him in another way. And she decided to do this with the help of her blade, with which she inflicted a lot of damage to his hands with just one precise blow. But even in this case, the man believed he had a much greater advantage in this battle than she did, and his blade was just a toy that would not help her at all. After that, he continued his attacks again with the thought that it had been a long time since he had fought such an interesting battle as today. That's why he enjoyed every second of his fight with Park Ji-yeon. But suddenly he noticed that the girl became very relaxed, as if she no longer wanted to continue fighting. And when he asked her about it, she said quite confidently that they had already finished the fight and she didn't quite understand what she should do next and why. But the man thought she was talking complete nonsense, because there was still no winner in their battle, so he wanted to continue. Park Jin could only shrug his shoulders and show with all his appearance that he would not continue fighting with him, which made the man very angry, because he simply couldn't understand how she dared to disobey him and stop the fight at that moment. He decided that since the girl didn't feel like fighting, he would do everything he could to make her feel like fighting. Imagine his surprise when he ran closer, and just as he wanted to attack, something stopped him. After a few seconds, he realized that his body was not moving, or rather, he could not control it. And after a few seconds, he fell to the ground by accident. After that, Park Ji-yeon slowly approached him and once again said that their fight was long over, and then delivered the final blow to the man. At that time, he was trying to figure out in his head why his defense skills didn't work, and moreover, there were no more magical powers in his body, but no power at all. The man simply didn't understand what was happening and how it was possible, which was clearly visible on his face. So as soon as Park Ji-yeon realized this, she decided to tease him a little and find out if he was interested in what was going on. What's wrong with him? Having kept a bit of intrigue, she told him that the whole tip is in her blade. According to her, it has durability. That's why she often can't use it. But this blade is able to bind the magical power within the body, and as soon as the victim begins to use the magical power, it immediately begins to compress their body. The moment she scratched the man, the outcome of the fight was determined, and she only had to wait until the man attacked her with his fists again. Well, now that they've gotten this far, it's Park Ji-yeon's turn to ask who the man should work for. He really didn't feel like responding, so she continued to hit him. The girl couldn't stop. She wanted above all to find out who the man's boss was, so the amount of blows she dealt him was simply off the charts. But even with so much torment, he still wasn't going to say anything and decided it would be appropriate to make jokes, as if no one knew about it. And after those words, he completely decided that it would be good to invite Park Ji-yeon to the Domp Guild. He thought she would look wonderful there. It seemed to her that with her they could destroy many, and as soon as Park Ji-yeon heard this, she decided to start her first task with this man. At the last moment, his dagger hand was stopped by another man, who with his actions prevented Park Ji-yeon from making a mistake. After that, he added that he perfectly understands the girl's feelings. However, he asked her not to forget that this man is not the last person in the Domp Guild and probably knows a lot of things, and if they destroy him now, they will not achieve their goal in the future. It also seemed to him that she should calm down a bit and change the situation, but even after those words, Park Ji-yeon still demanded that he let go of her hand. He did this, and the girl calmed down a little. After that, she even asked for forgiveness for being so angry. After that, she suggested that the man was already convinced of the veracity of the information. He confirmed this information and added that they should hurry up with the preparations. Park Jin's opponent decided to join in the dialogue and tell the second man that they had a very good conversation, and he joined in the conversation. But it was a mistake for which he was punished with several blows to the face from Park Jin. After that, Park Ji-yeon's friend added that since this underdeveloped person is here, it is safe to say that the information provided by Kim Soo-hyun is true. He also did not forget to mention that information about the opening of the first blue dungeon in America was confirmed, inside which evidence of the work of the Domp Guild was found. Park Ji-yeon was happy to hear this, but above all, she was now interested in Kim Soo-hyun's condition, and according to her friend, the guy only recently finished clearing the dungeon. The Domp Guild man, hearing all this, couldn't believe that they were collaborating with Kim Soo-hyun, but on the other hand, that wasn't that important right now. What was important now was what did Kim Soo-hyun know about the Domp Guild's plans? For him now, this was a huge problem, and he couldn't do anything about it, because he couldn't even lift a finger, so obviously he wouldn't be able to tell the guild. And if this continues like this, then the boss's script will clearly be ruined, which I wouldn't want to see. He decided that the only option he could choose was to try to buy as much time as possible. The man couldn't think of anything better than to start laughing, although it's important to note that he still attracted a lot of attention to himself in doing so. Park Ji-yeon assumed the man had gone mad from her blows, which is why he started laughing so hard. But he didn't stop there and decided to tell them that it was very funny to know that Kim was working for the Domp Guild just to destroy it. They didn't understand what he was talking about, so they asked him to explain what did he mean by that. But in response, he asked her to think for herself, because everything is very simple. According to him, few people knew about his plan, and they were all members of the guild. And knowing this information, it seemed quite strange to the man that Kim Soo-hyun knew this. Although at that moment he himself was thinking that they were all like little mosquitoes chasing them, but if he pushed them face to face, then they would clearly have much less trouble with them. And for that, he decided to offer to make a deal. Otherwise, according to him, Kim Soo-hyun will continue to play for two teams. He tried to convince Park Ji-yeon that they needed to deal with Kim first, and then he would tell her everything he knew about his guild. Before the girl could respond to his proposal, her friend Park Ji-yeon approached him and told him to shut up because they wouldn't trust the exterminator. Although he still continued to say that Kim Soo-hyun is a traitor to everyone, he also believed that there was nothing stopping Kim from doing something like that again. And in general, he would like to know if he betrayed them, would they be able to deal with the Domp Guild alone? Park Ji-yeon's friend understood that it was best to ignore him in this situation, as he was clearly trying to create a conflict and then take advantage of it. But apparently Park Ji-yeon didn't think so, so she asked her assistant to bring Kim here, and also asked to gather members of the Reaper Guild. She understood what he was thinking now, but she still wanted to reassure him, because she had long wanted to find out who Kim Soo-hyun's informant was, because he really always knows everything. Park Ji-yeon's enemy immediately started laughing and saying that if she destroys Kim, he will immediately become her ally. But before he could finish speaking, Park Ji-yeon interrupted him to say something that apparently didn't reach him. According to her, she would rather die than join a destroyer like him. And if Kim is a member of the Domp Guild, she will simply destroy him and start all over again, because her main goal is to destroy the Domp Guild, and she will do everything to implement this plan. After some time, Kim, who everyone was waiting for, finally arrived at the right place. Kim wanted to find out what happened because they called him so late. But instead of answering that question, Assistant Park Ji-yeon suggested that he look into it himself. Such words made the guy nervous, as it was already starting to seem to him that Park Ji-yeon was hurt, and they were simply afraid to tell him. But as soon as he entered, they placed several daggers on his neck for no apparent reason. Kim was absolutely calm at that moment, so he simply asked them to explain what was going on. Mentally, the guy perfectly understood that Park Ji-yeon was using the shadow assimilation skill. This is a skill that allows one to merge with the shadow. This ability is usually used to hide as much as possible in the darkness, but it was also possible to close the space around it and thus hide other people in it. Considering all these skills, it was safe to say that she was indeed very talented, at which point her thoughts were interrupted by Park Ji-yeon, who started saying that she had no particular reason to call the guy. But her recent enemy had said a lot of curious things about Kim, so she decided to check it out. According to that trash, Kim Soo-hyun is a member of the Domp Guild, and while Park Ji-yeon was talking, that man tried in every way to talk to Kim, as if they knew each other until that moment. Kim, in response to this, immediately told her that it seemed to him that she was not so gullible as to fall for such a thing. And here he was right. She definitely would not believe all this so easily. She judged by what the guy had done before, and given all of this, she doesn't think the man is telling the truth, so Kim just didn't understand what she wanted from him. It turns out she was haunted by one question. That is, she wanted to know where Kim got information about the Domp Guild. She was so concerned about this question because that idiot said that only the guild members knew about this operation. Therefore, she wanted to make sure that he was not associated with the Domp Guild, and to do that, she needed to reveal her informant. Kim had different thoughts in his head because he simply knew about this operation in his past life, but clearly couldn't say it. It was also obvious that this guy was just trying to pick a fight between them, but he was confident that his answer would solve everything. But then again, his informant is a memory from his past life, and Park Jin won't believe it for sure. The situation was clearly not the most pleasant for Kim. This man, whose name was Ethan, is now inciting everyone, and it is clearly not possible to get away with just a lie. Furthermore, he understood that if he decided to lie again, one day this matter might come up again. And if this falls into Ethan's hands, it could ruin his plans. And while he was thinking, Park Ji-yeon once again asked him to give an answer. Kim decided that he needed to take the initiative first, then said that he would prove to Park Ji-yeon that he had no connection with the Domp Guild. But he would like to say right away that he cannot disclose the source of the information. The guy replied that their relationship was based on trust and mutual understanding, so he had no reason to tell her everything. Besides, it seemed to him that his possible past in the Domp Guild was more important to her. And to continue, Kim invited Park Ji-yeon to go home with him, where he could show and tell her everything. Park Ji-yeon's friend immediately chimed in with the words that they would never agree to this crazy proposal. Kim responded by reminding her that the decision is made by the guild head, not him. Other guild members also believed that Park Ji-yeon shouldn't go with him because they were sure that Kim would catch her and get away with it. But luckily, Park Ji-yeon was on Kim's side, so she told Kim that she would go with him. Because of this, everyone in this guild immediately started telling her that this was definitely a mistake and that it could lead to bad consequences. But Park Ji-yeon immediately stated that if Kim lied, she would make sure he died. But as soon as she entered Kim's house, her bad mood immediately evaporated. It was all due to the fact that Kim was very warmly welcomed by his mother, who had not seen her son for a long time, as he had not visited her for a long time. After that, she turned her attention to Park Jin, according to Kim, who was her friend. But apparently Kim's mother misunderstood him a little, because the first thing she thought was that this wasn't his friend, but a girl. So she immediately ran up to her and started talking about how beautiful she was, and the only thing she didn't like was that Kim only introduced them now. Park Ji-yeon clearly didn't expect to hear something like that, so she simply remained silent for a while, because she didn't understand how to react to it. After a while, they sat down at the table to eat, and the first thing Kim noticed was that his mother had prepared too much of everything, which confused him a little, although the woman didn't understand such a reaction, as his girlfriend had arrived for him after all. She accidentally said that Park Ji-yeon was a girl again, which she had to apologize for because she thought that Kim had finally brought a girl home, so she was very worried. Either way, she believed they could eat together and learn more about each other, which Park Ji-yeon couldn't argue with. As she ate, she watched very carefully how Kim communicated with her mother. Already at this stage of the conversation, she understood perfectly well that Kim was not one of those people who would simply betray her. After that, they went to his room, where the first thing Park Ji-yeon noticed was that Kim had a wonderful relationship with her mother. The guy was happy to hear that. Then he decided to ask Park Ji-yeon, what does she think? Does he look like the person who works with the Domp Guild? The girl perfectly understood what Kim meant by this, but on the other hand, she believed that the fact that he had a person dear to his heart did not prove anything. The guy didn't want to do it until the end, but since it didn't prove anything, he decided to go another route and started undressing in front of Park Ji-yeon. She immediately started yelling at him because she didn't understand what he was doing, because if he ran out of arguments and decided to show his face like that, then it's unnecessary. But the guy didn't understand why she suddenly started getting so angry, because they both knew very well that the Domp Guild members had a logo on their bodies and he just wanted to show that it wasn't there. Park Ji-yeon realized that he didn't belong in this guild and asked him to get dressed immediately, as it was simply impossible to talk to him. Besides, she has already started to believe him and there are no problems for her, and in fact she really believed him when she saw his mother, because if he were from the Domp Guild he wouldn't have loved ones. She knows this better than anyone. These people don't care about others at all. Kim, upon hearing this, decided to ask a question in which she wanted to know what happened between her and the Domp Guild, since she hates her so much. In response to this question, Park Ji-yeon told him that their relationship was based on trust and mutual understanding, and in light of this, she simply had no reason to let him know all of this. Now Kim regretted saying those words before. Still, he decided to realize that they had become a little closer, and now hopes that over time their relationship will change to one of complete trust. Even so, Park Ji-yeon decided to tell Kim that since childhood everyone had praised her for her beauty and calmness. People have always placed their expectations and fantasies on her, and perhaps that was the main problem. But over time, recognizing their peculiar character, their attitude changed. Disappointed, people abandoned her. Even her parents, who had endured until the end, still abandoned her. But she just wanted to be herself. Then she realized that she wouldn't be able to settle down anywhere. But time passed, and she had to decide what to do next. Then one day she made a decision and woke up. At that time, she met Kim Gi-hyun, who was very friendly to her, but Park Ji-yeon didn't like it very much. He tried to prove to her that he wasn't going to recruit her, he just wanted to join her. According to him, it is allowed to participate in the capture of this dungeon for free. So many awakened people have gathered here. He also said that there is no leadership system here, so everyone is on their own. That's why he wanted them to go to this dungeon together so badly, because it was better than going alone anyway. Park Gina didn't care about him at all at the time, so she immediately told him she wasn't interested and started to leave. Gi-hyun didn't fully understand why she was behaving this way, but either way, he already had people he would participate in this attack with. In the dungeon itself, when this attack began, there were many awakened and they all fought with monsters. After some time, Gu-hung discovered that this dungeon was much more difficult than he expected. Although Park Ji-yeon didn't think so, she destroyed the monsters one by one, which is why she attracted the attention of other awakened ones. A girl from Gu-hyun's team wanted to know if the guy offered this girl to join their team, and according to the guy, he did, but she rudely refused. The guy believed that with strength, she could live normally on her own. This girl couldn't help but notice that she would really like to go out with a beauty like that, and not with stupid people like them. At that moment, Gu-hyun thought that the girl's back looked quite sad, although he himself didn't understand how he determined that. In any case, the battle still continued and the monsters became more and more numerous as time went on. And consequently, the difficulty increased with each passing second. Therefore, at a certain point, Gu-hyun heard the scream of a girl from his team who wanted to warn him that there was a monster behind him. It seemed like a little more, and he would literally crush the guy, but at the last second his companion intervened and literally demolished this monster. After that, they destroyed it together and thus saved Gu-hyun's life. As soon as they dealt with this monster, the guy decided to apologize for his mistakes, as this could put not only himself but also other members of his team at risk. But his friend believed that the issue here was completely different. He assumed that the guy was simply still thinking about that girl. That's why he makes such childish mistakes. Therefore, he decided to send the guy to this girl so that Gi-hong wouldn't regret anything later. Meanwhile, Park Ji-yeon destroyed the monsters one by one and did so with incredible ease. Thinking about it now, she didn't want to die there, but on that trip she met a monster that was incredibly strong. But the main problem wasn't him, but the fact that at the same time she didn't want to survive, because she didn't really see the point in living anymore, and although she fought monsters, it wasn't like she could actually do that. At one point, she caught herself thinking that her fatigue was gradually beginning to build up, and that in time she would have almost no strength left. And this big guy with a huge sword kept advancing. So the girl began to suspect that the end had come for her, which she was not so afraid of. At that moment, she had complete peace of mind, as she felt no regrets, so she was completely prepared for the fact that something could happen to her. But suddenly, she heard the voice of the same guy who spoke to her before the attack began, and he finally managed to say that, as he had said before, it would be very difficult for her alone, after which he destroyed the big guy. Now Park Ji-yeon will never be able to forget how Gu Hyun saved her life and then offered to join the team again. It was an encounter with someone who gave her a will to live, something she herself couldn't believe. But even so, she decided not to lose face, so she walked past the guy with a smile, which made him think that she still agreed, so he immediately ran after her in the hope that they would now work together. After some time, they met again, and the guy once again invited her to join the guild, although she once again refused him, although she noted to herself that now the guy was not talking about the team, but about the whole guild. So she didn't know if it was by chance or on purpose, but after that incident, they met in absolutely every dungeon. Wherever they were and whoever they fought with, every time Gu Heng asked her to join the guild. At some point, his proposals to join the guild became white noise to her, but seeing as he didn't give up, he followed her. She finally reached out and squeezed his hand, which could only mean one thing. Park Ji-yeon finally joined the guild, and only after that did she finally feel truly happy. At that moment, it seemed to him that he had finally found his place by their side. As time passed, their connection with Gu Hyun turned into something more. They started spending a lot more time together, and the girl really liked it. She had never felt anything like this before. Beside him, she was always nervous, although she didn't understand why, and her heart beat so fast that it made her incredibly uncomfortable. At one point, she even thought she was going to go crazy because her heart was beating so fast next to him. Gu Hyun felt the same way, so at some point he finally made up his mind and suggested that the girl, after they finished tomorrow's dungeon, relax a bit and go somewhere together. Without much thought, she quickly agreed to the proposal. So she didn't know yet that this would be her last happy moment in life. The next day, they quickly completed the dungeon raid, and Gu Hen immediately suggested that they leave here. Park Ji-yeon had been very nervous all this time. This was still her first date, and she wanted to prepare as best she could for it. But suddenly their thoughts and the boys' attention were interrupted by a man who introduced himself as a representative of the association, and according to him, they were investigating the destruction of the Awakened, who was completely in this dungeon, and he would really like them to help him. Gu Heng immediately remembered that he had heard something similar on the news, so he quickly made contact with this man who, according to him, was engaged in field research. Park Ji-yeon didn't like him right away, especially since she wanted to get out of here as soon as possible, and he came and distracted the guy she was dating today. Gu Hen listened to him carefully and still wanted to know more specifically how they could help him. But before the man had time to respond, Park Ji-yeon suddenly intervened in the conversation and forcibly carried the guy away. Apparently, she did it for a good reason, as the man wanted to hit the guy and was quite surprised that the girl was still able to block his attack, considering no one had managed to do that before. The girl didn't comment on his words, but simply wanted to know who he was and what he needed from them. Instead of a normal response, he called himself the misfortune they encountered. Gu Hyun tried to shout to the girl to be as careful as possible as it was incredibly dangerous. And he was absolutely right, because the man delivered quite serious blows to the girl's body, which made it very difficult for her to block his blows. The other guild members stood there like idols and were only surprised that the girl was able to repel all of their quick attacks. Before this, they had no idea that the girl could be so strong. Apparently, Gu Hyun was the only one who understood that it seemed like their level was the same. But in reality, this guy is stronger in every aspect, and that's why it will be almost impossible to win this fight. Park Ji-yeon herself understood this and immediately realized that this man was surrounding her, and it was becoming more and more difficult for her to fight him with each passing second. At one point, it seemed like the man was going to destroy the girl, but he suddenly stopped and said he had changed his mind, after which he invited the girls to join his guild. She didn't understand what he was talking about, so he started explaining that he wanted to do something, but it would be very difficult to do alone. So he created a guild, even invented a name. The name of this guild will be Domp, and it is in this place that he will gather the best psychopaths in this world. And looking at the girl, he thought she looked interesting enough that he was sure she should join his guild. Park Ji-yeon understood who this man was, but still decided to ask again, what would happen if she suddenly decided to refuse? The response was immediate and not particularly pleasant, because in this case, the man would simply destroy her and all her friends. After such words behind him, he heard Gu Hyun go on the attack, who simultaneously said that no one would allow him to destroy Park Ji-yeon. He easily dodged this attack, but that was just the beginning, as soon after other guild members entered the battle, who tried to stop the man with the help of magic, which greatly angered him. Park Ji-yeon immediately said that this guy is very dangerous, and it would be better if Gu Hyun and the guys got out of here while he bought them some time. But the guy was categorically against such an idea. He was not going to leave the girl here alone, because after all, they should fight for each other to the end. After that, he gave an order to the other guys in the guild, whom he asked to try to stop this man from using his abilities. But objectively, this was not enough, because this man was an order of magnitude stronger than each of them. Therefore, Gu Hyun decided that he could do everything he could to divert this man's attention and thus buy some time for the boys to escape. The guy wanted above all to find out from this man why he should destroy the awakened ones. What is the interest in doing this? The man believed that there should be no reason to destroy people, and he was also very angry with Gu Heng, so he decided to get rid of the guy. But not everything was as simple as it seemed to the criminal, as all of this was just to divert his attention, so that Park Jin, hidden in the darkness, could deliver a blow that would finish this guy off once and for all. This combination only gave her the opportunity to hurt the man, and there was no point in talking about his destruction. Therefore, they decided to immediately move on to Plan B, the main feature of which was Wu Shik, who, in their opinion, would definitely be able to destroy this impudent person. But they apparently made serious mistakes when they decided to do this, as the man managed to stop the blow with a huge hammer with just one finger. And before he started destroying them one by one, he warned that now the games were over. The last thing Park Ji-yeon remembers is that they were fighting with that guy, and he knocked her out. The only thing that worried her was that everything would be okay with the other guys. But then she saw Gu Hyun, who was clearly not feeling well. The guy was so happy that she finally woke up, and everything was fine with her. Park Ji-yeon wanted to first find out what happened here and why the guy was so injured. But then, when she saw that all the other guild members had died, she realized what was going on here. She tried to talk to the guy, but suddenly she heard that same man telling her that at that moment he was watching a very moving scene, and of course he wouldn't want to interrupt it. But apparently he would have to, because there really wasn't much time. Obviously, this caused incredibly strong emotions in the girl. She immediately began yelling at him and saying that she would destroy him so that this would not happen to her. Just as she decided to fight this guy again, she was suddenly stopped by Gu Hyun, who in a low voice asked her not to do that, but to just run away. He gave her a small necklace and told her she could only go out alone, so he asked her to do just that. And at that time, he will try to do everything possible to stop this guy. Park Ji-yeon didn't want to do this more than anything and wanted to tell Gu Hyun about it. But he didn't even listen to her and started yelling at her and telling her that she should do it immediately. With tears in her eyes, she began to run away, and from that moment on, her only thought was how to find the creator of the Domp Guild himself and tear him apart. According to her, she left there alone, and after a while she started chasing that guy, but in the end she couldn't find any trace. So she decided that if Kim told her the truth, then he probably already knows who the Domp's boss is. She literally begged him to tell her this information so she could avenge her friends. At that moment, unpleasant images from a past life appeared before Kim's eyes as he fought with the guild boss Domp. According to the guy, the head of the Domp Guild is the first-generation awakened and Chinese Hollywood actor Huang Zhenfeng. Upon hearing this name, the girl was very happy to now know who destroyed all her friends, as she could finally take revenge. Kim immediately tried to stop her, as she believed that now was not the time for rash decisions. But the girl immediately told her that she perfectly understood that there were reasons why Kim did nothing, even knowing her identity, and she doesn't want to ruin everything because of her stupid emotions that prevent her from thinking soberly. Kim, looking at her, understood that although she said this, it was clearly visible that she was holding on with all her strength. Therefore, Kim decided to say that Huang Zhenfeng is a very meticulous person. He even hides the fact that he is awake and uses the disguise skill within the guild itself. In public, he acts like he doesn't care about them, constantly thanks everyone and says he cares about everyone. But it was actually just a mask, because inside he was incredibly angry about all of this and would really like to stop pretending and destroy everyone at once. Furthermore, even knowing his identity, provoking Zhenfeng is not a good idea, as in a bad situation he could be hiding in the Tower of Trials. Therefore, Kim proposed to carefully follow the plan, the main goal of which is to completely destroy the Domp Guild. And the guy suggested starting with the fact that while he was fighting the Domp group in the Blue Dungeon, Pak Jin and the Reaper Guild would attack his base. Huan, at this point, returned to the Domp Guild headquarters, where his employees were already waiting for him, from whom he first wanted to know where Ethan was. In response to this question, they said that he had not yet arrived, and judging by the fact that he did not answer calls, they assumed that he had been attacked. But this did not bother them much, as they were already tired of him, because he constantly turns up his nose. His colleague believed that this was not the main problem, but that information about them could be leaked. The woman believed that even if that was the case, Kim Soo-hyun still wouldn't be able to do anything about it, as he was just a small fish. Although the man believed that it was too early to relax, as whoever could handle Ethan was strong enough. This woman's name was Chloe, and yet she believed they would be unlikely to lose to him. Mac was one of the members of the Domp Guild, and believed that not everything was as simple as the woman thought. Juan completely agreed with Chloe, although he was also a little regretful that they hadn't destroyed Kim Soo-hyun. But on the other hand, he didn't see it as a problem either, because he was confident that together they could eliminate the consequences of such a mistake. After all he needed was to see in the future how this huge city would collapse. Just thinking about it excited him. Han, along with Kim and Park Jian, flew on a special mission and flew only because Kim called him. But he never thought that during this flight there would be such a depressing atmosphere. There was also an unknown uncle with them who scared Khan a little to the point that he couldn't even talk to him. And looking at Park Ji-yeon, he immediately realized that it would be very difficult to start any conversation with her. Han's thoughts changed every second, and at one point he became interested in finding out what was so interesting about Kim, because he had been sitting on the phone the whole time. Kim was thinking at this moment that even after checking the Dungeon Association's information, all that had changed since then was the Green Dungeon. Anyway, he was happy that the future hadn't changed much, but he would still have to constantly monitor it, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Kim, who wanted to know something from him. And this thing was tied to just one question. He wanted to find out from the guy why they were flying to America in the first place. Kim was a little surprised that he forgot to tell Han about it. After that, he said that they went there because a blue dungeon had been opened there, which shocked the guy quite a bit. After that, he shouted to the entire plane because Kim only told him about this now, and this is extremely important information. Upon arriving in America, Khan distanced himself from the information and even began to rejoice that they had arrived here. After that, Han decided to ask Kim if the Blue Dungeon appeared here for the first time, because he had never heard of it before. Kim replied that this was actually normal practice because the American leadership controls the flow of information, so few people know about it. But then, due to the lack of awakened people, a rupture could arise, or so Han thought. But Kim thought a little differently because, in fact, America has the most awakened people, but most of them are B-level or even lower, so they are evaluated as unpromising. So, according to Kim, they want to show other countries that they win not only in quantity, but also in quality. Khan still did not understand anything, because it seemed to him that in this case, innocent people could suffer because of pride. In this case, Kim completely agreed with him, because pride is the most useless thing people have ever invented. Meanwhile, Park Ji-yeon walked away from the boys a little to call someone named Robert, who immediately recognized the girl by her voice. The first thing he wanted to do was find out what happened and why she was calling, and in response to this question, the girl said that all this would take a long time to explain, so she'd better tell him the most important thing, and she would like to talk to him about the Blue Dungeon. After this conversation, the boys went to Robert, who welcomed them very warmly. He also didn't forget to say that he was a big fan of Kim Soo-hyun, and it was a great honor for him to meet him. Robert himself was the head of the medical association. Kim was thinking at this point that in his past life, Robert was known as a greedy person who was eager for public merit, and that's why the guy was thinking of throwing him a little bait. Park Ji-yeon wanted to tell Robert that the guy doesn't know English, so she would translate. But before she could finish, Kim told Robert that she would be frank with him. Han was very surprised to learn that Kim knew English, and Kim at that moment decided to ask Robert for permission to participate in the capture of the Blue Dungeon. The man scratched his head and said he didn't know how they found out about him, but this was a very difficult request for him. As everyone knows, America has never resorted to the help of awakened people from other states, but now, in his opinion, the situation is completely different, because he himself asks to attract him. Kim didn't think twice and offered him a rather tempting offer. That is, if the man fulfills his request, the guy will give him half of his reward. It was immediately clear from the man's face that he was extremely interested in this proposal. Kim confirmed this once again and added that considering all the facts, this business will be profitable for you. The man, of course, understood that the guy was absolutely right and that the rewards of an S rank were equal in quantity to the guild level. But what's more important is that they are now critically short of S rank to clear, and if the HI Guild agrees to host it, then they can become heroes of America. However, he decided for himself that even taking into account the size of the reward for an awakened S rank, half of it was still not enough to cover the man's risks. So he told Kim that this was certainly a great proposal, but he didn't know how the public would react. Kim immediately said that he knew that now only 2 S-rank people were participating in this attack, which really surprised the man because very few people had this information. The guy believed that if there was an urgent need for another S-rank awakened in the situation, then Kim believed that it was necessary to announce the participation of another, and only then could he become a national hero. Robert was completely scared because he didn't understand how Kim could know all of this, so the only thoughts that were in his head were who this guy was and how he read his thoughts. Kim continued to press the man a little and said that apparently Robert still finds his proposal unsustainable and apparently put him in a difficult position. And since that's the case, the guy decided that he would apparently have to turn to another guild, since it was too difficult for one man. And as soon as Kim started to get up from the table, the man literally went crazy, started screaming and stopping Kim. Through inner anger, he began to tell Kim that the guy clearly got it all wrong and that he actually agreed to the deal, although mentally he didn't want to say it above all. After that, Kim noted that if the reward was divided equally, it still wouldn't be quite right. Therefore, Kim proposed a new condition. That is, if at least one more S rank goes to this raid, then he will give it all to the medical guild. But he also didn't forget to add that otherwise they would give him all the achievements. The man, upon hearing this, considered the guy a naive fool, but still told him that a high risk should always be justified by a good reward. After that, he decided to quickly draw up a contract and asked Park Ji-yeon to be the intermediary. Kim tried to contain himself as much as possible and not smile, even though it was very amusing to him. In fact, he won as soon as he agreed to the deal, although knowing the future is natural. The man at that moment couldn't stop thinking that this was just a great deal, although he was still worried that no one else would agree. As a result, it was Robert who turned out to be naive after signing the contract. Time passed quickly, and there were 3 days left before the attack on the Blue Dungeon. Just like in the past, none of the awakened S ranks entered this attack anymore. There were only 2 days left, and at the Domp Guild, Chloe couldn't believe that Kim Soo-hyun would launch a medical guild attack. But Hwan believed that this way he had signed up for certain death with his own hands. And this makes it even more interesting for him. He even wanted to see what would happen. There was 1 day left, and they worked to put into action the plan to destroy the Domp Guild. One of the most important steps in this plan was that Kim had to complete the Awakened training. And finally, the day of the attack has arrived, which will take place somewhere in the forests on the border of Los Angeles. When Jordan Rogers arrived, he was the vice chief of the Maximum Guild, as well as an S-rank Awakened. Kim wasn't there yet, and this worried Jordan a little until he heard people coming out of the woods who told him that he had completely lost his patience and that he shouldn't expect much from this attack. The author of these words was Chloe and her friend, who came to help Jordan a little. The first thing the man did was tell her that maybe she didn't know, but he was the only one who passed the 10th difficulty level tests and felt she should have looked for more information instead of trying to cover up her wrinkles with makeup. She thought he was showing weakness this way, but Jordan immediately reminded her that this dungeon requires at least 5 S-rank Awakened, and therefore, now was not the best time to talk about making money. And according to her, that's why the Star Guild sent very strong people, which was a little funny for Jordan, because he understood that they were talking about themselves. After that, the man approached the guy and asked a question, in which he wanted to know if the guy came here of his own free will, or was he forced? Although he was confident in his abilities, it didn't matter to him, but regardless, the man asked them to try, and that applied to Grandma as well. That's what he called Chloe, who immediately became angry and began threatening him, saying that if he called her that again, she would kill him. Jordan couldn't contain himself and immediately told her that she was the first one to come up to him. The people who were also present asked them to stop, and they also started looking for something to stop this madness, as they could destroy each other. At one point, Kim emerged from the crowd and began carefully approaching the two to put an end to this madness. Chloe was at this point about to tear Jordan apart because of his long tongue. Jordan did not remain silent in response, but also said that she was very self-confident and that she needed to try to do this first because it seemed to her that everything would be exactly the opposite. Chloe's friend, who came with her, began to understand that this fight was definitely not in their favor, as this way their plan could fail, so it seemed to her that it would be better to separate them and do it as quickly as possible. But before he had time to say a word, Kim intervened in this conflict and in a rather rude tone ordered them to stop this immediately. Jordan didn't understand what this enormous magical power was, but after thinking for a while he began to guess what kind of guy this was. Kim decided to introduce himself and then remind them that they came here to attack, and he considers it so childish that they acted out something far from the norm, and if they continued, he warned them that he would have to intervene. Jordan made the right decision, saying he had had enough and didn't want to fight with him, so he suggested she break up there, which Chloe couldn't help but agree to. Furthermore, her friend was behind her, who also asked her to calm down, as fighting now was not the best decision, although it was clearly visible to her that she was not entirely satisfied with this decision. Kim, looking at them, realized that this was far from just his friend. He was also a member of the Domp Guild, Mac River. Just like in his previous life, all the elites gathered here, but Hwang Jun could still become an unpredictable variable. Kim knew very well that this guy only had 2 options. The first was to participate in this attack as in the past, and the second was to prepare for unforeseen events and await the result at the Star Guild, the meeting point of the Domp Guild, and Kim clearly wanted this to be the first option. Mac and Chloe walked behind and discussed how they felt an incredibly strong energy. Plus, Chloe was very angry when she realized Kim had ruined her magic. Mac understood perfectly well that this particular person could destroy Mac if he wanted to, so he believed they needed to urgently change their strategy. So they decided they should deal with Jordan later, because they obviously should have dealt with Kim Soo-hyun first. Kim also walked thinking, until at one point Jordan turned to him, who immediately realized that Kim was pretending not to see him. He introduced himself as the vice chief of the Maximum Guild. Jordan Rogers introduced himself in response and said he was very pleased to meet him. The man also noted that he was happy to meet him and also asked Kim to take care of them as they planned to finish this raid calmly and without injuries. Kim, in response to these words, told him that everyone was very optimistic, as he believed that it was almost impossible to pass through the Blue Dungeon without getting hurt. He also thought they should worry about whether they would be able to return alive. Jordan believed the guy was very careful in this regard, and there was nothing to worry about yet. And then he thought, because this team was made up of the best awakened, he could bet his pride on them successfully completing this raid. Kim thought the main problem was actually this guy's pride. When they talked to Jordan, Khan ran to him, who wanted to inform him that he had completed all the preparations. And he also couldn't believe that Kim had just spoken to Jordan Rogers, because in the world he is known as the strongest awakened, he conquered the Green Dungeon. This information could not but please Khan, because it was with such a person that they were going to the dungeon, and the icy Chloe was with them. Khan could not even imagine a better lineup than this. He was worried about them going to the Blue Dungeon, but now he believed there was nothing to worry about because they would be there with such strong and awakened beings. Although Kim didn't think so, which confused Han a bit, so he decided to ask the guy why he thought so. Kim decided not to say anything to Han for now and simply asked him to come with him and preferably not leave his side. From that moment on, the attack on the Blue Dungeon officially began, and Kim entered with the idea that they would hardly be aware of the danger of the Blue Dungeon. Furthermore, Kim expected that there would be a terrorist attack by the Domp Guild, and if this continued, the dungeon conquest would fail and monsters would emerge and devour this world. This day was remembered by humanity as the second outbreak after Anyang, so Kim had no time to prevent it, but this time he would do everything possible to ensure that such a disaster would not happen again. Before going in, Kim wanted to make sure Han remembered what Kim had told him before, and according to Han, he remembered everything he needed to. Unforeseen problems always appear in the dungeon, and Kim also assured Han that the battle begins as soon as they enter the dungeon. Kim was happy that Han remembered everything so well, but most importantly, the guy asked him not to forget under any circumstances. As soon as they entered the dungeon, each of them received a notification that the test was beginning, and to leave the dungeon they had to find the exit gate or survive inside for 10 days. Khan entered this dungeon with some concern, because he understood that this was the same Blue Dungeon that was rumored. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Jordan, who wanted to ask the guy where Kim was, because it seemed to him that they had come here together. But the problem was that Han didn't speak English, so he asked Kim to translate. However, the problem was that Kim Soo-hyun was not with the guy, which caused him problems. Because of this, Jordan immediately became tense, because as soon as they entered, 2 participants in this attack disappeared. The first was Mac, and the second was Kim. It seemed to him that this could mean that they were at high risk of failing this test. Looking at Chloe, it seemed to him that she was also intrigued. He understood that it was most likely because that guy had disappeared, although he did not rule out the thought that perhaps she was worried about Kim Soo-hyun's disappearance. In any case, there is no more time to think, because the monsters have already started attacking them. Mac, upon entering this dungeon, immediately went to carry out his special task, and at a certain point he noticed that someone was following him. He immediately realized that Chloe or the boss wouldn't do that, and Jordan wasn't so quick. This means he is being stalked by Kim Soo-hyun, who he told to leave as soon as he realized this guy was following him. The first thing Mac wanted to know was what Kim really needed from him, because according to Mac, he was assigned to explore the dungeons as soon as they entered, so he was fulfilling his role. This made Kim laugh a little, as it seemed to her that Mac had made a lot of mistakes with the word destroy. The guy knew very well that in terms of skills, Mac was next after Hwan, and therefore Kim wouldn't mind evaluating his skills. Mac had no idea how Kim knew the boss's name. Also, knowing the guy's abilities, he most likely knows the details of their plan. But on the other hand, he tried to calm down, as Ethan could tell such information, and fortunately, the man didn't know that much. Kim watched the guy's emotions closely after he started talking, and the only thing Kim could say was praise Mac for having excellent control over his emotions. Anyway, Mac replied in a calm voice that he didn't know how Kim found out, but apparently from now on it wasn't that important, because now his plans had changed a bit, and he was going to destroy Kim right then and there. At first, Kim just stood there and watched Mac use a strength-enhancing ability using wind, while simultaneously yelling that he's going to rip Kim into tiny pieces. Moreover, Mac decided to brag to Kim that after the guy he will begin to destroy other awakened ones, and then, together with the monsters, they will destroy all of America. He was convinced that everyone would die so that Kim wouldn't feel alone, although Kim certainly didn't think so. After all, as soon as they entered the dungeon, Kim realized that his shitty plan had failed immediately, because he already knew how to stop them, and apparently Mac would no longer doubt it. Meanwhile, Khan watched carefully as all these awakened elite successfully destroyed all the monsters, and this was so surprising to him as he had never seen such enormous power before. Looking at Chloe, he saw how she shielded the attackers with ice and then finished them off. Georgian, in turn, acts as the spear of the attacking team, and the other members of the guild also do an excellent job. But these two cannot be compared in any way. But Khan himself did not stand still. He also drew his huge sword and entered the battle. Jordan watched Khan fight, and it was impossible to tell the man didn't appreciate his style. The man believed that if Khan honed his skills a little further, he would become an incredibly powerful awakened. After some time of battling, Jordan believed that the Blue Dungeon was not that difficult, and it seemed to him that it would be much more difficult. Chloe, on the other hand, believed this was an advantage for them, as the attacking team had already shown the best result in history. Here Jordan couldn't help but agree with her, but still he wanted to know if there was at least one dungeon that his squad couldn't clear. She started laughing softly and at one point said that she forgot to say something. That is, that this attack unfortunately failed. Jordan didn't understand why she started saying that and what it meant. But before he had time to understand what was happening, suddenly a powerful explosion occurred in the center of this dungeon. After that, most of those who participated in this attack began to scream in pain. Their arms and legs suddenly began to fail. Khan managed to block the blow at the last moment, and there were thoughts in his head that if he had delayed even just one more second, he would have been in the same condition as these guys. Everyone around thought a monster had appeared. Then there was an explosion, but Khan clearly understood what was happening. Chloe suddenly attacked Jordan. Then this situation happened. This wasn't surprising, because two S-rank awakened collided with each other, which was why such a serious explosion occurred. In any case, now is not the time to think about it, because it was necessary to transfer the wounded to another location. But the Star Guild, who were miraculously unharmed, simply stood by and watched as the other awakened ones slowly died. And after that, they still decided to help. But the awakened ones clearly did not expect this kind of help. One of them appeared and stabbed the awakened of another guild and said in a low voice that their plan was just beginning. From that moment on, a new battle began, in which the awakened of the Star Guild destroyed other awakened. Khan simply could not believe it. So for some time he simply stood and nervously watched the process, which is why he was distracted and did not notice how the enemy had gotten up behind him. But still, he had enough reaction and speed to turn around at the last second and destroy his enemy. However, after this blow, everything just started, because in front of him were three guys who decided that it would be better for them if they attacked Khan all together, because he was clearly stronger in the head and shoulders than each of them. Khan couldn't understand why the Star Guild was attacking them so suddenly. He could understand that they didn't have the best relationship with the guild at best, but this situation was clearly different. And then he finally remembered Kim Soo-hyun's words, who told him that the battle begins as soon as they enter the dungeon. So Han thought that Kim expected such a development of events. In any case, be that as it may, first of all, Khan believed that now he only needed to think about survival, so he prepared himself for the fact that they would start attacking him. Jordan was now trying to think of his next actions, because he had let his guard down and now wouldn't be able to use his right hand. As much as Chloe hated him, she clearly wasn't stupid enough to do something like that. So he couldn't believe that this was her plan all along. He was sure she couldn't do this because of some personal enmity, so first he wanted to know what her objective was. Chloe found it incredibly funny to hear Jordan think that the reason for such an unexpected attack was some kind of personal enmity. Although in truth, according to her, Jordan has no idea how much she wants to destroy him. The man realized that it was useless to gain time, and apparently he would still have to fight her, but without his right hand it would be very difficult to do so. Chloe has pointed this out multiple times, that he's an idiot if he thinks he has any chance of stopping her without an arm. As much as I didn't want to admit it, the man understood that Chloe was right. He himself understood that due to sudden attacks, a prolonged battle was completely useless for him. Fortunately, if you compare them to Chloe, then his skills are still much greater. But even taking this into account, it was perfectly clear that he only had one chance to end this fight in his favor. Therefore, he gathered his strength and decided that he would carry out a coup, in which he put all his strength. Chloe tried to stop the man until the end, building ice towers, but he, using fire and his strength, went straight to her and declared that there was no point in her resisting, as he would win anyway. But when he finally struck her with a blow, in which he invested a great deal of force, he realized that instead of Chloe, he had destroyed her ice clone. And when the man realized this, but unfortunately for him, it was already too late, because the girl appeared from behind and began to freeze his entire body. Jordan realized that she had apparently deliberately allowed him to get close to catch him making such a childish mistake. He decided to tell her that their relationship was very complicated, but now he wanted to point out that they were together on a raid in the Blue Dungeon, and it seemed to him that her thoughts that she could clean everything up alone were wrong. Chloe, in response to these words, told the man that he was very stupid, because in fact his main task was to fail this raid and not to clear the dungeon. In response to these words, he immediately began yelling at her, because she apparently didn't understand where she was. This was a blue dungeon, and if she failed the attack, there would be a flash, which will likely suffer huge losses. In addition, now all the awakened S ranks of America are absent, and due to the concealment of information about the Blue Dungeon, reinforcements from other countries will also have to wait a long time. This means that in the event of an outbreak, Los Angeles and then all of America will be buried alive. Jordan tried to come to an agreement with her until the end, and even offered to give her her reward, but she changed her mind. But in response, she just laughed even harder and said she didn't expect to hear anything more from him. After that, she carefully lowered her dress and showed him a tattoo that could not be confused with anything, and Jordan immediately realized that she was from the Domp Guild, and therefore it became clear to him what they really needed here. And then she simply mocked Jordan, saying that she was incredibly fond of faces so beautiful that they were distorted by despair. Plus, she wanted to show Jordan the destroyed America and then look at her facial expressions. At that moment, he was thinking that she was probably a monster, not a person. And as the man thought about this, Chloe made her final decision. She would not destroy him now, so that in the future she could see his beautiful, desperate face. After that, she looked around and, given the way events were developing, understood that they would most likely finish their task soon. So she decided it was time to call her boss, as they were almost done here. At this point, she was a little dissatisfied as she follows him because it's fun for her, but the fact that he constantly hides his identity really irritates her. Furthermore, she understood perfectly well that if something went wrong and the Domp Guild was targeted, then the Star Guild would be the first to fall, including her. And furthermore, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't abandon them. And the fact that he hadn't shown up for so long started to make her think that he would leave as soon as they carried out their plan. Her thoughts were interrupted by Mac River, at least the girl herself thought so. And as he approached, she realized the fact that it seemed to her that he would deal with Kim Soo-yeon much faster, but apparently the guy turned out to be much faster and stronger. But to her surprise, she heard Kim's voice, who decided to respond to her words, saying that she was sorry for taking so long, although it seemed to her that it had ended very quickly. She immediately began to use her skills to attack, while in her head she couldn't believe that Mac River had lost. For her, this was kind of impossible because he was above everyone except the boss. Even Chloe recognized his talent. But now, when she looked at Kim, she realized that it wouldn't be that easy with this guy, because his magical power was simply incredible. And as soon as Kim went on the attack, she immediately shouted to all those who had awakened from the Star Guild that they should first deal with Kim Soo-yeon and then finish off everyone else. But as soon as they decided to help their leader, they were stopped by Khan, who placed his sword in front of them and thus made it clear that they could not leave here. After that, he looked into each of their eyes and asked just one question, in which he wanted to know why they thought anyone would let them go. Chloe, however, used all her strength to somehow reach Kim and inflict at least a small amount of damage to him. But no matter how hard Chloe tried, all of her strikes were blocked very easily. She didn't fully understand why her boss was so busy because it was completely obvious to her that she couldn't win on her own. Chloe didn't want to admit it until the end, but she still agreed that Kim is a very strong opponent, and it's unlikely she'll be able to defeat him like that. She didn't know why the boss hadn't shown up yet, but maybe he was just waiting for a chance, so she decided to give it to him. Chloe created a huge ice golem and told Kim that she recognizes its power, so from now on she will fight it with full force. And she was convinced that he definitely couldn't destroy this golem so easily. But how wrong she was, because it only took Kim a few seconds to destroy this golem. But apparently Chloe knew from the beginning that this was going to happen, as she started laughing and talking about how he finally fell into her trap. She blocked his blow with her sword and started talking about how she would never fight such a monster alone, so all she did before was just distract him and buy time. After that, she used her ice magic again and captured him with her ice hand, and as soon as she succeeded, she immediately began to call the boss to intervene in the battle. But unfortunately, no one answered her request, although she tried to call him several times and each time failed. Chloe fully believed that this was a great chance for him, although Kim Soo-hyun was very strong, but it seemed to her that together they could destroy him. But unfortunately, Hwan had no intention of showing up and waited until the last minute. And over time, she even realized that Hwan had simply abandoned them, and now they were alone. But she realized it too late. Kim also decided not to rescue herself so quickly to give Hwan a chance to come into this world, but apparently that won't happen. Now Kim was sure that Hwan wasn't here, and it looked like he wouldn't be, so he got out of the trap and was ready to continue clearing the dungeon. Meanwhile, at the guild headquarters, Hwan's assistant Star wanted to ask the boss why he decided not to act according to the plan. When Jordan and Chloe lost their temper, Kim Soo-hyun intervened in the conversation, radiating an incredibly strong energy around her. So Hwan, in the body of another awakened person, thought about continuing to act as planned. After all, such a great magical power simply scared him, and that's why he had a bad feeling. So, after some thought, he decided that he shouldn't risk it now and canceled the entire plan without telling absolutely anyone. The man didn't understand at all what Hwan was thinking and how he would act next. Before Hwan had time to answer that question, another guild employee suddenly rushed into his office, wanting to warn them that they were in big trouble. According to the guy, they say that terrorist organizations created outside of America have been discovered in every country. The assistant could not believe it because this way it could be said that all the authorities were aware of his plans. But Hwan found it very funny to hear all this, although it was not clear why he was laughing. They tried to understand why he was laughing, as they hadn't expected something like that, and now was clearly not the best time to laugh. But instead of answering, Hwan simply stood up and destroyed his assistant, who just wanted to hear what was going on and why he was laughing. Then he destroyed the poor guy who brought him this bad news. On the way, he said that he was also very sorry, as he really enjoyed creating the Domp Guild. However, now he believed that because of them his identity might be revealed, and in that case he believed he would have to hide. He was really sorry for doing these things, but he still wanted to keep playing that funny game. After some time, Jordan finally came to his senses. He had been recovering from the fight with Chloe for some time. But when he finally realized what the woman wanted to do, he immediately started yelling and asking him to tell him what happened with the break-in and where Chloe was, so his employees immediately ran to him and told him that it was all over and that there was nothing to worry about. After that, he looked up and saw Chloe and several other people sitting awake tied up, which at first the man did not believe, because it seemed to him that Chloe had knocked out absolutely everyone, and she had very little to win. They told him that when Jordan fainted, Kim Soo-hyun immediately came and saved them. Without him, they would have definitely all died, and as soon as she heard that name, she went crazy again. Kim at that moment tried to explain to Han that as soon as they entered, that strange guy ran off somewhere, so he simply didn't have time to warn him, which Han weakly believed, but still told Kim that everything was fine, and he wasn't offended. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted by Jordan, who woke up and the first thing he did upon learning what had happened was to talk to Kim. The man first thought that Kim knew all the Domp Guild's plans very well, but in fact, He himself understood that this was absolutely not important, because his pride was the only one to blame for this situation. Kim, looking at all these people, realized that there was a very strange atmosphere reigning here. So he decided to find out from them why they suddenly started looking at him so strangely, and he wanted them to start saying what they wanted as soon as possible. Jordan told him that he actually had a lot of things to tell him, but that he would start with the most important thing. The first thing he wanted to note was that Kim saved them, and if it weren't for him, probably all of America would have died and ceased to exist. So, on behalf of the entire state, he would like to thank the guy and thank whoever managed to save America. It was strange for Kim to hear such words from a man, because given his position and power, it clearly wasn't easy for him to put aside his pride and say such words. Therefore, the guy decided, of course, to thank Jordan for such words, but nevertheless admitted to the man that he was a little embarrassed by so much attention. So he first suggested going on a search, because it seemed to him that the battle was not over yet, and as soon as Kim said these words, he immediately saw a creature covered by a hood, which looked directly into his eyes. Kim panicked and tried to understand what kind of creature it was and why it was looking at the guy so intently, but his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by this creature throwing a ball at him. For this reason, Kim had to use her Phoenix again and tell Jordan that she had not yet fully saved America. The man didn't quite understand what was happening and why Kim was saying such words to him, so the guy had to frankly admit that the rescue operation was starting now. Although Kim managed to block the attack of an unknown creature, such an attack still led to an explosion, which is why Kim asked Jordan to listen to him and understand that from now on, they clearly should be worried about the fact that they will not be able to return home alive. Of course, he also talked about the Domp Guild, but still, first of all, he also referred to the Blue Dungeon. A few minutes after these words, Kim and the rest of the Awakened entered into battle with the monsters of this dungeon. After some time of such a battle, it became clear that the monsters in the dungeon forests were winning precisely because of their numbers, because there was literally no end to them. Kim and Jordan simultaneously realized that all they needed at the moment was to burn all these monsters with one blow. Gathering some energy in their hands, they created a rather powerful stream of fire from both sides at the same time, which simply gave the monsters no chance. Han and the other Awakened couldn't get enough of seeing Kim and Jordan working so well together. Their firepower was simply incredible. So the other Awakened ones took advantage of this moment to get into formation and start the battle from the beginning. The creature leading the battle ordered the monsters to concentrate on the spot where they were weakest. Jordan truly decided that under no circumstances would he allow the monsters to come near his people, much less harm them. So he too went into battle without much hesitation. But the monsters simply walked past them and continued their attack, and after a few seconds it became clear that their main goal was to harm the Awakened ones. It seemed that in a few seconds there would be no more wet spots from all the injured and other people awake. But they clearly forgot that there was still Kim on the battlefield, who, as always, intervened in the battle in time and destroyed several monsters at once. The creature leading the monsters finally realized that this guy was the main problem, so he ordered his pupils to start with him. Absolutely every monster gathered at that exact moment and started attacking Kim. But the guy wouldn't back down and continued confidently standing his ground and crushing one monster after another. The guy only managed to repel such a strong attack with the help of the Kraken's defense that he stole. But he understood perfectly well that it would be very dangerous for him if he continued to attack like this, because at some point his defense might not work. Han immediately ran to him, wanting to know how Kim was feeling and why did these monsters suddenly explode. According to Kim, everything here was very simple. This is a special skill of the boss. Kim also knew that this boss was called Troll Druid, and this boss controls monsters in animal form, and he also has intelligence and magical power, which can use many different skills. And to tell the truth, Kim believed that all the warriors were not in the best position, and apparently that's why they would have to fight against monsters that constantly arrived, guarding the wounded and the Domp members, and then handing them over to the authorities. After some thought, Kim decided that he would be the one to try to deal with the boss, since if you destroy it, the monsters would scatter, so he asked Jordan to just hold out until the guy completed his task. In response to this proposal, Jordan told the guy that this was not the best time to show himself, because if Kim was telling the truth, this boss would simply throw all his strength at him. And it seemed to him that no matter how strong Kim was, he still wouldn't be able to handle them all so easily. Kim really didn't understand what all the fuss was about, because if he's not mistaken, Jordan himself recently called him a hero. Although in truth Kim has hated that word for a long time, because that title is so heavy for him that it leaves him breathless. But still, when Jordan and the others called him that, something started to touch inside him, and the guy was even a little happy to be called that. So this time he will really become the hero who saves them all. Jordan realized there was simply no point in dissuading the guy, so he asked Kim to deal with it as quickly as possible, because they definitely wouldn't last long. Mentally, the man thought he was extremely ashamed. After all, he also considered himself a hero of America, but now his opinion had clearly changed. After all, now a true hero has appeared before him who is truly capable of saving America or even the entire planet. Meanwhile, Jordan was thinking about it. Kim just ran forward and on the way called his beloved dragon, which at the moment would be very useful to him. A few seconds later, Kim received the blessing of the divine dragon. As a result, his movement speed increased, and the guy also received a slight increase in physical strength with which he could safely begin fighting the boss. But the boss of this dungeon also understood that the battle was only just beginning. Therefore, I decided to mobilize all my forces and finally destroy this guy, along with his friends. He decided to send a group of monsters to the group of people that remained. And he sent the second group of people to Kim Soo-hyun to do everything they could to destroy this problem. But the guy wasn't just going to give up and keep fighting, destroying every monster that tried to harm him in any way. The world was very happy to return to its owner and warm up a bit, destroying a few dozen monsters. Although Kim was already visibly tired from fighting so many creatures, the only good news was that they were already halfway through and there weren't many monsters left. He, of course, expected them to focus on him, but apparently he underestimated the boss, because he sent about 200 or even 300 units into battle against him, and in order to deal with them all, he clearly would have to spend a lot of energy. So to begin with, Kim decided it would be a good idea to first distract them from himself. Kim was glad she had shopped beforehand and thus prepared for this battle. He used his stunt doubles to make his life a little easier and destroy these monsters many times faster. The world was incredibly happy that he now had not one master but 4, because now it seemed to him that he would be praised 4 times more. Kim's opponent at that moment was trying to use his vision to the fullest and still find that real Kim. But so far he has not been able to complete this task because all his doubles were quite similar to each other and it was almost impossible to detect the real one. Therefore, he decided that the best thing in this situation would be to simply destroy them all, and when the druid made exactly that decision, Kim immediately realized that his trick simply did not go as planned. But he still had some ideas that should help him deal with the druid, one of which was the world, which spewed an incredibly powerful torrent of fire. Kim didn't forget to praise her friend after each successful fulfillment of his order. The druid continued to send monsters that attacked the guy, and Kim understood perfectly that the druid would not simply give up. Monsters ran towards her again, which eventually exploded, and this was starting to get really annoying for Kim. She and Mir were quite exhausted from this battle, so Kim decided he would send the little dragon to rest while he continued to fight. After that, Kim took several deep breaths and invited each of these monsters to check which one was the real prey. The peculiarity of dungeons is that as the area increases, so does the complexity. But the Los Angeles dungeon is one of the most difficult among the blue dungeons. In a previous life, due to the failure of an attack, an outbreak began. So high-ranking awakened people from all over the world gathered to destroy it. In other words, it can be said that conquering just this dungeon is close to 0. A few minutes after these thoughts, Kim passed out and began to see a completely different image, that is, her past life. He guessed what was happening here and why he was seeing this particular picture, because that day he also failed to protect the world, and an outbreak occurred which caused the death of a large number of people. Even after stopping the outbreak in the blue dungeon, he still couldn't protect the innocent people. Since that day, he was tormented by only one question. He couldn't protect anyone but himself, and in view of that, He wanted to know why he was called a hero. At some point, even the impersonal screams and deaths of the people in front of him stopped touching him and somehow hurting him. The only duty left within him was to save this world. Kim Sun-in ultimately failed to become the hero who saved the world, but Kim Soo-hyun is a completely different person and will definitely be able to save the world. With these thoughts in mind, Kim got up after being hit by the druid and used his immortal hero ability, which allowed him to return to the battle. The druid couldn't fully understand what was going on here, and how did Kim get up after actually destroying him? At that moment, Kim realized that the druid had told him something about hunting, but now it seems to him that the hunter has changed. The system notified the guy that his physical strength was increasing rapidly, thanks to which he delivered a rather strong blow to his opponent. After that, Kim declared that the druid's hunt was officially over and that he would destroy no one else. Now it's Kim's turn to destroy, and the only victim today will be the druid. Although the boss still didn't think so and still tried to summon as many monsters as possible to protect himself. But to his great regret, no one showed up and he was left alone, which he couldn't believe. The reason no one came was very simple, and it was because all of their monsters simply died. The druid did everything until the end to avoid dying here. Even at the end, he tried to use his magic, which was an order of magnitude stronger than all his previous abilities. In response to these words, Kim said that people who died through their own fault also didn't want to die and just wanted to live, but he clearly didn't think about that. These were the last words the monster heard before Kim dealt him a fatal blow. After that, Kim mentally thanked the real Kim Soo-hyun, who gave him the chance to fix everything. Meanwhile, Park Ji-yeon and her assistants were on the rooftop and couldn't understand why they knew where the Domp Guild was and still just continued to watch. The girl at that moment recalled her conversation with Kim, during which they agreed that he would take care of the dungeon and she would go to the Star Guild. Thus, only one of them would face Hwang. So Kim believed that he would let the Reaper Guild attack the Star Guild after he left the dungeon. But this proposal obviously angered the girl, as she simply didn't understand how he could offer her something like that. Knowing her motives, she asked him to listen carefully to what she would tell him next. She was the one who had to destroy Hwan, and if he interfered with her, she would never forgive him for it. Kim understood that she was strong enough, but tried to prove that she couldn't handle it alone. According to Kim, he is from the first generation of Awakened and has been building his forces for a long time. And if Hwang appears in the Star Guild, they will likely lose. And given all these facts, Kim simply doesn't want to lose something much more valuable because of some pathetic revenge. Now that the choice was up to the girl alone, she stood on the edge of the roof and thought that her life was not really that important. But on the other hand, she just couldn't get Kim Soo-hyun's words out of her head. Her awakened ones were already visibly starting to get nervous about this and urged her to at least say something. And she was just thinking about how she could do the right thing so that all these guys would survive, but suddenly her thoughts were interrupted by a powerful explosion that occurred in the building next door. Park Ji-yeon was a little scared because someone might know that the Star Guild is a front for the Domp Guild. On the roof of that same building, the screams of a young man could be heard begging his boss to have mercy and save him. But Hwan continued walking confidently towards this guy, warning him that today, unfortunately for him, not everything would end as well as he wanted. The guy continued shouting that he wouldn't tell anyone about his identity. In exchange, he only asked to save his life. Park Ji-yeon immediately decided in her head what she would do as soon as she saw Hwan on the roof of the building. At that moment, he smiled and tried to understand his assistant, because Hwan honestly didn't understand how he could believe him. Furthermore, it seemed to him that whoever died first for this reason might consider it unfair, and according to him, the opinion of these people is very important to him. Therefore, he simply couldn't spare him, and as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately delivered a crushing blow to this guy's body, causing him injuries incompatible with life. Thus, Hwan remained the only person in the Domp Guild, which he essentially dissolved, and such an organization no longer exists. Suddenly, his monologue was interrupted by a female voice, who confidently shouted his name and then attacked him completely. It was Park Ji-yeon who, without a second thought, attacked the man, but she was unable to inflict any serious damage because he blocked her attack at the last moment. Hwan did not negotiate with her, but simply retaliated, asking at the same time who she was. Park Ji-yeon said to herself quietly that she had waited for this day her whole life, and now it had finally arrived. After that, she completely raised her head and looked Hwan straight in the eyes and said that today she would definitely destroy him. He wasn't too worried when he heard this. Moreover, he accepted it quite calmly because until now he still didn't understand who she was. Kim and Mir sat for some time near the druid's body. As the guy was holding a special treasure in his hands, he could not even suspect that the druid could hide something like that. The only thing he could think of at the moment was that Uncle Dae-ho would be very happy to see such material. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the world, who in a second simply ate this diamond. At this point, other participants in the attack approached Kim, who simply could not believe what they were seeing. The guy tortured the little dragon and scolded him for eating his valuable material. But what surprised them most was that he was able to destroy so many monsters and their boss all by himself. When Kim saw the boys, he immediately thanked them for their good work, as without it, he would have hardly survived. Jordan honestly admitted to him that he didn't even think the guy would be able to take down the boss alone, after which Kim again reminded the man that he had called him America's hero, so the guy believed that he had to face and prove that he was worthy of such a title. Furthermore, Kim asked them not to forget that all this would only end when they found a way out. But then good news awaited them, because if you believe Han's words, they had already found a way out a long time ago. According to them, they were chasing the scattered monsters and thus managed to determine their location and at the same time, the exit. Then Kim suggested that they hurry up as they still needed to hand over the captured DOMP members to the authorities. And according to Jordan, that was the only reason they protected them from the monsters, even though it would be much easier to just wipe them all out. Also, it would be nice for Kim to get a share of the medical guild for this raid. Jordan praised Kim for doing the right thing, but Robin was filled with anger, because he essentially would gain nothing from this attack, although in truth, Kim did not want to take everything for himself, but he simply does not want to like it when they manipulate. Jordan also decided to add that he also wanted to give up all the achievements, and in fact, it could be safely said that the guy completed this dungeon alone. Suddenly, Kim asked him to listen to one of his requests, which was very important to him. This request was made because there was still one person who needed help. Meanwhile, Hwang mocked Park Ji-yeon because she, as a Terminator, shows her emotions too clearly, which is unacceptable for her. Furthermore, he already understood perfectly well that she came here only because of her great hatred for him. And when he hit her again, did he just want to find out? Or did she actually know him and his capabilities? Although in his mind he still thought that the girl's abilities irritated him incredibly, because in the darkness she not only delivered stronger blows, but also accelerated. But of course the power also increases, which makes this battle unbearable for him. The only thing he could hold on to was the fact that the girl has absolutely no control over her emotions, and that suits him just fine. He decided it would be okay to tease her a little, but first he asked her to calm down a bit. Although he immediately realized that she was a little offended by him, and in this case, he would at least like to know who the girl is and what exactly she needs from him. And as soon as she stopped for a few seconds, he immediately began to mock her and say that he was far from sure, but maybe he could remember from her reaction who he destroyed there. He began to change his face and thus tried to understand who he destroyed there. This angered Park Ji-yeon even more. Now she wanted to destroy him even more. So without thinking much, she hit him with the first blow, at the same time saying that he would regret having decided to mock her like that. Hwan wasn't going to stop there. On the contrary, he began to show even more different faces of the people he once destroyed, but so far, he hasn't been able to find that same face. And at one point, he even guessed the face he made that very day. As soon as Park Ji-yeon saw him, she immediately became very angry. She wanted above all else to destroy the guy and take revenge on him for everything he had done. She immediately ran out and started running towards him to destroy him. But for Hwan at the moment there was only one problem, that is, the fact that he used this person too often. So it was difficult for him to remember who he destroyed. Зрение, что девушка так злая на него. But the most important thing is that according to him, the girl did not even realize that her man's time was running out, and she was doing it very quickly. Park Ji-yeon was distracted for a second, which is why she missed a very strong blow from her opponent, who did everything to make the girl even more emotional. But the girl was not an easy opponent, so she managed to block his attack at the last moment. Although Hwan didn't mind at all, because he went on to say that when he looked at the girl more closely, he seemed to remember something. His face changed, and when Park Ji-yeon looked at him, she immediately shed a tear. Hwang used the image of Gu Hung, whom the girl loved so much, and Hwang simply destroyed him mercilessly. Looking at the girl, he realized that judging by her reaction, he had hit the nail on the head, and this was the same guy the girl came here for. Hwan himself decided to look at himself, and when he saw this face, he told the girl that he remembered this face very well, because this guy had made him very angry. But he didn't stop there, and began to gradually remember that there were still 3 participants in the attack, whom he also successfully destroyed after the girl passed out. Park Ji-yeon just couldn't contain her emotions, and her tears literally flowed freely from her eyes, and she literally couldn't do anything about it. Hwan understood this a little more, and she would literally explode, so he started changing his face and turning into the girl's friend and asking her for help. He showed everyone and said the guy's last lines before successfully destroying them. Park Ji-yeon was incredibly upset for her loved ones and became even more angry when this bastard dared to insult them. She literally asked him to stop doing this because her heart breaks when she sees all of this. But he wouldn't stop. On the contrary, he just added fuel to the fire and showed how Gu Hen suffered before Hwang inserted his sword into him. He found all of this incredibly funny, because he himself simply didn't understand how they could be so vile. After that, he finally calmed down and said she needed to see all of this again. Hwan literally wanted to break the girl's mind by showing her this scene, and he loved seeing the girl's frozen face as she didn't understand what to do next. Either way, he believed that she knew a lot about him, so he would have to destroy her, since he did that to her friends. Although most likely Kim Soo-hyun is also aware, and Hwan understood this very well. Therefore, he decided to offer Park Ji-yeon a deal in which they would destroy Kim Soo-hyun together and then create a new great guild that would rule the entire world. And her main argument at that moment was that if the girls joined her guild, she would be able to constantly see the face of her beloved and would also save her life. It seemed to her that this was just an ideal proposal. Perhaps Hwan was so absorbed in acting that he missed a very important detail. That detail was that Park Ji-yeon was also a kind of actress who played her role very well. She continued to listen to him attentively, all the while keeping in her head the thought that he just needed to get a little closer, and then she would finally do what she had wanted to do for so long. And while Hwan was having fun and thinking he was a wonderful person, he finally got to the right distance that would allow Park Ji-yeon to finally attack. Park Ji-yeon's plan was simply perfect, and it was all thanks to her ability to control her emotions well, even in moments when it felt like her blood was freezing in her veins. That's why she had the chance to use her trump card, which had never let her down in life, but unfortunately, she didn't take something into consideration. Moments, memories, the past, everything that connected her to Gu Hyun came to the surface at that exact moment, which made her hesitate. That's why she made a fatal mistake, which allowed Hwan to use his abilities and counterattack the girl. Meanwhile, the guys from the Reaper Guild were silent downstairs, and one of them thought they should have gone there with Park Ji-yeon, but her deputy assured everyone that she was perfectly capable of handling it alone. He decided that they should now take care of the evacuation, and as soon as he began to tell them the plan they would work on, he became distracted. And this was done by Jordan, who turned to the man and said that Kim Soo-hyun asked him to come here so that they could cooperate and help them with the evacuation. Police Chief Park Jin definitely didn't expect this, but he still decided to check with Jordan where Kim Soo-hyun himself was. Jordan, without thinking much, said that the guy was in a hurry somewhere, so they got here without him, although Jordan understood why the guy was in such a hurry. Park Ji-yeon at that moment heard Hwan's words, who told him that she was the first one who managed to fight him for so long, so he was even a little regretful for destroying her so easily. But just as he finally decided to attack, at the last moment Kim Soo-hyun intervened in the battle, successfully pulling the girl out of the blow, thus saving her life. After that, he calmly told her that she had kept her promise, so she basically had nothing to worry about. But his words were interrupted by Hwan, who was very happy to see Kim, especially when he came here in person, because he wanted to ask Kim a lot of questions. Kim was happy to hear this because he actually had a lot of questions for someone as crazy as him. And the first thing Kim wanted to know about him, or was it fun for him to act on behalf of other people, to deceive, and if that wasn't enough, then he took the form of people precious to him, insulting and ridiculing them. He destroyed people left and right. Hwan looked calmly at the boy and continued smiling, which made Kim even more irritated, so he repeated this question several times, only with a more irritated intonation. After this, the man finally decided to give his answer and said that over time his reaction to this became less and less, as he believed he simply did not have enough of the previous stimulus. But still he couldn't help but say that this was the best thing ever and that he would never be able to stop. Kim thought it was really funny to hear that, so she decided to give him a little incentive so Hwan wouldn't be so sad. Before the man had time to regain his composure, Kim used all his speed and literally teleported to Hwan, then delivered a precise blow to his body. After that, Kim told him that she would give him an incentive that would be much more interesting than his shitty game. But all these words and attacks angered Hwan even more, which was the beginning of the fact that he decided to use his strongest ability, which gradually began to transform him from a man into a real monster. And after a few seconds, Hwan turned from a man into a huge dragon, who was ready to destroy everything in his path. And his first target would be Kim, whom Hwan would tear apart. Kim at this moment remained quite calm and thought that the dragon ability, which transforms a person into a dragon, this power was considered one of the most powerful awakened in the entire world. But Kim also believed that Hwan was driven by his arrogance and that he certainly did not deserve the power he had received. So today will be the day Kim takes her away from him and finally destroys this evil once and for all. Kim was definitely not going to finish with one blow, so as soon as he had the opportunity, he summoned his phoenix and immediately went on the offensive to prevent his enemy from recovering from such a blow. Hwan continued laughing and found it funny that Kim decided to play with fire in front of him. Kim was extremely focused and just waiting for his chance, and Hwan at that moment was going to show the guy what a truly hot flame is. He launched a massive stream of flames at him, but Kim managed to react and took Mira out of his inventory. Kim asked her baby to show this monster the true flame of a dragon. The flame of the world was more than enough to block Hwan's attack. He simply couldn't believe it because the dragon was so small, but even that fact didn't stop him from making up such a large flame. After that, Mir looked at the one he had just fought and immediately hid behind Kim, as he was quite scared by the mere look of this monster. But in fact, it had already fulfilled its main function, after which Kim successfully released it back into inventory. Before that, he also received the dragon's blessing, which nearly doubled his strength. Kim felt the power coursing through his entire body, and Hwan was just beginning to attack him. So there couldn't be a better time to finally finish off this monster. Hwan yelled at the top of his lungs that Kim had relaxed too much, so he was going to punish him now, but the guy assured him that it was clear to him, because he was only going to punish him now. Hwan just couldn't believe it. Why is he currently in dragon form, but he still loses to Kim Soo-hyun? He began to understand that perhaps that feeling of danger was the most natural fear, but he didn't want to believe it completely. So he did everything he could to simply get rid of that feeling, because he still believed that he, in dragon form, was stronger than anyone in this world. Kim, in response to his words, could only tell the dragon that he actually did nothing, even though he knew his identity, simply because he might get lost in the Tower of Trials. But if you think about it, Kim could actually destroy him at any moment. And as proof of his words, Kim began to attack the dragon's body with such force that not even his incredibly strong armor could resist. Was the battle so fierce that even Jordan and his men couldn't believe what was happening here? A few minutes later, the building began to gradually collapse, and Kim stood silently looking at Hwan's body. The man at that moment spoke to Kim in his calm voice, or rather asked why Kim was treating him like this. Did he really have a reason to hate him? Kim thought for a moment and in the same calm but confident voice told the man that he just didn't like him. After that, he looked around and realized the fact that all the preparations were finally completed. With these words, he was referring to Park Ji-yeon, who had moved away from that fight a little and was ready to end the matter. Hwan didn't quite understand what Kim was talking about, so the guy decided to dedicate it to him, saying that even though he caught him, he still had to keep his promise. Then he simply walked away from Hwan's body and wished Park Ji-yeon good luck, and also realized that he no longer lifted a finger. Everything was now in the girl's hands. Even so, he decided to remind the girl that if she loses the fight, the guy will let Hwan escape. And he really had no other option because if he decided to run away now, Kim would punish him without hesitation. Hwan started smiling and telling Kim that the guy would definitely regret this choice. He really thought this was the end. But now he has the chance again to put on his mask, which will help him survive. At least he was sure of that. And as soon as he gathered his strength, he immediately rushed into battle with the girl. At this moment, all he could think was that this stupid girl wouldn't be able to attack him with that face, which was why he was so confident of his victory. But how wrong he was, and as soon as he approached her, she immediately struck him without any hesitation. After that, she told him that he had no idea how long she had been waiting for this day, and that if she had only doubted her decision once, now she was more than sure of what she needed to do. But Hwan wouldn't just give up. He still believed that his strength would be enough to finish her off once and for all. And indeed, it was possible to believe his words because he managed to deliver quite accurate blows to her, which began to worry Kim. But even in this case, she responded to him with quite serious attacks. Kim, watching all this, realized for himself the fact that he knew Hwan's skills were better. Therefore, she and Mir decided to add some strength to Park Ji-yeon, and they did so with the help of Mir's ability. Kim clearly didn't expect this, and therefore froze a little. And that was actually his main mistake, as Park Ji-yeon increased her speed thanks to this skill, which gave her the opportunity to use her blade and injure Hwang. He began to understand what had just happened. Apparently, he would have to accept defeat. Kim at that moment decided to clarify that she actually did nothing of the sort. But what worried Kim most was that Hwan barely had time to look at him like that. Hwan immediately decided to adopt a tactic based on keeping distance between himself and Park Jin. But the girl was too fast for him, especially after she received a slight improvement from the World Championship. Park Ji-yeon struck one blow after another in different places, and in response, Hwan only managed to run away further. And the girl mentally decided that she would do everything possible to avenge her loved ones. And she does it so that they die for a reason. After a few moves, it became clear that Hwan could only block the girl's blows, but even that wasn't the best for him. He tried to use his skills to block Park Ji-yeon's blows, but again, he didn't have much strength, especially after the girl's blows. Hwan screamed and begged her to stop. He tried to negotiate with her until the last moment, because above all else in this life, he did not want to die. But it turned out that his last words were about asking for mercy. How ironic is that? Because Park Ji-yeon didn't even blink before delivering the final blow to him. Finally, Park Ji-yeon can breathe and relax a little. Kim was so happy for her, so he approached her carefully and presented her with the same pendant, adding that she was a great person. The emotions inside the girl were simply torn apart and finally came out successfully. She could scream and not think about anything else. And Kim was so happy that finally all this was over. Now he also had nothing to do and could rest at least a little, but he completely forgot about his level of tiredness. That's why he lost consciousness a few minutes later. After that, the incident was quickly resolved. It was discovered that the largest guild in America, the Star Guild, was a criminal group. They called themselves DOMP and mercilessly destroyed the Awakened. The truth was revealed by Jordan and the Reaper Guild, and the DOMP Guild members trapped in the Blue Dungeon, including Chloe, were handed over to the American authorities. Furthermore, information was received that the guild and organizations collaborating with DOMP were still active. In this regard, an additional investigation was launched. However, due to the fact that the scale of DOMP's activities was larger than expected, authorities are facing difficulties in obtaining information. The information that Hwang Hwangjun was a criminal left the public even more shocked. Kim spent all this time dreaming, restoring his strength, and one day guests arrived in his room, among whom was Han, who for a long time was tormented by the question that Kim Soo-hyun seemed to know about this in advance. Lee couldn't argue with Han, but on the other hand, it didn't bother him at all, although he asked Kim to tell him if anything happened, and he again took everything upon himself. The atmosphere in the room clearly got heavier, and Han immediately decided to fix all of this and couldn't think of anything better than to take a marker and start drawing on Kim's face. At first, not everyone was thrilled with the idea, but then Lee decided to join in, and the two wrote different words on Kim's face. They enjoyed the process and thought no one could stop them, but apparently they were very wrong. It was Dream who hit the guy on the head for behaving so badly. After a while, they went out to eat and left Kim alone, and at that moment Park Jae-in came to him, who deliberately waited until all the guys left. First, she wanted to thank Kim for sending her the list of the remaining dump organizations so she could get her full revenge, though she had no idea how he knew this information. Park Ji-yeon really wanted to talk to him and ask him so many questions, but today she came here just to thank Kim for what he did for her. And when she finally did, she was happy to say goodbye to Kim, but not forever, because she was sure they would see him again in the future.